Good morning, El Dorado County. It's a pleasure to welcome all of you in the board meeting today and those of you that are joining us online. Today is Tuesday, October 8th, 2024, and I call to order this regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. Before we begin, our world is heavy right now. Our fellow Americans are dealing with untold tragedy with the hurricanes. And as our Jewish friends and neighbors marked the one-year anniversary of October 7th this week, I think it's appropriate for us all to take a moment of silence in reflection. Please join me. Thank you all. And with that, I'd like to invite Daniel Burnett of the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians to lead us in this morning's invocation. Good morning, Daniel. It's a privilege to have you with us today.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Daniel Burnett with the Shingle Springs Rancheria. I have the honor and privilege of sitting on the tribal council. And I just want to come here today and offer a song as a prayer to get your guys' day started in a good, positive way.
Thank you.
Yoki yoki yoko yoki yoko yoki yoki yo ho yoki yoko yoki yoki yo yoki yoki yoko yoki yoko yoki yoki yo ho yoki yoko yoki yoki yo yoki yoki yoko yoki yoko yoki yoki yo ho yoki yoko yoki yoki yo yoki yoki yoko yoki yoko yoki yoki yo ho yoki yoko yoki yoki yo yoki yoki yoko yoki yoko yoki yoki yo ho yoki yoko yoki yoki yo. Oh, thank you guys for having me here, and have a beautiful, blessed day. And thank you for all the work you do. I know it can be hard at times, and we do appreciate you being a resident also of El Dorado County. Thank you guys very much for what you do.
Thank you for being with us this morning. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Supervisor Parlin, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yeah, if everybody would please stand. Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll now move into the adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar. At this point, do any of my fellow colleagues have any changes or comments on the consent calendar or changes to the agenda? I'll start with my left, Supervisor Parlin.
No changes.
Thank you. Supervisor Turnbull.
No changes.
Supervisor Heidel.
No changes.
Supervisor Lane.
No changes.
And I don't either. All right. So with that, we will now move into public comment on our consent calendar. And just as a reminder, open forum is a time to talk on agenda items. Hold on just a second. I know. Open forum is a time to talk on anything that is not on our agenda today, and that is at 1 o'clock this afternoon. So these will be comments just on our consent calendar. And after our clerk opens up this item, we ask that you tell us which items you're going to be commenting on. So with that, Kim, can you please open up public comment on the consent calendar?
Of course, thank you. Now taking public comment on the consent calendar, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Now you're up. Come on down.
Come on,
Well,
Jim.
welcome. Love the enthusiasm.
Jim Wassner. I'd like to speak to item 17 and item 25. Madam Chair, board members, and staff. As you may know, just over 5 years ago, I formed a local nonprofit corporation named Safety of El Dorado County in order to provide fall prevention equipment for free in the homes of our senior residents who are considered to be in the very low income category. I am proud to say that last week we served our 500th client. Each client gets a home visit to assess their needs and discern what we can provide to them. I only tell you this to advise you that I have been in the homes of our very low income senior residents weekly for the last 5 years. Housing El Dorado and the Community Foundation recently conducted a survey of mobile homeowners in our county, and I concur with their findings. I have seen up close and personal the effects of living on a fixed income in this income category. Our clients live with the daily concerns over things that the rest of us take for granted, like providing enough food and paying our monthly utility bills. Many have let their fire insurance go as it has become unaffordable. They live on the edge where one accident or illness can have a devastating effect on their ability to live out their lives in their own home, which is what we all pray that we'll be able to do. 3 years ago, my wife and I downsized our Pollock Pines home of 20 years, and we purchased a mobile home in the much desired Lake Oaks mobile home community in Diamond Springs. I was surprised that their space rent was $750, the lowest among the parks that we were considering. In the last 3 years, our space rent has increased by $50 each year. And this is a family-owned park. 6 years ago, staff advised you that we could not develop a countywide rent stabilization ordinance, RSO, because the process is long, complicated, and contentious. Here we are 6 years later, and their review comes to you with the same findings. No surprise there. They do state that all stakeholders have legitimate and understandable concerns and arguments, both for and against such an ordinance. I disagree with staff's assertion that this cannot be done. I feel with some hard work by all, we can develop an RSO that will not only provide our low-income seniors with a better sense of security, but also provide the owners of our local mobile home parks with an acceptable rate of return on their business investment. Staff states that it will require extensive research, analysis, and outreach. Don't let this prevent you from doing the right thing for your low-income constituents. Thank you. Any
Thank you for
questions?
your comments and all. I was going to talk about our board protocol in this next item, but just as a reminder, it's important that we remain a respectful decorum in here, which means there's no expressions of either opposition or support either way. So I thank you for remembering those protocols today. We want everyone to feel welcome no matter what their viewpoint is. All right, is there anyone that wants to speak on our consent calendar? Anyone else? Come on down. Just come on down. Good morning.
Good morning. Hello, all of you. I know you guys have been speaking with me for a long time. I wanted to say I've been standing before you both individually in town halls and public venues for some 6+ years. I started advocating with the belief that our government's role was to protect the most vulnerable by making decisions for betterment of the cities as citizens in their districts and county. While an ad hoc committee is a start, we need protections while the county does its due diligence. Putting an interim RSO in place allows the county the time it needs to look at the problem thoroughly while preventing the park owners from preemptively raising rents and utilities. El Dorado, make no mistake, El Dorado County mobile home parks are under fire. And we can't afford to lose this last vestige of affordable housing. You say it's complicated and multifaceted issue, and I'm well aware of this complication. But isn't it why you ran as a politician? To do the things that matter, to make real and positive changes that affect our citizens in your districts and your county. Investors nationally have bought 24.1% of affordable housing in the last year. Investor corps are robbing our cities and our counties of affordable housing, leaving low income and fixed income families scrambling for shelter, and local governments are dealing with the loss of affordable housing and homelessness in their districts. my question to you is, are you getting reimbursed by these park owners? Are they picking up the tab for the greed that's preventing people from keeping affordable housing? As a coordinated entry specialist for the homeless, I can tell you these folks have nowhere to go. The county has no legislation which provides a percentage of all new housing projects to be affordable, so we're not building affordable housing either. The math is simple. Social Security increase for 2024 was 3.2%, while rental housing increased 7.1%. Food increased 6.9%. Transportation increased 4.7%. General housing expenditures increased 4.7%. The bottom line, so I guess what I'm really asking you all is, what is your plan of action? How do you plan to save these folks from losing their homes? And if you can't save them, do you have a relocation plan? While discussing this issue over the past 6 years, many of you made me promises. I have time commitments for the next couple of months, but after that, they are done. This is something worth advocating for.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on the consent calendar? Good morning.
Hi, guys. I'm Stephen Noble. I live in the Sunset Estate Mobile Home Park in El Dorado Hills. There are 133 mobile homes in the park, 72 to 75 or 40 to 45 years old, a third of the residents in the park. Since 2022, the park was bought out by an out-of-state LLC. My rent has gone up 24%. Rents have only gone up 51% in the first 14 years that I had lived there by the previous owners. That was just about little over 4%. Social Security has gone up approximately 3% every year. The new LLC has stated that rents are going to be at a base amount of $1,125 a month. On top of that, we will have to pay for water, garbage, sewer, and park insurance. We would also be paying for PG&E, AT&T, cable, house insurance, maybe car insurance, car payments, credit card bills, maintenance needed for an older home, and maintenance cost is through the roof. As an example, seal coating on a lot of these older mobile homes is anywhere from $4,000 to $7,000. With that, you're looking at $2,500 to $3,000 a month. These older mobile homes cannot be moved. There's no place to move them to where the rent is cheaper. So basically they become worthless. As an example, in my park, number 58 was sold after 97 days on the market at a $10,000 cut from what originally they wanted to sell it for. The new owners are paying a base rent of $1,125 a month, along with a slight mortgage, insurance, all the rest of it. And that's coming into over $3,000 a month. A 24% increase and maintenance is not doable. Most unhoused in California are over 50 years old. 90% have lost their homes in California because of the cost of housing, with 75% of them, 75 losing them in counties where they had lived and worked. We are in a situation where in my park, people are walking away from their homes. They're abandoning them because they can't sell them. And the price for keeping them and maintenance on them is.
Thank you for your comments.
Can't do it. So
Thank you for
please
your comments.
do something.
Thank you. Appreciate you being with us. All right. Does anyone else? Please come on down because we have a packed agenda. So if you want to speak, I ask you to line up in the aisle. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning to you.
Good morning to you, Wendy, Thomas, Supervisor 3. I want to thank your assistants, Assistant Karen Feathers, I believe. She helped me with my care
Excellent.
issue.
Good.
And I wanted to speak to that. Basically, I had to renew with PG&E my electric bill in February. They sent me a notice. Here's your renewal form. Fill out the lower part, send in the rest. They'll fill out your account number at the top and all that. So I did all that. That was in February. Come March, nothing's happening. I gave that form to the local manager, and she, bless her heart, Sabrina, she did everything she could. And that's another issue on the side. The people there that are supposed to be managing the park are so underfunded that they barely get 3 hours a day in the office. I mean, I don't know what's going on at headquarters. Anyway, to make a long story short, it took me until August to get my care renewed, and that was with your office's help, Ms. Thomas, and I want to thank you for that. And I know you guys can do things when you're informed about them and take the time to consider them and take action. So I got my care discount again, which I had enjoyed for like 10 years or something. But the point is that there's something going on with headquarters at the people that own that park. So you're dealing with people who are not, encouraged in some way to deal with the residents in the park in a fair and comprehensive manner. And I think it takes a little pressure from we, the people, the government, to get together with the owners of these parks and their management and come up with a resolution to not just care issues that just get slipped through the crack for no reason at all. I couldn't figure that one out. It took months anyway, like I say, but it's just an issue that we need to think about. And I wanted to agree with a former speaker. Our homes are not something we can back into with our truck, hook them up and move elsewhere when the rent gets too high. We're stuck. We are sitting ducks in those parks. They can treat us as nice ducks, or they can give a hoot about them. And I want you folks to do everything you can to help the people in this room who are on limited incomes and resolve the issue of this rent business. I hate government control. Believe you me, I do not like price control, but you got to do something. We got Prop 1 to protect property owners. Let's get a Prop 1 for mobile homeowners. Thank you.
Thanks for being with us today. Appreciate your comments. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. And thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Mary Kelly, and I've lived in the Ponderosa Mobile Home Park for over 20 years. The original owners of my park during the 2008 financial crisis, they did not raise our rent for 8 years till 2016. They were wonderful owners. Then Cascade LLC bought the park in October of 2017. Things began to change and the park went downhill. In December 2019, name change only from Cascade to Monte Cristo LLC, and rents have been increasing ever since. Plus additional expenses of approximately $100–150 per month for water, trash, and sewer, which used to be included in our monthly rent prior to LLC ownership. Park does not have a city sewer system. We have septic tanks. We have had raw sewage leaks, water waste, poor maintenance for the last 4 years or so. We do not have water meters. And according to AB 1061, a charge of $4.75 should be charged for our water usage. Owners will not tell us how they calculate these extra charges. We've requested this information in writing from the owners. A third name change to Pollock Pines MHP LLC in February of 22. Why are our owners, same people, same investors, changing their name 3 times in 6 years? I wonder. I've calculated that the LLC owners now owe most residents of the Ponderosa Mobile Home Park since 2021 to March of this year, approximately $1,990 in overcharges of our expenses paid. I've sent this information to the owners in a letter dated October 2021 and 2 or 3 times since then requesting a refund for residents. No reply to date, even after we had a demand meeting with the owner, Brock Kevney, on February 15th of 23. LLC owners increased extra expenses 3 times, twice in 2021, once in 2022, without any notice to owners. Most importantly, the LLC owners have increased rent rates by 20% to a dozen or more seniors since November of 23, and will continue raising rents by 20% for the rest of us, the remaining of this year. So I went from paying $450 a month to $883 as of September 1st. Please help
Thank
us.
you for your comments.
Please
Appreciate you
help
being
us.
here. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you. I'm very nervous. I've never done anything like this.
Well, we're glad you're
I-
here.
Many years ago, I lost my home, and so I bought a mobile home. It was an older mobile home, but it was affordable, very affordable. Well, now it's getting almost unaffordable. We used to be able to get heat. We're not allowed to get heat anymore because our owners get propane from a place, and then they turn around and charge us. So they won't do the heat because that's a monthly deduction, and they don't do monthly deductions. As you heard earlier, the care, I have another gentleman that's had just as much problem getting care, and it took him a long time. He finally got it. So we can't go to HEAP and say, can I get HEAP? Unless you kind of do a sideways shop and get it through electricity, which is only a very low amount. When you get it for propane, it's up to $800 or $900. We have many, many, many seniors, and I've talked to all of them, that won't even turn their gas on because we're being charged $13 a unit for propane. So they don't want to turn their gas on because if it's $500 or $600, in my mind, if just keeping it as low as I possibly can adds another $200, where all of the add-ons that they're adding onto my bill is between $158 and $200 already, and then it's an additional $200 for propane. So we sit in our houses, we have blankets, electric blankets, we're cuddled up, we wear sweatshirts, sweat clothes, just because we don't want to turn our gas on. Now that's ridiculous. I've lived in this county for a long time. I'm president of our steering committee, which takes care of the clubhouse, and I've been doing that for many years. But I talk to all these people, and a lot of them won't come and talk to you because they're so afraid that the owners are going to go after them and do something to them. And I can't talk to you about that, but they're just very afraid, and they don't want to talk. They don't want to come down here. They're afraid if they even come down here, they'll be spotted and they'll go, oh, that's that person. You know, I'm trying my best to take care of everybody the way I can. And that's all I got to say. Thank you.
You did a great job. Thank you for your comments. Appreciate you being here. Good morning, Frank.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for a little time. Just I was reflecting back on the origin of this memo rewrite, and back about 2 months ago, you had a very robust discussion. You were going over the work plan for the planning department, as I recall, and out of that conversation, it was very good, robust discussion about this issue, and it happened to move into that. And at the outcome of that was you asked staff to go back and pull out this memo that you got back in your hands, and it's been a rewrite. So here we are. And by the way, I think the rewrite was a good job. You know, that you were asked for an update on laws and other things that have changed. That what I would quibble with is not, I wouldn't quibble with it. I think the ending was actually very accurate. This is essentially a very fraught issue. I think I'd use the term fraught. And it's a struggle to try and find a solution to these kind of things. So here we are in October 2024, 6 years later. The original memo was April of 18, excuse me. So we're 6 years later, and we're still trying to find a solution to this issue. and all the other tenant issues. And I would argue, based on the results of our survey, I'll talk about in just a little bit, the situation's clearly gotten worse. It's not getting better. And the trend line on it is that it's going to get worse unless some kind of interventions or a set of interventions happen. So as you well know, 10% of our affordable housing stock in the county is mobile homes. I would argue probably with current data, it's probably actually higher than that, given what's happened with rents and other costs. So, what are we going to do? And so Housing El Dorado back last year did a survey with the El Dorado Community Foundation of homeowners. We did a very extensive outreach. We spent a lot of time on the design of the survey instrument and sent it out. And we were essentially trying to find out, who are the mobile home residents and how are they doing, essentially. And there were a series of questions about that. We had 185 responses, which in this county for a survey is actually a good response pool, very representative pool spread geographically across the county. And the responses are contained in the report. I'm not going to go through all of them. I did send it in and attach it to item 25 for your review, a summary of it. We have multiple data files behind all that, by the way, if that's ever of use to you. But to highlight things, one of the most telling was and you're hearing even more gruesome numbers from the folks that are reporting you today, which are actually, I'm absolutely convinced are very accurate. But in ours, more than 50% of those surveys have had 50% have a 5% or higher annual rate of increases in their rent costs annually. Well, that may not sound a lot, but you all know what happens when these things accumulate. So anyway, we are here to help. I hope that that survey will form your discussions, and we look forward to.
Thank you, Frank. Appreciate it. All right, is there anyone else before we go online? All right. All right. This will be the last one in the boardroom, and then we'll go online. Good morning, Maureen.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Maureen Dion Perry with Housing El Dorado. And I have just a very simple comment. I'm really happy that you're reestablishing the mobile home ad hoc committee. And I think that has important work to do after, as Frank was saying, after these 6 years that this topic has been hashed around. We need some action. And what I would like to suggest that is added to that recommendation is
that'll be later on our agenda. This is just the consent calendar we're talking about.
Isn't that?
The mobile home ad hoc committee is item number 25, which will be a little later on in the morning.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Nope,
No
okay.
problem. No problem. Excellent. We wait with bated breath. All right. All right. Well, thank you all for your comments in the boardroom. Let's go online, Kim, on the consent calendar.
Now taking public comment from 013.
Good morning. 013. There you go.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. This is Linda Witters calling from Tahoe. I'm calling about number 18. The board's set to give almost $1 million to a company named Ascent Environmental in order to put the Tahoe El Dorado plan into effect. Well, I just looked them up, and their main goal is diversity. They have one position posted for $116,000. So where's the other $800,000 going? This whole thing is meant to undo the Myers community planning of 32 years. And this entity is set to do it with no qualifications. I would like the board to set this aside and then discuss it at a later date when you get a chance to look at this company, because I have a hard time believing anybody's looked into this company and you're going to give them $1 million to take us out in Myers. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate you being with us.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. Appreciate everyone's weighing in on the consent calendar. And once again, the item that you were all talking about was a review of the white paper, and we will be establishing the mobile home ad hoc committee to dig into this issue as you so articulated the need for. So we appreciate you being with us. So I'll bring this back to the board. Any change or any further comments on the consent calendar?
Adoption of agenda and approval of the consent calendar with no changes.
So moved.
Second, I
Okay,
want to
any
make
further
a comment.
discussion?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was
please,
hoping you
yes,
would.
yes,
of course.
Jump in.
For that.
I am very close with Linda Winters and I respect her opinion very much. Ascent is the company that helped us with phase 1 of the TED, the Tahoe area plan for El Dorado County up in the basin. And this is a continuation of that contract for phases 2 and 3. It is a concern of some of the Myers residents that the TED is an attempt to undo the Myers area plan, which is the only area plan up in the unincorporated part of the basin that's currently on the books. And that is not true. There could be some adjustments to it, but the TED is intended to have community-wide area plans throughout the basin, of which Myers would continue to be one. So I just wanted to kind of put a little framework on that.
Really appreciate that. Any further comments from our CAO? Okay, perfect. Thank you very much for articulating that. We have a motion and a second, and I also do want to, on our agenda, want to let my colleagues know that we will need at 11:30, we will need to go into closed session to hear item 30, which is our public employee performance evaluation. So that'll just kind of help us frame the rest of the morning. So at 11:30, we need to go into closed session. All right, so all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. We will now move into our public hearing this morning, our 9 a.m. time allocation. And Kim, can you please open this item?
Item number 27 is a hearing to consider an appeal received from concerned residents of El Dorado Hills Heritage Village, represented by George Steed, appealing the zoning administrator September 4th, 2024 approval of the Carson Creek R&D project tentative parcel map. Staff recommending the Board of Supervisors take the following actions. 1, deny the appeal and uphold the zoning administrator's approval. And 2, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution denying the appeal with findings of facts. Supervisor Thomas, can you please open the hearing?
With that, I open the public hearing. And before I turn this over to staff, like to, since there are many of you that are here for this item, like to kind of give you a lay of the land on how this is going to go. So I've opened the public hearing. Our staff will present the item. And then I will invite the appellant up to present for 15 minutes. We'll then invite the applicant to come up to present to the board their case for 15 minutes. We will move to public comment. And once again, we ask that there's no form of support or opposition. So we maintain a respectful decorum and that everyone is given 3 minutes. And we do adhere very strictly to that guideline out of fairness so everyone can speak. After public comment is done, the applicant will be given 5 minutes in response. The appellant will be given 5 minutes of response. We'll close the public hearing and then bring it back to the board to deliberate and take action. So with that, staff, we will have you present the item. Good morning.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'm sorry, before staff presents, I thought this would probably be a good opportunity if any board members had any disclosures of ex parte communications with either the applicant or the appellant that they wanted to make prior to the commencement of the hearing.
Thank you so much for that. Appreciate it. Right, I'm not.
I have had communications for many, many months, in fact, almost years with both sides to try to understand the situation. So I acknowledge that.
Yeah, and I have too. In fact, we've had meetings and stuff like that, exactly with the residents and stuff too. So we had a big meeting in his trailers, Scott's trailer, with some of the residents, but also at Heritage too, so he could present what he had proposed, especially to the residents. So we've had ongoing things with both, so.
All right.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you for that, County Council. Appreciate it. All right. Good morning, Karen.
Good morning. Karen Garner, Planning and Building Director. I also have with me some staff, including Andy Flower, Planning Manager, John Mihat, Associate Planner, and then Jefferson Billingsley from County Council, who has been involved with this project. So I'm going to start off with just a really brief description of the project. So it is a parcel map that would create 16 parcels ranging between 1 acre and 9.5 acres in size from existing 4 parcels. The map proposes that out of those 16 parcels, 3 of them are going to be for the existing conservation easement, and the remainder would be for future development. So the application for the parcel map was heard and approved by the zoning administrator on September 4th, 2024. The zoning administrator approved the project, which is one minor change to condition of approval number 7, which had to do with the water meter award letter to clarify that. An appeal was filed in a timely manner on September 17th, and that is attachment A in your packet. And that was submitted by concerned residents of El Dorado Hills Heritage Village and represented by George Steve. And in that appeal, there were 8 areas of concern that were brought up, and those are addressed in the staff report. I'm not going to go through every one, but I want to go over a couple of facts that I think sort of address multiple issues that were brought up. So first of all, I wanted to clarify that parcel maps are heard by the zoning administrator under the subdivision code. Subdivision code is Title 120 in county code. That is different than Title 130, the zoning ordinance. So the difference is in subdivision ordinance that addresses parcel maps specifically and who is the appropriate hearing body. In that case, it's zoning administrator, and there is no language in there that talks about alternatives or bumping it to planning commission. It just simply says zoning administrator, and then if it's appealed, it goes to the board. Again, just to be clear, in the zoning ordinance 130, that does talk about an option that the zoning administrator or staff can kick it to planning commission if there are certain issues, that are the project presents, that have that option. But that is for things like conditional use permits, administrative permits, things under the zoning code. So I want to make that clarification. Another clarification is that this parcel map, again, is creating parcels. It does not approve any different development than what is already allowed by right through the R&D zoning. As I say, oftentimes it simply is putting lines on a map. This does also change the configuration of an internal roadway on the project. So the applicant, I'm sure will speak about that, but that is one of their goals, is to get this roadway built. And they believe that this new configuration better serves both their parcels and the surrounding parcels. Another point of clarification is that warehousing is an allowed use under research and development zoning. And so if you look in our zoning matrix under industrial R&D zones, wholesale storage and distribution is a permitted use under the R&D zone. And then if you go into our glossary in the zoning code, wholesale storage and distribution are establishments engaged in wholesaling, storage, warehousing, and bulk sale distribution. It does not include uses classified under equipment and materials storage yard. So it allows for all of those things. Also brought up in the appeal is an application that has been submitted for pre-application or J6 process. The applicant is considering doing a general plan amendment, specific plan amendment rezone for the site to include additional uses outside of R&D. That pre-app was submitted, I believe, a couple of months ago now, and we are working on that to bring it forward probably at the beginning of the year to the board. But I want to be clear that that application is just preliminary. Even reviewing that J6 application does not give any entitlements. This is just so they can present the project, get feedback from the board and the public and staff on their proposal. They would need to come back and submit applications for all the individual entitlements. So nothing here with this parcel map actually affects their ability to do that in any way. They, may choose to move forward with that project. They may not. Either way, what they're proposing today is within our current code and allows for development. It meets all the standards for the zoning as it exists today. So just wanted to get those thoughts out there. If there are specific questions on some of the items in the board memo, I can certainly answer those. But again, staff in reviewing this, we believe it meets all the criteria, and we are recommending denial of the appeal.
All right, very helpful. Thank you so much. At this point, I would like, where's my little sheet here? Doggone it.
I believe you would have the appellant
Thank you.
open the hearing with 15 minutes.
Yes,
Which is
there we go. All right. There
it
Too many
is.
papers up here. All right. So with that, we'd like to invite the appellant up for their 15-minute presentation. Good morning.
Morning, supervisors and staff. My name is George Steed. I'm a resident of Heritage El Dorado Hills, and I'm a director and the appointed agent from the concerned residents of El Dorado Hills Heritage Village. Our community, along with Four Seasons and Blackstone, lie adjacent to the El Dorado Hills Business Park. We are the most closest residents, and in the terms of common code, we are the sensitive receptors to what happens in that business park. I'm going to ask today that you overturn the zoning administrator's decision. Now, I'll admit, I'm somewhat confused by the actions and the comments about the jurisdiction of the zoning administrator. The zoning administrator is coming in and approving a plan that modifies substantially the existing parcel map that's there. And in doing that, opens up a whole new avenue of development for the landowner that has not been assessed. Many of the issues that we will discuss, and I'll only key in on a few of them, are resultant from original EIR studies that were done as long as 30 years ago with the establishment of the El Dorado Hills Business Park. And as we know, there's substantial change to that environment. And those changes have represented not only changes that have been authorized by the board to place more residents adjacent to the business park, but also new studies of the environment. And those new studies of the environment in establishing the Carson Creek Preserve under the jurisdiction of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife have identified numerous species of concern, rare species, wildlife, waterfowl, etc. And this new development not only places new functions or new building opportunities within that development, but it also introduces new use types that are not covered in the existing zoning code. Now, the planning department states that warehouses have always been part of the El Dorado Hills Business Park. But in fact, what the applicant has applied is for industrial wholesale distribution, not wholesale storage and distribution. And there's a unique distinction there, a distinction that was pointed out numerous times with the Project Frontier analysis, legal analysis, and zoning analysis. And that all zeroes in on the e-commerce logistics functionality that our economy has shifted to. And those logistics functions are clearly more intensive traffic, more intensive trucks, more intensive noise, and more intensive pollution to neighboring residents and neighboring wildlife. Those have not been assessed because those functions really did not exist when the entitlements were reviewed as part of the original EIRs, not only when the business park was established, and not only when the zoning code was established, but as late as 2015. Now that's supported by the planning director's own letter of determination issued at the end of the Project Frontier fiasco. In that determination, she specifically identified 3 functions. Those 3 functions as being not appropriate for an R&D. Those were fulfillment centers, those were heavy distribution, and those were parcel hubs. Now, heavy distribution doesn't have a lot of depth to that. And that was something that we brought up several times in several meetings, in our APAC meetings, in county council meetings, in our discussions with the applicant, with discussions with the planning department. And yet that definition of heavy distribution never got clarified. It never got clarified because it became the subject of a tolling agreement signed with the owner of the Project Frontier property that prevented the coding of that determination letter in the plan. Normally, that would have been done 12 months after the issue of the letter, but it wasn't because one property owner owning 2 parcels that are quite separate from this parcel that was approved on the parcel map. In fact, it's even de-annexed from the business park at this point. But that one agreement has stopped any review, any progression, any progress towards identifying what exactly is the distinction between a warehouse and a logistics facility. Now, recent legislation, AB 98, has put clarification to that. That's defined these functions, and it's called it logistics, e-commerce logistics. And there's a whole new vast array of requirements that are coming at this county between now and January of 2026 that will require this county to make zoning changes, to incorporate those things in the planning director's letter of determination. And our fear is that what we have done by approving this parcel map is we have ignored any opportunity for future public discourse, any possibility of reviewing what the ultimate uses may be of that parcels that this property owner is building warehouses on. Everything from this point forward on that property will be subject to ministerial approval, not to public discourse, not to further EIR studies on the impacts to the neighboring residents and the wildlife. I'd like to come down to talk a little bit about the justification and the issues we raised on CEQA. Now, the zoning administrator found that this parcel map was statutorily exempt under section 15183. 15183 says that projects that are consistent with community plan, general plan, or zoning should not have to do another EIR. However, the statement also goes on to identify several conditions, such as new information, new studies, new impacts that could not have been identified in the original EIR. And as I just stated, the planning director's own documentation of her directive stating that certain functions, which these warehouses are obviously capable of doing, were not conceived when the plan, as early as the last 2015 update to the zoning code, was done. That's because we've seen a wholesale shift in our economy over the last few years. That shift has led to more housing demands from remote workers that are working from home. Many of those in Blackstone, Four Seasons, even in my community, we still have residents working. It's also led to a profusion of logistics facilities in business parks and vacant lands throughout our area. We see that everywhere from Patterson, Tracy, coming up to Rancho Cordova, and now we've got a large parcel of land in our business park. It's being looked at there. Now, we recognize there's a need for this, and we're not objecting necessarily to that functionality. What we are saying is we need the opportunity to sit down and discuss, to look at the impacts of those. Now, our community, 7 years ago, didn't exist. It wasn't next to the business park. This board made a decision that it was more appropriate to have homes next to an R&D park. It also made the decision to place schools, daycare centers, swim schools, exercise gyms in close proximity to business parks' vacant land. Those schools lie within the concerned area of particulate matter within the business park. And that concerned area is up to a 1 mile radius. There are multiple schools. There are multiple exercise gyms. There are multiple swimming pools, all located in that proximity. And yet we'd have us believe that it requires no further review of the environmental impacts were they to construct and actually run trucks through that facility at a high level. Now, these issues clearly constitute, and I'm speaking to the new creation of the Carson Creek Preserve that's still pending approval. It still has its latest draft issued. It's about the 6th draft since 2017. And all of those drafts have updated information. That's new. That's new information. These schools that have been placed in close proximity, those are clearly impacted by project-specific significant impacts particular to the project and site. In closing, I'd like to emphasize that Scott Hodson, who you'll hear from next, the lead executive in charge of the project, did take the time to come to our community. He spent nearly 3 hours listening to issues, answering questions and concerns about the development, and presenting an overview of this conceptual project to move some of the functionality, some of the use types to more of a mixed use that would include high density, more affordable housing. It would put in commercial and retail functions that would appeal to our communities. But that occurred on July 23rd. And our community was shocked when on July 31st, that application went into the planning department. And Scott never mentioned the details that had been submitted or was planned to submit. By the same token, that was over a month before the zoning commission hearing was scheduled. And the zoning administrators hearing, they approved a parcel map. But that parcel map was already identified in the conceptual review that Scott presented. How do you approve or how do you submit a conceptual review for something that hadn't yet been approved? It left our community shocked, concerned. Are we really looking at and understanding what's happening here? Or are other things being done and there's smoke being blown between us that we can't see clearly what's happening? The bottom line is this approval of this parcel map plans a course where from here on that property can be ministerially developed and supported by use types that are not addressed in our current code that bring heavy traffic, truck traffic, noise, and emissions to our communities. For that reason, I ask you to overturn the zoning administrators. Let's get back on track for public discourse.
Thank you very much. Please note, once again, I've asked that no expressions of either support or opposition remain respectful atmosphere here. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you, Mr. Steed. Appreciate it. At this point, we'd like to invite the applicant up for a 15-minute presentation. Good morning, Mr. Hodson.
Good morning. Thank you for having us here today. My name is Scott Hodson. I'm with Pacific Realty Associates. Pac Trust is the name of the business that most of us recognize. And we are the owner of this property and have been the owner of this property for nearly 20 years. I'm not sure exactly what the date was, but we'll call it 20 years for conversation purposes. And I guess I want to pull us back a little bit here. Well, first of all, let me say that Pac Trust is a developer of first quality business parks in a variety of locations. We're based in Portland, Oregon. We build in the Western states. We build in Texas and Washington, D.C., and have historically built in Chicago adjacent communities as well. So what we're proposing to build here is consistent with sort of the projects that we have produced historically, and we have a long history of producing what I think are our best of class industrial and business parks. I want to kind of pull us back a little bit here because George gets pretty broad in what he says here about what this application represents. The application here is very simply a reordinance of the parcels that exist on existing lots with existing zoning. The business purpose of the application primarily is to adjust the roadbed for the extension of Carson Crossing, to move it, to bend it a little bit farther to the west, and then to bring it a little bit farther to the north of where it's originally established intersection with Latrobe Road was. And so when we look at what existed and what's to be achieved in the application that sits before us today, all that's occurring is that we're moving the lines on an already mass graded parcel, and I'll speak a little bit more to that in a moment, to essentially open the center of the parcel up a little bit more. And the purpose of that opening of the center of the parcel, which we've discussed with the appellant and other neighborhood groups as well as other concerned parties, was to bring the center of the buildings that we would likely produce on these parcels farther from the adjacent communities to create the greatest degree of separation parcel for the buildings that we're anticipating to produce on this parcel. But it's important to revisit the fact that what the temporary parcel map does here is not provide any construction approval for any buildings. It doesn't require it produce any change of use available to the site. All that this does is rearrange the lines that are on the site currently. So a little bit of history. about this site, I think, helps to understand the matter. We mass graded this site in the 2008 to 2010 timeframe. And that was a mass grading essentially is the bringing of the site from sort of its native condition to a more level and balanced condition. And when you do a mass grading of the site, there is an entire environmental review process that occurs in connection with that application. And in this case, that was true. We, in connection with this property, and engaged in some mitigation of about 1.5 acres of wetlands. And we also, leveled the parcel in certain areas, established some drainage facilities to be able to address the interim condition of the property, and maybe most significantly, produced with the Corps of Engineers a conservation area of approximately 24 acres. So the parcel at that time was a little over 100 acres. So about 25% of the site was set aside in a conservation easement. And when we did that, we endowed that conservation easement with a little less than $500,000 worth of operating funds and handed the operation of that over to a third-party conservation manager. And so there has already been, as it relates to this chunk of dirt that we're talking about today, a significant process that was undertaken to be able to get it into the condition it sits here today. And so when George talks about this being the end of the road for entitlement activity related to the site, I simply don't agree with him. I respect him and he's a good person, but I don't agree with his conclusion here. All that's happening in connection with this application is the establishment of new parcels that are essentially aligning with a new roadbed. And so this probably takes me to the point we're talking a little bit about the application as appropriate. So the application for this tentative parcel map went in late 2022, November. And so we have engaged in a 2-year process here of hearing comments from all of the planning and county departments, from EID. We've been involved in a long process with DOT to establish what the roadbed would likely look like here, so that the parcel map and the roadbed were established. We've been through preliminary evaluation of designs with Fair and Piers as a traffic consultant to be able to address how the road itself would intersect with the Latrobe and how that traffic signal might lay out. And so there's been a significant process that's been undertaken, which along the way had plenty of opportunity for public involvement. So that kind of takes us to Project Frontier and what happened there, and sort of the aftermath of that as it relates to our application. I'll leave the county to speak to what the applicability of the director's decision in that matter are. Probably not appropriate for me to draw conclusions. But what I can say is that what we're proposing to produce here is within the zoning that exists on the site and has existed on this site for the entirety of our ownership here. So the appellant here tries to sort of paint a nebulous picture that somehow what we're producing here is a reproduction of Project Frontier. But Project Frontier was 4.5 million square feet in 2 multi-story warehouses, or probably one single story and one multi-story warehouse for a super high volume distribution operation. Now, the application that's before you here today doesn't involve producing any new buildings from any approvals that arise out of this process, but you can kind of readily see what our thoughts are here, because we already have 2 buildings that are under construction here that are sister buildings to the buildings that we anticipate that we would likely produce here. And so those buildings, George, I think, characterizes them as high volume distribution buildings, but they are what we would call general purpose industrial buildings. And I'll draw a few distinctions between what I see as high volume distribution and what I see as a general purpose industrial building. So first of all, the size and the layout of these buildings. A large warehouse that's 1 million or more square feet is essentially a big, typically more of a square building because it has tremendous internal capacity. It's loading off of both sides of the building, has typically multiple stories if it's a super high volume distribution facility. And it has truck yards that are significant to be able to house and store all of those trucks. You pass me that water here, I'm running out of space. Excuse me for one moment.
Absolutely.
Thank you. The buildings that we're producing are relative. That first of all, the biggest building that we have in our current approved development area is about 78,000 feet. It's a long rectangular building. Not saying that we couldn't or wouldn't make an application for a building bigger than that, but the buildings that I've talked to the concerned parties here about are continuations of what we're already producing here. And those buildings do not have truck yards. They're 28 feet tall, sort of right in the middle of the general purpose industrial building layout. They're divisible down to 20,000 square feet. The door to warehouse ratio is about 5 warehouse doors per 1,000, one warehouse door per 5,000 feet, which is not capable of supporting heavy distribution in my interpretation of what heavy distribution is. And there are ramps up to each one of these potential demises down to 20,000 feet. And so if you look at the customers that we've talked to so far about these buildings, these customers have been the typical types of warehousing uses that serve the community here. But with that said, it's not inappropriate for the community of El Dorado Hills to have warehousing that supports its consumption habits. So I don't know who the future customers might be of these buildings, but at the size that we anticipate these buildings being, they would support the types of uses that would be in your community, providing the goods and services to the constituents of your community. And so I don't see that as inappropriate in any way, shape, or form. And certainly the approval of a tentative parcel map here doesn't authorize any of that construction. I want to take a moment and talk about my meetings with Heritage and cover a couple of facts here. And not just Heritage, with the other communities as well. I shouldn't be so limiting in my approach to this. When we met with these communities, there was concern. Well, first of all, they don't want me to build any industrial buildings or any warehouses of any kind in the land that we've owned for 20 years to essentially produce that. I mean, if you cut to the quick of the matter, that they'd prefer that we not build what we set out to build here. And I understand that. I understand why they would prefer not to see what we're producing here. But the parcel map that we're proposing here is the same parcel map in the specific plan proposal that will come before the board for a J6 hearing later this year or probably January based on how the calendar looks. We're not proposing to change the parcelizations here. We're simply proposing to take some of the lots that buffer the edges on Latrobe Road and in the southwest corner of the site closest to Heritage and propose some alternate zonings in a discretionary approval process that would suss out whether or not that sort of an approach was good. So this revelation that somehow, aha, Pac Trust had this secret plan all along, this parcelization for the industrial parcels was submitted almost 2 years ago in support of the zoning that we have for our intended development purposes from the inception. After Supervisors Heidel and Turnbull encouraged us to have some of these meetings, We sat down and looked at those parcels and said, well, perhaps some of these parcels that buffer Latrobe Road, the closest ones to Valley, to Blackstone, and the closest ones to Heritage, could be given over to different zonings. And in connection with giving over to those different zonings, maybe some buffering could be achieved. But we didn't have some master plan to rezone these parcels to these uses 2 years ago when we submitted a zoning application, excuse me, a tentative parcel map application. We simply looked at how would the road need to be aligned to establish the development that we undertook. For the most part, we were trying to get what we saw as our likely most intensive buildings as far away from the neighborhoods as possible. I should also point out that we already have existing larger lots that are already zoned for the existing R&D use. So if my intention was to build gigantic distribution warehouses here, it would be a terrible business strategy for me to propose to break these into smaller lots and to bisect the site with a very expensive piece of road. It would essentially cut me off from building a Project Frontier-like facility. And so in conclusion, we're trying to do our best work here to produce an exceptional business park. We're trying to attract jobs and uses to the community that are desirable. We're trying to provide infrastructure to provide warehouse uses that are not currently in the community in this format. And I think we've been very thoughtful about not only the what and the how, but interacting with the jurisdiction and the community for quite a while. So thank you for hearing me today. I appreciate your time. I look forward to continuing the hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Hodson. Appreciate your comments. All right, excellent. Well, this now is time for your turn to speak on this. And I do wish to acknowledge, I didn't think about it as we were talking about ex parte communication. I do want to acknowledge that my parents do live in Heritage, so I know many of you are neighbors in Heritage. I have not spoken with my parents about this project at all, and I have no financial interest in their home. So I do not have a conflict of interest, and I certainly have not had any communications on this project with anyone. So I did want to acknowledge that before we take public comment. So Kim, can you please open public comment on this item?
Now taking public comment on item number 27. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anyone who would like to speak, please feel free to come on down. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Board of Supervisors, staff, and all attendees. My name is Don Miller. I am a current resident of Heritage 55 Plus for the last 4 years. My wife and I have a beautiful house that backs up to an incredible wetland. I am very active in our community and care about the activities surrounding our community. I attended the meeting on September 25th that had an excellent communication exchange between Gateway and Heritage. Soon after that meeting, Heritage realized that there was one issue not mentioned directly affecting our community, proposal P22-009. I want to appeal P22-009 that the planning zoning administrator pushed into existence and have our new mixed use plan, PA 24-009, take preference. The main purpose of the revised proposal is to reverse the lot split for the gateway, wholesale distribution buildings, and sequel exemptions. I want PA 24-009, the new gateway specific plan, to supersede P 22-009. There's a number of justifications for our request for this new specific plan that my fellow Heritage residents and I will address today. I will mention one that really bothers me. the zoning administrator does not have the only jurisdiction to approve this proposal. It should have been referred to the County Planning Commission due to policy implications, unusual and unique circumstances, and the magnitude of the P22-009. It will have wide-ranging effects on our climate, pollution, traffic, parking, and ecology surrounding Gateway Project and the heritage community. P22-009 does not consider these implications. The APAC research did point out many of those concerns while the zoning administrator failed to address them. I asked the Board of Supervisors overturn the decision of zoning administrator in total, and at the discretion of the board, refer the matter to the Planning Commission for consideration with pending J6 PA 24-009 Gateway Specific Plan pre-application. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else, just come on down. Good morning. Good, thank you.
My name is Henry Crizzle. I moved to Heritage about a year ago from Garden Valley, where there was no traffic, to where there's a lot of traffic here. I was at the meeting in July with George and others. John, I don't remember if you were there or not. I think you were. No, you weren't. Okay. My biggest issue was traffic and the impact of the traffic. The buildings that are there now are almost complete. There's 2 of them. As I understand, there's going to be 4 more, correct? Scott? And Rafael Martinez from the Department of Transportation said that the road is going to be built behind the buildings going back out to Latrobe to mitigate the traffic impact on Carson Crossing and Golden Foothills Parkway. But those buildings are not built yet, and I don't know when they're going to be built. But in the meantime, for years to come, presumably, the traffic impact is going to be mainly on Carson Creek and Golden Foothills Parkway, either turn left to go out to Latrobe or go the other direction. Everyone that comes out of Heritage goes on to Carson Creek and out to Golden Foothills Parkway up to Latrobe or the other direction. So in the meantime, we're going to be stuck with a lot of traffic. I was also given to understand that there's not going to be a lot of semi trucks over there unloading or loading. I don't know that for sure, but I don't know what the other 4 buildings are going to look like. Is there going to be semi trucks pulling in there, loading and unloading? If that's the case, it's going to have more of an impact on the traffic there on Golden Foothills Parkway and the noise as well on top of that. Now, I didn't know about this EIS that was done years ago, and I don't know that there's a requirement for there to be another EIS done before the remaining project is complete. But that's certainly an issue, in the environment. So my big concern is traffic. Nobody wants to see a huge impact on traffic. It's bad enough right now with the school district there off of Golden Foothills Parkway. People are lined up for almost a mile picking up their kids at lunchtime for school. Raphael's suggestions after that meeting in July was there's going to be speed bumps, there's going to be roundabouts, there's going to be more police patrolling the area to control the traffic. I'll believe it when I see it. I don't believe it. So my issue is traffic, noise mitigation, and what's going to happen when the other 4 buildings are built. So thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate you being here. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Jan Warner, and I'm a heritage homeowner and a PG&E retiree. As part of my career, I was a new business rep that collaborated with developers, contractors, cities, utilities, agencies, serving new projects. During this role, I've attended countless council meetings, hearings with cities to participate in the formal planning review process for each project. No project was ever authorized at the administrator level. I'm asking you to please vote yes to appeal P22-009 reverses split lot for the industrial wholesale distribution building in Gateway site. The PA 24-009 new Gateway Pacific plan should supersede that. The PAC trust filing was filed in collaboration with two current supervisors, a supervisor-elect, and the community sessions that we had for a mixed use. Right now, the 1.1 million square foot of distribution warehouse. I attended the community meeting with Scott from PAC Bell. Though we all understand there will be development, we know that that building will be done. There was a willingness to work in concert and partnership so that the Gateway project is a vital area for the community and the developer. The planning director abandoned the process for the Gateway Pacific project to be scheduled and heard by the planning commission, but appointed the zoning administrator to authorize P22-009 with limited scope and understanding and negative impacts to the surrounding businesses and homes. Based on the size and scope of the project, piecemealing approval does not work for long-term success for the county. The administrator also did not address the APAC recommendations. We need to take a holistic look at the entire project as proposed by PAC Trust as a mixed use. I'm asking you to allow the Planning Commission to complete their environmental, traffic, noise, and any other analysis before moving forward. The last point I'd like to make is the Assembly Bill 98 signed into law in September 30th, 2024 impacts industrial zoning, trucking, routing, and logistics for gateways, first buildings, and expansions. Not knowing the full impact of the bill, I'm asking you to please review until the Planning Commission can conduct a full analysis. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, supervisors, staff. I'm John Rasselier. I'm a resident of the Four Seasons Senior Community. I'm the chairman of the Four Seasons Civic League. I'm vice chair of the El Dorado Hills Area Planning Advisory Committee. I've been a member of APAC for over 10 years. I have been in this community for over 16 years. I'm a volunteer ombudsman for people in assisted living, and I was elected all the way back in 2019 as Senior of the Year for this county. So I'm quite aware of what goes on here. I support the appeal by CRHV to reverse the decisions of the zoning administrator. For an over 2 year period of time, I have joined representatives from the huge communities of Heritage, Four Seasons, and Blackstone, and meeting with the developer of this property and Supervisor Turnbull, Supervisor Hydall, people from the Department of Transportation. Everyone except the governor of California has been to these meetings. And then all of a sudden, we now have all of this thrown out the window because it's now in the purveyance of this administrator, okay? And we had no knowledge of this. Now, this administrator has disregarded all of these discussions. They haven't become part of the plan. They've disregarded the findings of the El Dorado Hills Area Planning Advisory, Transportation, and Environmental Commission that has spent hours and hours and hours studying this and made representations about this. This is a grassroots organization of people who live in the community, and they've studied this project and they had reservations about it. None of this was made part of this plan that's being done now. Contrary to the zoning administrator, this project does have significant effects. It sits directly on a highly developed residential area. Okay, that's number one. Number two, it says it's not in a rural area. It's not in an area that's going to have a campus that shows or provides an aesthetic environment. And I guess I'm past time. And secondly,
Thank you for your
it is going
comments.
to be horrendous insofar as traffic for this
Thank you for
community.
your comments.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Good morning.
Sorry in advance, I'm kind of a nervous speaker.
Not at all. Glad you're here.
So Laura Rosen, I live at Heritage. My request is to overturn the parcel zoning administrator and refer this to the planning commission, but I guess you knew that part. I'm not saying not to build. I completely understand that it's the right to build. Would I like to not see a whole row of warehouses? Sure. I live, a block away, so maybe not. Some people push back and they say, you're crying NIMBY. I actually never heard that till I moved here, so that's not in your backyard, but maybe everybody but me knew that. But it isn't just in my backyard. Within 1 to 2 miles, there's 12 schools, 3 churches, 4 parks, 11 fitness/exercise facilities, 2 senior care facilities, 2 senior communities with over 2,000 residents, retail stores and restaurants, over 4,000 residents, pending development of additional 4,000 residents, and proposed development of 9,000 residents. And mostly everybody's getting there through Latrobe when it's all built out. I'm just asking that this not be rubber stamped. I think this requires more traffic studies, environmental reports be done, and then published so that George can read them and tell us what they say. I'm very worried about the traffic impact and the ability of emergency crews to get to the community and to those people in need, which sadly is quite often in our community. So I'm just asking you to take our concerns, our worries, and do what you think is the right thing. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Great job. Well done. Good morning.
My name is Jan Kinsey and I live in Heritage in El Dorado Hills. And my home is adjacent to the Carson Creek Preserve, which is just a treasure of wildlife. And sitting on my back patio in the morning is a real treat. In fact, a couple of weeks ago, river otter were spotted just downstream from me, and I was really excited about that. But as El Dorado County, south of Highway 50, becomes more developed, areas such as the Carson Creek Preserve become even more important to the survival of wildlife in an urban setting. And since the Gateway Project borders the Carson Creek Preserve, I am very concerned about the effect it will have on the preserve, especially since no environmental impact report has been required to assess the effects this massive project will have on the environment. Biological surveys done by Helix Environmental and Foothills Associates over the last 10 years show that the preserve provides the necessary habitat for over 30 endangered species, species of special concern, or protected species. For example, there are protected species such as Cooper's hawk, white-tailed kite, tricolored blackbird, burrowing owl, western spadefoot toad, and other plant species. That is new information since the last environmental impact report was done 30 years ago. And under CEQA, this new information should have triggered a new environmental impact report. When the last environmental impact report was done 30 years ago, a golf course was planned for that property. And now approval's been given without a new environmental impact report for up to 1.1 million square feet of warehouse space. Think about that for a minute. 30 years ago, we were talking acres of green grass and golf carts, and now we're talking acres of pavement and big trucks. The impact from noise, vehicle emissions, and runoff in a warehouse complex of this size cannot be ignored. And without an environmental impact report and proper mitigation, we won't know the impact of this project on the environment until it's too late to prevent damage. Just as you would not let a physician treat you or your loved ones using only 30-year-old information, please don't decide the health of Carson Creek Preserve by using the 30-year-old information and data. Please require a new environmental impact report. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right, sir. Good morning.
Morning. My name is Roberta Chisholm, and I'm also a resident of Heritage for 5 years. I'm a member of the Concerned Residents of Heritage Village that is dedicated to the protection and defense of the senior citizen community and the environment around our community. When my husband and I moved into this community 5 years ago from San Jose, we were hoping to find a peaceful community amongst the hills with less traffic and less stress. However, it has been anything but peaceful. Unfortunately, we have been the victims of governmental attack by our local officers. There seems to be a lot of deals being made with large companies that do not have the residents' best interests. We knew that there would be a growth of homes in some of the Eldorado Hills Business Park, but we did not realize that the e-commerce type businesses and large distributors would become our neighbors. I have learned that the development of the Eldorado Hills Business Park Design Master Plan from 1992 has been hands-off and deviates significantly from the design specification established and filed with Eldorado County. As a case in point, the land plan designations for many of the parcels involved in P220009 were included as a golf course. It is unclear how a golf course has morphed into industrial warehouses, retail, and fast food facilities. In considering future developments, alignment of the original business park design specification with current proposals seems appropriate. Regardless, this is outside the scope of the zoning administrator. Leaving this area as a golf course or as an area with less roads, cement, and warehouse buildings, it would allow for more greenery that would improve our air quality and help maintain or even improve our climate and fire safety. I have difficulty seeing the county's plan to control climate change and quality of life for our residents. There's already a plan for at least 10,000 more homes to be added within a 10-mile square radius of Heritage. I see little plan to control traffic flow, carbon emissions, noise pollution for our residents. The plan for Pac Trust to have 14 buildings added to this parcel of land that could include an upscale apartment complex right next to the potential distribution center shows that there is little concern for the quality of life for our residents. You have two senior communities, Heritage and Four Seasons, that surround this parcel. Blackstone with elementary schools and the youth. There's also 12 schools, daycare centers within a mile of this parcel. The PA 24009 and P 22009 plans seem to be totally disregard of the existing residents in our wetlands. We have threatened species that have been identified by Helix, the AB 98 law that passed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning to all of you, honorable supervisors. My name is Leanne Fawcett. I'm a resident of Eldorado Hills Village, and I am a board member of the Concerned Residents. First, I want to thank each of you for the time and your talents that you bring to the county. I have some very serious concerns, and I need your help addressing them. I've attended meetings with Scott and Pac Trust, and where a proposal was made that was mutually beneficial to all for a mixed-use project. And I simply don't understand how we got to where we are today with the decision by the zoning administrator to disregard the mixed use and approve a 1.1 million square foot warehouse project on parcel 22 at the corner of Latrobe and Carson Crossing. There are other concerns where the findings are simply not accurate. One being that this parcel is exempt from an environmental study, a traffic study, and various other studies that have been mentioned. The appeal also identifies issues with what is known as piecemeal development or segmentation, where a developer might try to avoid an environmental review. I believe this piecemeal development is improper, and I contend that the planning department has engaged in a pattern of piecemeal development review processes. And I believe the zoning administrator's ruling attempts to rubber stamp these unsound land processes. Therefore, I respectfully request that we please send this back to the planning department, the planning commission for further assessment with pre-application for mixed use. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate them. Is there anyone else that would like to speak before we go online?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Members of the board, everyone in the room. I know we're running late. You've got 11:15, and I don't want to belabor what everyone else said, so I'll just make this quick and short. Couple of points. Number one, Scott, we met in July. I'm referring to Scott Hobson.
And actually, could you please just address the board?
Okay, all right. We met with Scott in July. My name is Rick Burgart. I live in Heritage for 5 years. I'm also a board member, concerned resident of Heritage Village. We had a very productive meeting, very productive. We talked about his plan. We viewed his plan with mixed use. And we had an open discussion. It lasted almost 3 hours. We walked away feeling really positive about that. And the one thing that struck me with Scott, and I can't look at him now, but he said, I want to be a good neighbor, quote unquote. That's what he said. And what he meant by that is, I'm not going to be a developer that comes in, builds a development and leaves. He was going to be the landlord. I want to work with you. And I felt that, I really felt that way. A lot of us did. So when we saw that as a win-win situation, granted, there were 6 warehouses and other commercial and retail development, it was a win-win situation. So lo and behold, in September, on the 24th, the zoning administrator all of a sudden approved the original plan, which called for 1.1 million square feet of wholesale distribution without any traffic or environmental studies. I was blown away. I have to admit, completely blown away by that. Second point, I just don't think that that's good government. Whether that's the process or not, it's clearly not good government. And I'm asking you today to do the right thing and approve the appeal from the concerned residents of Heritage Village. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. All right. Well, thank you all. We appreciate you weighing in. Oh, okay, this will be the last one in the boardroom. Good morning.
Morning. Supervisors, staff. I'm Bill Jamaica. I'm a resident of Heritage El Dorado Hills, voting member of El Dorado Hills APAC, and the chair of the Standing Committee on Transportation. I want to split my comments into 2 sections. One, representing APAC, and second, just as a citizen. So from an APAC standpoint, as was mentioned earlier, the Standing Committees on Environmental and Transportation worked very hard on providing feedback on the Gateway project. We provided this information to the county. We've had a number of meetings on it with the county. And I was at the zoning commissioners meeting and made sure that the zoning commissioner understood that this work existed and got it on the record. The county has, for whatever reason, chosen to ignore that, to call it irrelevant when it came to this zoning determination. It's very strange to me that they would disregard that information. You've heard a lot of concern about transportation and environment. It's surprising that in a 30-minute meeting, the determination could be made without considering that. I think that goes to a broader pattern of communication and working with the county to get APAC's concern into the process. We're working hard on that, and Directors Gardner and Martinez have been very helpful. We're not there yet, and I'd like to encourage the whole county to continue to support that improved communication. I'd also like to thank Director Martinez for proactively addressing, or not proactively, but aggressively addressing one of the main concerns of this project is truck traffic on Carson Creek, or Carson Crossing, excuse me. He's recently put up signs to make it a no truck route, and with plans to make that more permanent by the end of the year. I appreciate everyone's support in making that happen, and I'm sure the Heritage residents appreciate it very much. From a personal standpoint, in my career in business, 40-year career in business, I learned very early that the timing of things, the order of operation, and the words matter. I was a very young executive, and I signed up for an agreement that had all blue sky and benefit. And when the sky wasn't so blue anymore, the wording in the agreement took over and things went bad quickly. I ended up losing my business because of that. This, as it is worded now with the 1.1 million square feet of industrial warehouse distribution buildings, if I love Pac Trust's new plan, if that falls apart, we go back to ministerial approval for piecemeal development of industrial warehouse buildings, which is not going to be of great benefit to the county. No sales tax, not very many jobs, and it would be devastating for the community of Heritage, Blackstone, and Four Seasons. So, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. All right, thank you all. We appreciate them. Kim, let's go online and take the 3 callers online, and then we'll bring it back for final closing arguments.
Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good morning.
Good morning. Here again is another appeal of a land development project not supported by the surrounding community. This is a complex matter because the community advocacy related to this and other surrounding properties has a 30-year history. According to the September 4th ZA's action, it took a total of 15 minutes. It was a single item. 15 minutes started at 3, and by 3:15, the ZA's actions were over. This is the same amount of time you're now allotting each to the appellant and to the project proponent. 15 minutes on a project now that we hear is extremely important to the community is not enough. The appeal form as presented in today's item is thoroughly prepared and clear to its 8 concerns. To summarize the appeal matter before your board today, it is to say that the community does not trust the county in its handling of land development projects. And I'm not speaking about the Board of Supervisors. Other than the general change of character and use of the property, the number one problem currently under consideration other than trust is that current traffic and the proposed transportation plan has not been satisfactorily vetted with the community. Finally, your own El Dorado Hills Area Plan Advisory Committee does not support this project. That is my comments. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Laurel Bretbaum.
Good morning.
Good morning, supervisors. Debbie Manning has been called out of state, so she was unable to testify today. I have a brief comment that I would like to read on El Dorado Hills Chamber behalf, and that is PAC Trust has followed the policies and guidelines of the county, along with meeting with community members, including Heritage. Both El Dorado County Chamber and El Dorado Hills Chamber support staff's recommendation of denial of the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Good morning.
Hey everyone, Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. So I've actually spoken on this item a couple times. The first time I brought this up actually at the Board of Supervisors meeting on August 27th during public comment, along with the idea of the Bass Lake apartment appeal in the concept of piecemeal development, since This was before it went to zoning administration. But I knew it was scheduled. So I also went to the zoning administrator meeting, and I was one of the 2 people that spoke. During that time, right after I spoke, recommending that it not be approved because of the other project, staff did confirm that there was a separate project in pre-application not related to the parcel map. And on the face of it, that is true. However, the projects have the same parcel numbers. So the fact that staff knows that there's something else on a parcel number, but yet still proposed a change going through, I don't quite grasp that concept because it to me, it made it somewhat of a false representation. I will say to form this project as submitted in November 2022, why did it take almost 2 years to get to the zoning administrator? If it was really just a parcel map change and no one had concerns with it, why didn't it go through in a similar time frame like the Bass Lake Apartments, which took about 4 months from the time of their application submittal? So I think that the planning department should be helping to prevent piecemeal development segmentation issues and hopefully stop us from having to go through appeals like this. So my request is to approve the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you all for weighing in on it. We appreciate your perspective. So with that, I'd like to invite Mr. Hodson up here to give a 5 minutes and closing arguments.
I want to go first to actually what she covered in the very end of her comment there, which is that the parcels that we applied for 2 years ago are essentially the same parcels that we are proposing in the specific plan, if it becomes a specific plan application that that would proceed before the board first with a J6 hearing. So a lot is made of there being some sort of nefarious activity here, but essentially the pushing of this road was to establish the siting of the first 2 and then reportedly the next 4 buildings that would occur here. And the buffering parcels are established in that, which have a variety of uses under the existing zoning that could be used for buffering if we chose to do so as well. The simple fact is that the application that is in pre-app right now uses exactly the same parcel. So there is no treachery and there's no deception here. There is simply just the conclusion of a process that would started 2 years ago to be able to establish the road alignment here and to create the parcels. Additionally, the concept that we're presenting in the pre-application is not a changing of all of the zoning of all of the parcels here. The core of this project remains the warehouse and industrial uses that are approvable under the existing zoning here. The other thing is that I hear a lot about traffic on Golden Foothill, but the planning strategy here is to produce an extension of Carson Crossing Road, which comes to a new signalized intersection. And that new signalized intersection is necessary to complete the rest of the buildings here. So 2 of the 6 initial industrial buildings are approved and they front on Golden Foothill and are proceeding without the new piece of road. But we got a chicken and egg problem here, right? The parcels need to exist for us to be able to process an application for the road, and the alignment needs to be agreed upon in connection with that. So I acknowledge that new traffic occurs when new buildings are built, but that's the whole purpose of the planning strategy and the longstanding approvals for the business park. So this traffic is anticipated actually at a greater volume in the underlying documents for the approval of the business park than the anticipated traffic from the buildings that we're proposing. And so the appellants suggest that somehow there's been no consideration for these issues, but in fact, there is a well-established process that has been visited over and over again over the last 30 years as it relates to traffic. Number one. Number two, there is a very effective transportation impact mitigation program that exists, and it's quite expensive to build buildings in El Dorado Hills or in the county, but in our district in El Dorado Hills. And and that plan anticipates that monies are collected from us to be able to produce additional capital improvements in the jurisdiction. And that's pursuant to the ministerial process interacting with the county's own strategy here. And so there is no abandonment of our original business plan, which includes working on the production of these additional industrial buildings in the pre-application that's coming before you, which would be entirely inappropriate to sort of base all of our work of the last 2 years on something that might occur in a fully discretionary process here. We would be going forward, presuming that the economy allows us to do so, to produce these new buildings and produce the road, produce the new intersection here. And none of that is mutually exclusive to the concept of advancing a zone change on some of these buffering parcels, which is occurring on the same parcels that are set forth in the temporary parcel map application that's before us today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. All right, Mr. Steve, I'll let you bring this issue home to us.
I just want to come back first to the application. The application was to build up to 1.1 million square feet of industrial wholesale distribution. That was the application. There is not currently a use code in the zoning code titled industrial wholesale distribution. This is unique. It indicates an intent to do something different than what the code says. That's number one. Number two, the parcel map submitted 2 years ago has been pending, and in that time, there's extensive comments, research, letters from the El Dorado Hills APAC committee identifying impacts of traffic, impacts of noise, impacts of pollution, and so on. They were not considered in the zoning administrator's decision. Number three, the decision of the zoning administrator sets forth a path that denies further public discourse on the developments of this property. Now, the one exception, and we support that, is the rezone towards mixed use. And the key question is, why was the parcel map approved separate from the concept of this mixed use zone that's fundamental to the mapping of the parcels? It should have been at the point that the concept was approached, merged together. It should have been looked at as a whole. That project involves the current 2 buildings, warehouses that are under construction. It involves 4 fast food restaurants on the corner with traffic impacts from there. And it includes a Tractor Supply. Also in that plan of Gateway El Dorado are the 4 additional warehouses. Those total at least 500,000 square feet of warehouse structure. Now, Scott says this isn't going to be high impact logistics, but it doesn't take high impact logistics to significantly impact already congested streets an already congested area there. We were astounded in meetings with APAC and with planning staff and with the director of transportation, when he made a statement that he was totally unaware of how intensive the increase of John Adams Academy created when they expanded to occupy a second building in the business park. That brought the intersection of Robert Matthews and Latrobe Road, Golden Foothills to a standstill. And yet, fundamental to this is increasing traffic in that area. Our issue is not with the design or the concept of mixed use. It's not even with the development. Our issue is we as a public deserve to look at these projects as a whole, to be able to provide our input, to be able to critique them and provide feedback, not only to staff and to you, but also to the applicants, so that we get a better product. We get something that addresses the entire community. Essentially, that there's a quid pro quo established between the people that live in the area and the people that are going to profit from the development. This is a difficult decision, I know. You're put in a position where your constituents are saying, our health and welfare is at stake, and we'd like you to make a change. And at the same time, you have an individual landowner who says, I have rights to do with my property to the extent that they are allowed. Well, this is where it comes together. To what extent is it allowed? To what extent do we have that discourse to be able to discuss the future of our community? We don't have that with the current zoning administrator's decision.
Thank you for your final comments. Appreciate it. And with that, I close this public hearing and we'll bring this back to the board for deliberation questions.
Okay.
Would like to start?
I've got a lot.
Supervisor Turnbull.
You know, the biggest thing is, let's go back a ways. Let's go to Project Frontier. When it was supposed to go to the zoning administrator on that. And then I pushed the issue to go to the planning commission and it was done, and then it finally petered out. The biggest part of the problem here is the public don't have any trust in our government anymore. They really don't, because of that particular project. And this is where I have a lot of problems with. I think my personal opinion is, I think it should have went to the planning commission. That way there will be input, especially from the people here that are here today, especially all the people that live around that particular area. Now, I have some concerns, and Scott did a great presentation in front of Heritage and talked about all of it. But the people feel that they feel that there is a lack of trust, and we need to get that back. We really do. And I think this is one way that we could do that, especially send it down and get the input from the people. And that way, Scott, to actually talk about the project again. Instead of, we're in a situation now that is not good. And especially for the residents that are down there. Traffic's a big, important thing. But we have to look at it in all aspects. And I think that's all I have to really say. But Project Frontier was a bad thing. And it woke a lot of people up. It really did. And I have a lot of concerns, I really do. But I think the lack of it is people feel that a lack of trust is what it is. So I think we need to address that problem.
Thank you. Who else would like to weigh in? Oh. Supervisor, Vice Chair Heidel.
So my biggest dilemma with this is we have Title 120 and we have Title 130. And it's very clear in my interpretation and reading that parcel splits fall under Title 120. To arbitrarily think that we can reassign it without changing Title 120 to the Planning Commission for a full hearing is just not realistic. We would have to go back and change Title 120. So I'm trying to interpret and follow the rules here to make sure we all stay on the same course. This is a parcel split. It has the word project maybe attached to it, but it does not yield a project with anything other than lines on a map and the separation of parcels. I'm further concerned about the precedent that something like this might set from the standpoint of, are we expecting then every parcel within the business park that might want to do a parcel split will come back and have to be assigned to the planning commission to go through a couple of years, 1 year, whatever it is, of extended reviews before a parcel split, which is lines on a map, can be approved? So taken to the extreme, this just isn't consistent with what our current criteria are. I think part of the problem is our definition of terms. So we have industrial wholesale distribution, which is the title, and as was referenced, industrial usage, general industrial usage is a term that's used in the industry. It doesn't imply that it has to be zoned industrial, low or high. It's a general term in this application. So our terminology is difficult because it comes down to what is an industrial wholesale distribution, which is what is proposed, versus wholesale storage and distribution versus a heavy distribution warehouse. And I'll acknowledge I'm fully confused about what's what, because I try to go through and read the standard definitions of these things, and they are disparate in terms of where the overlaps are, what constitutes. I try to put things into categories. This is what this is what this is, and there shouldn't be a lot of ambiguity between them. We don't have that yet. So we definitely need to address that within our zoning ordinance and make it very specific what kind of warehouse usage, what kind of storage is allowed within our business park. We have talked about the possibility of having to establish maximums in terms of square footage. We're not there yet, but I think that's another discussion that has to happen. But at the end of the day, with a proposal for a specific plan, a J6 hearing, that's the project that's to come. That's going to determine what the use is proposed for those properties. To say that's completely ministerial, I don't think is correct, but it is an easier path than sending everything through the planning commission for sure, or bringing it back to the board. So it's the effectiveness of doing governance that I think that's a question here. How effective can we be if we start putting more and more reviews and public reviews processes in place to add on to the normal timeline? I'm an advocate for business development. I think we need new businesses in El Dorado Hills. The business park is a prime opportunity for that, but it needs to be compatible with the residents around that. And I feel this project is moving in that direction with the specific plan that's being proposed. Is there any guarantee it's going to get to the finish line? No, but I think it's a great first step. And there has been a lot of constructive dialogue and information exchanges. We talked about mixed use. Mixed use is a prospect I think that's there for the taking. Unfortunately, when I look at our documentation at the planning level of what mixed use constitutes, I think it's inadequately defined and it needs to be updated. And I think that's been acknowledged, but we have so many things that are stacked up right now in terms of priorities within our planning department. It's tough to say that any one of those we're going to accelerate and move forward at the consequence of other ones that are going to move to the right. So there's a lot on their plate. They're trying to address it, but things take time when you have a backlog of things that have to all be addressed. We need to make a number of those changes and they're forthcoming. But as I see that, it's pretty simple. This process is a Title 120, and that's a zoning administrator. If you're talking about a plan that defines what the potential use is, that's a Title 130, and that's a different process. So that's kind of where I land on it.
Now, I just want to
Thank you for that.
rebuttal on John's thing. So
Yeah.
I talked about when Project Frontier, when that was happening, I suggested to Karen that we look at the matrix again and redesign the matrix. And I still haven't heard anything back on that yet. So I hope that we're looking into it and hopefully we can get some adjustments to it, because some of them things don't fit what it is, especially when you're talking about heavy industrial, light industrial projects.
Supervisor Parlin.
Boy, Mr. Steed, you said it so well. We're in a tough spot here, I think. I'm really struggling with this. I think though, through all the conversations, and I think Supervisor Heidel, you said it in your discussion there, that I think I figured out why this all feels so unsettled. And it was when you said, will it get to the finish line? And I think that's where we're having this disconnect, is we're doing a parcel split, which is a very normal thing to do. However, the parcel split seems to be being pursued on the promise of this project that the community seems to say that this project that's being proposed is acceptable. But if the project doesn't get to the finish line, then we have this parcel split that could allow for other things that, you know, don't go together. So what, again, this chicken and the egg, again, I feel like we're having a deja vu, right? What I want to ask staff then is, help me understand why wasn't the parcel split just held off with the project? Why isn't it all together? Because then it would all go to the planning commission together and it would make more sense for us. And I see Jefferson turning on his button.
Supervisor Pond, I had a comment I wanted to interject and then I'll turn it over to Director Garner. But there was a statement in the appeal that was sort of attributed to my office, basically saying that the director's letter doesn't apply to R&D zones. I just wanted to clarify that because I don't think it's accurate. The director's determination, which carves out the e-commerce and says they're not allowed in R&D, would apply to this parcel. The only parcel it would not apply to is the one under the tolling agreement, which is the proposed Creekside project. So just for the record, so everyone understands, the director's letter does apply to this parcel and those distinctions apply to this parcel in this project.
Okay. I honestly don't think that helps much though, to be honest, Jefferson, because warehouses as a whole, as we just found out, are very confusing. I think we need more clarity on that also. But again, back to my question is, why does the parcel split have to happen now versus parcel split with the project that's being proposed? Because I feel like that would give everybody a sense of doing it all at once together. And you know what I mean? Doing it separate, the parcel split separate, kind of does create some uncertainty, because if the project doesn't get to the finish line, we've got all these split up parcels and now what? So help me.
I'll see if I can help there. So as you mentioned, doing parcel splits, particularly in industrial commercial properties, occurs all the time. And when an application is submitted, we review it. Can it accommodate whatever it's zoned for? So, as an example here, if they were to create some tiny parcel and couldn't accommodate the setbacks and the parking and all the standards, we would say, no, this does not comply. In this case, it does. What they've submitted will accommodate the current zoning uses. And in fact, the parcels being created look very similar in size to the buildings that are being constructed. We understand and acknowledge that they are proposing different uses, again, that would likely require general plan amendment, specific plan, rezone. And we'll evaluate again at that time those same parcels. If they're not changing the parcels at that time, we'll say, can it accommodate the uses that are being proposed and all of our requirements for those uses? I think, one thing I want to make clear is if and when we get not only the J6 application that we currently have, the pre-application, but when the actual entitlements are submitted, that will be fully vetted. That is absolutely the time to dig into the details of the traffic, of the uses, of all the things that there are concerns about. The environmental, without having that application in front of me, I can't say exactly what level of environmental will be required, but I am quite certain it will not be an exemption because it is different uses than what was approved in previous environmental documents. So they will need to do a pretty thorough environmental document for the project that they're proposing. And I have no doubt there'll be a lot of public outreach, and we'll continue to attend APAC meetings, continue to attend our quarterly meetings with the HOA representatives to provide that information when that project comes about.
So how come the parcel split isn't being brought with the project? That's all I want to know is why can't we do those two things together I mean, other specific plans and other plans come and they're like, everything's all in one plan together. This is split out. And that's, I think, what's causing the angst here. And I just don't understand why it couldn't have been brought all together as one big plan so that we're not, because again, if we don't get the project that the community heard about and seems to be pretty okay with, then we're left with these split up parcels that could be totally different. And there's a lot of uncertainty there. That's the angst I'm feeling.
Well, I don't know about when you say totally different. I would, I guess, respectfully disagree with that, you know, there's a certain amount of uses through the R&D zoning that are allowed, whether the parcel is 10 acres or 50 acres, the exact same use can be allowed on there.
Right.
It's just going to be a different size of a building. So, you know, the applicant may be able to speak best to the why now and not later, but, you know, as staff, we don't speculate on that. You know, in my mind, what I've seen over the years, just my experience over the past 26 years is developers will, you know, it appears to me again that the size of parcels being created are going to accommodate the size of buildings they want to build. You know, and Scott said it in his presentation, you know, he doesn't seem to be interested in looking for that 1.1 million square foot user. He's interested in the 50 to 70,000 square foot users, or even subdividing those buildings down for smaller users. So what he's proposing, what is being proposed as far as parcel size accommodates those uses which are allowed under the current zoning. And again, application comes in later, proposes different zoning, we'll relook at those parcels and say, do they accommodate those proposed uses?
Can I ask the applicant a direct question then? Is that
Yes.
okay in during this? Please?
Yes, you can. So,
Okay.
Mr.
Yeah.
Hudson, come on up.
I'm just trying to understand why did you bring the parcel split map now separate from the project that, and it's a pre-app. I know we're going to see a
Sure.
pre-app and the board will give feedback on it. The public gets to come and, you know, that's what the pre-apps are for.
Sure.
And then you as a applicant get to decide, do you want to pursue it or not, kind of thing. So it's like, if this parcel split, at least from what I'm hearing, is to accommodate that project you're proposing and the community liked it, why are these being separated out? I just need help with that.
Sure, happy to try and answer your question.
Yeah.
effectively. So the parcel map application that we've made here supports both, is the first answer to that question, right? So we have existing parcels here, which we do not intend to ask for zone changes on. So this is in total almost 100 acres worth of real estate. And so we have a road that needs to be built here. We have proposed new buildings that would be built under the ministerial approval process that exists for the site. And so when you say that the parcels are being created in anticipation of the discretionary specific plan approval, that's not correct. What has happened here is that we have made an application for parcels to support the production of uses within the existing R&D zoning, which in our first and second phase contemplate industrial buildings along the lines that I've already discussed here. And these parcels support that, as well as they support the parcels that bound around the center portion of the project. Phil, I'm just staring at you.
I'm sorry.
Just fine.
I asked a
Sorry.
question, sorry.
Just fine.
So this concept, this discussion that's going on with the community about zone changes here arises along the way here. And it hasn't changed our initial strategy as it relates to the existing, or to the core of this project, if you'll let me call it that. What we're trying to do in response to the public discussion is to address the outlying parcels, right? The buffering parcels, the ones that abut the major roads here. But the core piece of this really is intended to be built in about 450,000 feet of industrial buildings if our current conceptual plan were to be our next building application, remembering that this is merely a parcel split application here. So simply said, it's both, right? We need to finish the road here. And a great amount of process and work has been undertaken to agree on the alignment for that road, to agree on how that road will intersect with Latrobe. For the next layer of industrial buildings, which are ministerial approvals, that road would have to be produced as part of that process. And so in response to the engagement with the community here, the idea of trying to buffer along Latrobe, these are not mutually exclusive concepts, but that's a discretionary process, right? We go into it, we start down the path, we hear what the concerns of the jurisdiction and the community are. Conditions and other requirements are attached to that are different than the ministerial process. And so at some point along the way, perhaps this doesn't make sense for us to proceed along that line. That is a possible outcome of what we're embarking upon as it relates to the bordering parcels. So perhaps I didn't answer your question. Feel free to hit me with a follow-up if you will.
No, you kind of did. And I'm just wondering, did that trigger any other questions for other board members?
Actually, I'd like, you're hitting the nail on the head as to where I was going. So
Okay.
it's very helpful, Mr. Hodson. So I guess my question is, I'll have you stay there for a second, is with Karen. So am I understanding correctly, because this is not my world, this parcel split will allow the applicant to proceed with his by right development, as you talked about, the needing the road, the access, the configuration of those, while he walks through the discretionary process on the other parcels? Is that correct? This parcel split will enable that?
If I understood what
Okay.
your statement there. So first part, yes, the proposed parcel map will allow for the by right uses
Right.
that currently exist. And then
Because let me cut to the chase. If he were to proceed with the parcel map as well as once the full project is determined and you proceed with the other perhaps rezone general plan amendments, if the parcel split were to be wrapped up in that process, would he be holding up his by right development while he walked through that full discretionary process?
likely it would, again, it's a little bit dependent on his product. So if
Right,
he
we don't
is,
know what the project
you
is
know,
yet. I mean,
well,
fully.
I say, for lack of a better term, stuck with large parcels, it would be very difficult for him to develop a 50,000 or 70,000 square foot building on a 20-acre parcel or a 10-acre
Well, I
parcel.
recognize that,
So
yeah.
yeah. Could he do it? Yes, but I'm not sure at what point, the road, and that's a DOT question, the road that he needs to build in there, at what point that really gets triggered as needing to get that built.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do have a follow-up question on
Sure.
this here. Oftentimes parcel splits are done to sell off property. It's a way of recovering investment and moving on. Do you have any intention of selling any of these parcels of a parcel split? Can you disclose that or not?
We sometimes sell parcels that are not in our core business. So
Okay.
the answer is, regrettably, it depends, right? So we are developers of business parks. So for us, that's office, industrial, and then ancillary retail that serves those business parks. But let's say that we did proceed with a rezone here, and let's say that there was an apartment project that, so the zoning is going to go to, perhaps I'll just put that a little farther.
Yeah.
Then we probably would sell a parcel like that to an apartment developer, because that's not our core
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
business. There are other users along the way that you might sell to. We sold to Tractor Supply because they have a very unique, specific use that we didn't really feel like we wanted to be the long-term owner of, but they created a very good mix for the service retail that we wanted to produce in front of those buildings. And so, you know, the concept there became that they would own their parcel through a preferred developer, and then we build the retail in front. And then along the way, there may be other uses that you know, are not what we do for a living.
Right.
But with that said, we're spending a bundle of money here to produce a very high-end project with a highly amenitized circumstance here. And so, and we're building buildings with a very long-term perspective on the design and site choices that we're making. And so
I'd like to just limit your comments to the question.
I'm sorry, but that was really the answer to the question, which is,
right,
I'm spending a ton of money here to produce something that we intend to hold for the long haul. Didn't mean to.
That's okay. That's
Yeah.
okay.
Okay,
disrespect
thank you.
your point.
That was it.
No, no problem. Do you have any other questions for Mr. Hudson?
because you did Supervisor.
Yeah,
Lane, right?
Supervisor
Yeah,
Lane
I'd like
does.
to hear that.
Okay,
That
great.
was,
Yeah.
that was the question I wanted to ask, so you already answered it. Thank you.
Okay,
That was the
wonderful.
answer.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right. Supervisor Lane, do you have additional comments?
I might have some follow-up comments, but Madam Chair, you're always so nice to let all of us kind of go first. And I think in this particular instance, I would like to hear your thoughts and comments, and then I can be the follow-up.
All right, very good. Well, thank you all for weighing in on this process. And these are always challenging to really think through critically, because at the end of the day, there are development rights that are allowable. And we do have a clearly defined process. And so the responsibility on our shoulders is not to say, gosh, what do we like? What do we feel like? What do we think would be nice for the community? Was a process violated in this process? And to me, that's our main determination today, not any of these other considerations, while they are very valid and important, which makes it very difficult. You know, we've certainly heard you loud and clear that you have additional concerns about traffic, and that the new proposed uses were not uses that were contemplated 20, 30 years ago when this land was built. Understand that. I agree with you. Understand your desire. You've obviously put a lot of work as a community into engaging with the applicants, engaging on developments, working together as a community to build your community. And you want your voice, your ideas heard, and you want to be part of the process. But that's not today necessarily, although you have done a beautiful job in doing that. And my main question was, which has already been answered, was going to be to our staff, you know, can you describe the public engagement review process once this project is determined? Because once again, a project has not been fully determined. There's been concepts, it's a pre-application, it's conceptual, it's here's what we're thinking, which allows the community to weigh in. So, you know, Karen, you just answered that once a project is determined, then that will likely trigger additional sequel analysis. As all of your concerns have been brought forward, it will go through the planning commission. It will go through a discretionary review process if the zoning, if it's determined to go through a general plan amendment and zoning changes. And so all that will be a very public process. So I feel better about that this is not the end of the road for your engagement, and your obviously you've made great headway in working together as a community with the applicant. I'm sure the applicant has heard you loud and clear. And at the end of the day, we all want to be good neighbors and have a win-win for our community. I think that's a really important consideration. But also at the end of the day, this is a business park. And per Supervisor Heidal's initial comments, which I agreed with, it was the residential uses that came in later. This is a business park. And so we need to be, this has been determined as a place to provide for the business, for the job creation of our community. And so as more and more is built out, we will have more and more of these potential conflicts that hopefully we will continue to work through together as a community. But to me, has our process been flawed? I would say no, it hasn't, because as you so aptly described, parcel maps are heard by the zoning administrator, and there are no other options directed under this ordinance. So this was not a flawed process. And there will be additional opportunities for you all to engage in this. And that engagement process will make this a better project. So those are my comments. Supervisor Lane?
So ditto. How's that for brief?
Very good. All right. So what is the will of the board on this matter? Because we're an hour and a half behind. But while this was a very important issue. So what is the will of the board on this matter?
Well, I'll make a motion. And I just basically make a motion to support the appeal and send it back to the planning commission for further review and input.
All right. Is there a second to uphold the appeal? That motion dies for lack of a second. Is there additional motion?
I'll move to approve staff's recommendation to deny the appeal and record it as such.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of that motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion carries 4-1 to uphold staff's recommendation on item number 27. So thank you all for being a part of this process. We appreciate it.
Stay engaged.
Yes, please stay engaged. And I encourage the applicant to continue to work with the community for the betterment of this project. Thank you. Okay. We'll wait just a few minutes. We're still in the middle of our meeting. Sorry, our meetings. So is it desire to go into closed session at this time? Okay, so at this time, and I apologize, we will not hear our 10 a.m. item right now. The board will now recess into closed session to hear items number 30 and 31 is specified on an agenda, and anyone that wishes to speak on these items may do so at this time. So Kim, can you open public comment on closed session?
Now taking public comment on closed session items. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment in the boardroom, and there's no public comment online.
All right, so then for the sake of clarity, we will now recess into closed session. We will then go to lunch and we will be back for the 1 p.m. Open forum. And then we will hear, unfortunately, the rest of the department matters in the 10 a.m. This afternoon. So thank you all. Good afternoon, El Dorado County. We are back, and the board went into closed session to hear items 30 and 31 on the agenda. County Council, do we have any reportable action?
No, Madam Chair, there is no action to report.
All right, excellent. Just to kind of catch us up as to where we are, our 9 a.m. time allocation, which was item number 27, an appeal, it went consumed the morning. So after item number 29, which is our Mountain Lion update, which is after open forum, the board will still need to hear items 24, 25, and 28. And we are considering moving item number 26 or continuing it to another date, which is the master plan update on the parks. So just to kind of get the lay of the land, because we are behind today. So with that, let's move into the open forum portion of our meeting. And Kim, can you please open up open forum?
Of course. Now taking public comment on open forum, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members. Josh Pane. I'm the applicant on the Town and Country Village El Dorado project and wanted to just take a few moments to, there's been a milestone. We were able to, the Department of Transportation was able to finish its local transportation analysis. That's a super cumulative analysis of the project, and that includes the Marble Valley project. It includes the Lime Rock project. It includes the Costco project. So the auditor controller, and I think several of you had asked about, well, what about the other projects? And fortunately, DOT has listened to you and the auditor controller and decided that they should do that. And the Mahana family graciously paid for an additional study above and beyond CEQA. And so this is it. We wanted, since it was a milestone, we wanted to give it to you personally. We're going to walk over and give the auditor controller his copy. You know, so often you get these things on email and they just kind of fly by. Well, there's a couple of great charts in here. And what that really tells you is that Bass Lake Hills needs infrastructure. And we are just one of the property owners there, but all of our surrounding property owners, save one, is very, very supportive. And the one really wants to see, make sure that Hollow Oak has a light at it, as been promised, wants to make sure that the environmental pieces are done just properly. So even the one, and we're responding to her and all the other comments. We had very few comments. August 22nd, we had a great public meeting in the Planning Commission room that allowed people to come and just give their views. Probably had 45 people there. Most all of them were supporting the project. And there was one or two that had a question, and we've addressed some of those questions. We have had union opposition from trade unions at one meeting, and now we have a 200-page piece that we're replying to on that. So we're in great position. We want to appreciate you all and thank you all for what you're doing. You'll find here those pieces outside of what we're responsible for, and my letter states that as well, especially Bass Lake Road, which we want to get 4 lanes all the way up. So read it. If you have any questions on my letter, please let me know. I'd be happy to address anything. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members.
Thank you. Congratulations on the milestone, and thank you for giving this to the board. Appreciate it. Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Mo Mohana. I am the property owner there. Finally, after 37 years of ownership, and I have been in El Dorado Hills for 50 years, my girls were born there, went to Camarado School and all of that. It has always been my dream to glorify Lincoln Highway. I walked the Lincoln Highway the first time 50 years ago, 47 years ago with my father. And we wanted to give homage, respect to Lincoln Highway. Also, the other property that I bought 37 years ago was on Pony Express. So I was blessed, truly blessed, to be able to have these fellowship and stewardship of these properties. We are going to have a museum there, 7,000 square feet, and a 7,000 square feet venue for fellowship and getting together and learning from each other, building bridges. And we are really grateful that you have been helping us to some extent. We are grateful to Karen and other staff members. Processes are time consuming, but we are hanging in there. We are not giving up. We know that what we are doing is good for the community. Overwhelming majority of the people that call us and talk to us and email us, and we invite them over and we break bread with them and so forth, they're supportive of this. It's a relatively small project. Altogether is 60 acre, and we're only doing 30 acre of it now. And even out of the 30 acre is only 2 hotels and museum and the walking museum of Pony Express. So hopefully we will be able to do it. It's right on the highway. It has been my dream and my family's dream to do something significant and make an impact. There's so much history that we want at the gateway to the El Dorado County to have an opportunity to do something good. This is very upscale hotel. Some of our neighbors were concerned about the noise. I sat with them, we broke bread, and I convinced them that the hotel management will not allow any trucks back out and make noise, rightfully so. And we told them, this is not that type of hotel. We also met with other neighbors that were concerned about the staff housing. Mohana, do we want these people right here and this and that? I said, well, these are the same people that are changing my mother's diaper at Marshall Hospital. These are the same people that are cleaning our beds and cleaning our swimming pool. We want them to live here, 56 of them, so they don't have to have a car going back and forth. So staff housing is important. We are asking all other developers, as they build for the rich with the gated community, build for the marginalized and the workforce. So I've been very blessed that I'm able to do the first 56 units of staff housing in our county. Hopefully, if we need to follow a good direction, tell us. We want to learn. I'm all here to learn. I have been very blessed to be among you. We appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Buana. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on open forum? All right, seeing none, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from Daniel Harkin.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Daniel Harkin, former District 5 Planning Commissioner. My dismissal related to the question of where'd the bond money go? Well, I think I found out where it went. Whereas, as represented by the developer, the landscape improvements, including not limited to sidewalks, turf or grassed areas, trees, shrubs, plants, irrigation piping, valves, controllers, spray heads, wiring, and conduit, and related facilities constitute improvements authorized for acquisition by Community Facilities District number 1992-1, El Dorado County, upon dedication of said improvements to the district. Well, that's where the money went. And Joe Harn repeatedly paid for those property improvements from Mello-Roos bond money without obtaining the underlying property. So I'll submit that stuff to the IRS, the California Debt Advisory Commission. And I'm sure you're all aware of the Community Service District meeting that took place last night with 174 residents. They're not real happy with you guys. Now I can grant it could probably easily be said at the end of the day, well, I wasn't around when this happened, so I don't know. Well, one thing is apparent. You sure weren't going to say anything about it while it was brought up to you. I think it's high time that a lot of you made the choice to either decide whether you're hanging on the cross or banging in the nails. Because it's got a head of steam on it now, and it's not going to go away. Turn state's evidence. Maybe you get a deal. Because nobody in this county believes for a second that 30 years of this behavior this kind of cronyism has gone on without somebody, whether it be a past, current elected official or county staff, that didn't get something of benefit out of this. Nobody believes that. And people far more important than me that have the ability to do something about that don't believe that. So good luck. We'll be seeing each other. And if you want to talk, just give a call.
Thank you for your comments.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, board. This is Ken Greenwood from out here at the Triple Junction. That last speaker, hanging on the cross or banging the nails? That's good. I'll have to remember that one. Anyway, Mo spoke earlier. Having been the author of primary staff member on the Bass Lake Hill specific plan, you know, as intriguing as his project sounds and such, it really amounts to, you know, some X number of housing units there within the viewshed of Highway 50, which was in complete, what's the word, contradiction of the basic tenets of the Bass Lake Hill specific plan. Already kind of screwed up on top of the hill there with some mass pad grading that was never to be part of the plan area. So let's keep in mind that the original designation of that area there was basically low density residential to buffer and provide community separation between Cameron Park and El Dorado Hills. That was how it was originally envisioned, and yes, we need that separation. Item 2, WTF. Glad that the hearing on the 24th was productive, and reading it over again, did a good job of incorporating stuff that I've been harping on for years now. There are still the lost items, if you will. I will be in contact with, I will resubmit my comments, if you will, and hope that we can find again some of the things that were left out. But progress is good on that, and it's, you know, we got fall over setbacks. That's good. But distance to residential and this ongoing discussion about traveled ways. Remember, people who live there have to live with it. Remember the life sentence. People who drive by, yeah, they're probably just using their phone anyway, and really, what's that matter? The focus should be on those who live here. Adequate notice, deliverables. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, thank you all for taking part in open forum. Our next item is at 1:15, which is in a minute. We want to knock out the CSAC appointment before, or yeah, let's move into item number 24. Knock that out really quick.
Yeah.
All right, is there, so the
Do you want him to read it?
yes, go ahead and read item number 24.
Item number 24 comes from the clerk of the board, recommending the board appoint one member and consider options for one alternate to the California State Association of Counties Board of Directors.
So this is a real quick one. Do we want to appoint 2 members before we have a whole new board seated on January, or what is the will of board? I understand if we decide to put off the CSAC appointment till January with the rest of the appointments with the board, then our appointment now, which is Supervisor Hydall, would just continue until the board reappoints in January. We could also appoint a new full-time position so they could take part in the the annual meeting coming up,
Mhm.
and wait on an alternate discussion, but we have options. So what is the will of the board on this? Recognizing that we're going to have 2 new board members come January.
Right. Honestly, I was thinking that we should wait until we do our board assignments in January.
Oops. We ask that you keep any conversations down as thank you. All right, go ahead.
Yeah,
Supervisor
I was thinking that we should wait until January. I'm actually really disappointed that CSAC does this because they represent counties. They should know that counties change boards in January. And it's mind numbing to me that they ask us to do this before our new boards are seated. So I hope they stop doing this someday.
It's
'Cause
clunky, yeah.
it makes it really awkward. We've had this awkward conversation before. So anyway, my suggestion is to wait until January.
And have Supervisor Heidel just continue as our appointee.
Yeah.
What is your thought, Supervisor Heidel, since you are our appointee to CSAC?
From the standpoint of continuity, I think it would
Just hold on
be,
just a second. We ask that you not have any conversations in the boardroom while we work through this item. Thank you so much. Please feel free to take him out in the hallway if you need to chat. Thank you.
it would be important to recognize that I've already registered for the conference.
Okay, great.
Yep.
And I believe that Supervisor Lane was considering going for some period of time as the alternate, but I'm not sure if you've locked into that.
I've locked in.
Okay.
Yep.
So I would think that would give us the ongoing activity and stuff, but I do think we could take action before the end of the year, maybe not at this meeting, to appoint her if she's willing to accept it from the standpoint of we have continuous representation, and she'll be at the annual meeting, which is kind of the launch pad for the following year, and new board members will have more difficulty in the primary role. An alternate role would make sense. So I'm thinking maybe we split it up. We don't have to do it today. But I would like to very much to continue in that vein until we get to the conclusion of the year. But I don't think that we can pre-declare. I think that if Supervisor Lane is willing to accept the primary role, we could at least establish that, and that keeps us in sync with what CSAC is trying to accomplish. And I recognize the issue with it. We've raised it several times. There haven't been any changes, but anyway, just my thoughts.
So I don't agree with that course. I would like to wait until January when we have our full board here.
Okay.
But it would make sense that Supervisor Lane is attending, so she
Yeah,
could have the
she's already
continuity, and
going.
then the new board could have that conversation with all the other board appointments in January.
Yeah.
All right.
And then I'm gonna also add on to this. It came to my attention this year that we don't really have a policy about who we send and how we decide to send them. And other committees that I'm on have it clearly delineated in their budget. And so I'd like to ask that we add some board direction that for transparency too, for the public, that in the future, we include the Board of Supervisors travel as part of the budget process, so that we know who's going, who's designated, why they're going. Sometimes people don't want to go on their own. That's fine, but I don't think the county should put that bill. So I'd like that in direction for future budget hearings.
Let me add, we also have a condition where newly elected supervisors are invited to the orientation
Of course.
approach
That
and
would
stuff. And
be-
I
that
think
would be
that
in
is
the budget.
annually budgeted, right?
Yeah.
So I'm asking our clerk, aren't those things annually budgeted?
Well, we only have new supervisors every 2 years.
Right, right.
obviously.
So 1 year it's not
potentially-
there, next year it is.
Yeah, so,
Yeah.
yeah, so, and it is part of what we consider our onboarding expenses for travel. I think what Supervisor Parlin is referring to is the bulk of our travel budget, how that is actually utilized.
Okay.
Having a discussion during budget. Are we going to identify certain conferences that we send a board member to? And are we going to maybe not participate in some conferences? And if we are going to send a board member to a conference, are we sending one? Are we sending two? Currently for CSAC, we now have, 2 seated board members and we have 2 supervisor elects going. So we'll have 4 down there, which,
Mhm.
as you know, when you already have a small travel budget, can take a big chunk out of it very quickly. And I think that's what, I don't mean to put words in your mouth, but I think
Yeah.
that's what she was.
Okay,
was
so
looking
it's
at.
for all budgeted items that the board would attend. It's not just the CSAC.
Correct, yes,
Okay.
everything, because we've never done that and we've put our poor clerk in some awkward situations, I've learned, and that should never happen. So the board should really have a conversation during budget, and quite honestly, I think that with our budget constraints and we're asking everybody else to tighten their belts, we should be in on that conversation. So I really would like to do that.
I think that's a
with
worthwhile
that. Yeah,
discussion. I think in every other elected body and board that I've served on, that has been the
Yeah.
protocol, and it brings transparency into the process, and it allows us all to decide who's going to, represent our county within the scope of our resources.
Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, and in that vein, that has never been clear, we've never had that
No,
discussion.
Not clear.
Right. And so in that vein, and given the fact that our budget is tight and we are asking departments to cinch their belts, I am more than happy to cancel my travel plans to be down there with Supervisor Heidel if there's a benefit to that. I mean, there's a financial benefit to that. It's Pasadena, it's expensive, the hotel, it's an air flight, it's not Sacramento like last year. And then there's registration. So if you want me to work with the CAO's office offline to make that determination, if we should do that, I'm more than happy to do that.
It's in our board item today. This is not, we
Right.
don't have the
Right.
direction to change this policy and to allocate travel resources. Correct, County Council? It's just to a point. So those
Yeah.
are conversations that will need to be continued.
Yeah.
But
Just
I
for the
mean,
future.
Yeah.
I think this year's done, hopefully.
Yeah.
So in the future, we'll get more in front of it.
Sounds
and
good.
Have bigger budget talks so that the public knows what we're doing.
Okay, good. So what I'm hearing is Supervisor Heidel continues to the end of the year as the CSAC rep. With Supervisor Lane, you're an alternate, current alternate?
alternate.
Okay, great. And then the board will have that determination in January with full board.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Let's take public comment on this item, and then we'll move into the item that you're all here for. So thank you for your indulgence.
Now taking public comment on item number 24. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Not seeing anyone that wants to weigh in on the CSAC appointment.
I know,
Okay.
it's riveting.
Who knew? Anyone online, Kim?
No, there's no online.
All right, I'll bring this back to the board when ready for the entertain a motion. What are you moving and approving?
Right.
Move and approve that we wait until the first.
Till
after the new
January.
board.
Our new board.
To make a new appointment to CSAC.
Yeah, I'll second that with the direction to include our travel budget and budget talks.
Okay. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, and thank you Supervisor Heidel, Supervisor Lane for continuing to represent us at CSAC. Okay, great. With that, let's move into our 1:15 time allocation, which is what most of you are here for. So Kim, can you please open up item number 29?
Of course. Item number 29 comes from the Agricultural Department, recommending the board, 1, receive and file a follow-up report to the board on options available for mountain lion activity in El Dorado County, and 2, approve and authorize the chair to sign a letter to California Department of Fish and Wildlife regarding mountain lion depreciation and permits in the county.
All right, and before we turn this over to staff, just like to give a lay of the land of how this is, how we're going to handle this. Thank you all for being here for this really important community discussion. We will have our staff present this update to the board and to you. She will then turn it over to Mr. Gaines, who we've been working with, who will present to the board. We're grateful to have a representative from the director of the California Department of Fish and Wildlife with us today. Thank you for being here. We appreciate your office being here. We will then invite the Brooks family up to speak for a most important voice in this room. And then we will take board comments and questions after the Brooks family. I'd ask my colleagues to wait until all those presenters have presented us with the information and their input. And then we will open it up to you for public comment. And Sheriff Lykoff, we appreciate you being with us today. And at any point, if you'd like to address the board, of course, you always have the floor. So thank you for being with us. So with that, Leanne, I'll turn this over to you. Oh, wait, one more thing. Sorry. Other things. If you are new to county process, just like to acknowledge that we want to make sure that we retain decorum in this boardroom. And so we do not allow for expressions of support or opposition, so clapping or booing at any time, so all voices are free to be heard. And during public comment, we do have a 3-minute rule, and we do strictly adhere to that 3 minutes. You'll hear a little ding at 30 seconds, and then at a minute, your timer will be off. So just wanted to get you a lay of the land. With that, Leanne, I'll turn this over to you.
Hello, Madam Chair, Board. Leanne Mila, your Agricultural Commissioner. Kim, I'm going to have you run through the presentation. So I will acknowledge that I have not changed the presentation that much because I think that the issues are still the same. I think the majority of what we discussed previously still needs to be highlighted and addressed. I will be going through this briefly just to update and remind people about the policies, the issues that are going on, and update you on some of our statistics that we have. At the end of my presentation, I will have Bill Gaines come up, and he's going to address you with some comments that he has. And then we will have Director Bonham from California Department of Fish and Wildlife come up. Okay, Kim, next slide. So I'm not going to read the majority of my slides, but I think this one bears reading again. I think it's extremely important, and we need to be reminded of it. On March 23rd, 2024, a mountain lion attacked 2 brothers while antler shed hunting near Georgetown. The younger brother sustained injuries, but was able to call 911. The older brother sustained fatal injuries and was pronounced dead at the scene by emergency responders. California Department of Fish and Wildlife issued a depredation permit to the county's professional trapper. The trapper was able to locate and euthanize the mountain lion within hours of the incident. Through DNA samples, California Department of Fish and Wildlife was able to confirm that the mountain lion euthanized was the same animal involved in the fatal attack earlier in the day. Mountain lion encounters are uncommon in California, but do occasionally occur. However, this is the first confirmed fatality from a mountain lion attack in California since 2004. Since the attack, significant numbers of domestic animals have been killed by mountain lions within the county, many occurring in daytime hours, which is not usual. Owners of the animals have contacted CDFW and obtained hazing permits, which the county trapper assisted with, utilizing his dogs in many cases. Calls into the county from concerned citizens observing mountain lions lingering on their properties have increased. The sheriff's office has issued safety tips regarding wildlife encounters, reminding residents to stay alert and what to do if encountering a mountain lion. Next slide. So in California, mountain lions are especially protected. We cannot do anything to them. They've been protected since the Wildlife Act of 1990. And in 2020, CDFW implemented a policy of 2 strikes on a parcel within 11 days. Next slide. So just a little about lion reproduction and dispersal. Lions may have between 1 and 6 kittens with an average of 2 to 3 per breeding attempt. They don't typically have kittens every year. It's every other year. Juveniles will stay with their moms 12 to 15 months. And their overall success depends on their hunting success. Next slide. This is the policy that was issued in 2020. What I want to highlight is from 2017 to 2024, you can see that non-lethal versus lethal permits. So non-lethal would be hazing permits, play music, throw bean bags at them. That all goes underneath hazing. Dogs versus a lethal take permit has exponentially increased. In 2023, we had 50 non-lethal permits and 13 lethal permits. In 2024, this was as of June 30th, we'd have 20 non-lethal. It's quite a bit more now, and 4 lethal. If you look back prior to the policy going in 2020, we didn't have as many non-lethal permits, and we had more lethal permits that were issued. Next slide. So here's some codes that we need to remember, because I think there's a lot of confusion out there, and I want to be very clear in my presentation today. I am not asking, the sheriff and I are not asking for hunting for mountain lions. That is not anything we would like to see. We are not looking for the wholesale killing of mountain lions. We are not looking for people to go out and slaughter mountain lions. These are all things I read in public comment. What we are looking for is a return to the policy of mountain lion management that we had previous to 2020. And you will see in my data that we were managing our populations. It fluctuated up and down, and we did not have the depredation issues that we have now. People will argue that the reason we have so many depredation permits requested is because we've had a crazy influx of animals coming in. They'll use the crop report to show that maybe we've had an extreme increase in animals that I have been reporting in my crop report. I will point out to you that we have worked really hard to do better at reporting what was in our crop report, not we've had a huge influx. I think that it's hard to get livestock producers to report what they say they have. I do not believe that we've had an extreme influx of homesteaders who are not taking care of their animals. And I am not asking, nor the sheriff, we are not asking for depredation permits for people who are not protecting their animals. We're asking for a return to, if they have things in place that we've agreed with CDFW are important, high fences, nighttime enclosures, guardian livestock dogs, maybe a radio, then we can go to a depredation permit, a lethal depredation permit. I just want to be clear on those items. So codes that I think bear remembering is 4800 in the California Department of Fish and Game Code is what specifically protects mountain lions. 4801 authorizes the department to remove or take any mountain lion or authorize any appropriate local agency with public safety responsibility. That's our sheriff, to remove or take any mountain lion that is perceived to be an imminent threat to public health or safety, or that is perceived by the department to be an imminent threat to the survival of any threatened species. In our situation, if the sheriff deems it to be an imminent threat to public safety or health, he's allowed to take that animal. Next slide. 4802, that's the one that allows any person who's suffering livestock damage to or their agent to ask for a depredation permit. 4803 is the code section that says upon receipt of that report, the department or any animal damage control officer specifically authorized by the department to carry out this responsibility, which would be our trappers here in the county, shall immediately take action necessary to confirm there's been depredation by a mountain lion. The confirmation process shall be completed as quickly as possible, but in no event shall take longer than 48 hours. And if satisfied that there's been a depredation by a mountain lion, as reported, the department shall promptly issue a permit to take the depredating mountain lion. It does not say may. We're going to get to the definition of take, but it says to take the depredating mountain lion. Remember that. Next slide. 4801.5. This was enacted in 2014, and this put into place the code where it says, unless authorized in this chapter, non-lethal procedures shall be used when removing or taking any mountain lion that has been designated. Next slide. 4807. This is the code section that gives the authority to the property owner to take a mountain lion when it is encountered while in the act of pursuing, inflicting injury to or killing livestock or domestic animals may be taken immediately by the owner. You have to report it within 72 hours to CDFW, and you must turn over the carcass. Next. So this is, our El Dorado County Fish and Wildlife Commission is, we're very blessed to have Steven Schwartzbach on there, who is really, he's a statistician, and he went through and looked at our data. And this is one of the slides that he came up with, projected animal takes. These are mountain lion kills of livestock and domestic animals. In 2010, you can see we were right around 20. We ran roughly 20 goats every year. It stayed about that, and I'm just gonna stick with goats. We rarely had horses, donkeys, llamas, dogs, and it was mostly goats and sheep. So, and you can see, I'm going to show you more how it fluctuated in what we manage the mountain lions in. But when we get to 2020, we've been managing our mountain lion population. So we get to 2020, we're still in the after effects of us managing it. And now we get up to 23. where, 100 animals were lost last year. I already am up to over 180, and his projection was that we'll be at 200. I spoke with him last week, and when he looked at our projections again, based on the numbers I'm going to show you up to September 25th, he's projecting over 200 by the end of the year. Next slide. So here's how we managed our populations. These are mountain lion depredation permits and mountain lion takes from 2001 to 2024. I want to point out that even though we took mountain lions when we had to, we didn't decimate the population because we still have a thriving population of mountain lions. We're out of control now. We're out of whack. So you look at 2001, we start to go up, go up, go up, and then we go back down at 2005 and we stay down for a little while. Then it starts to go up again, and then we go down, and then up a little bit, and then down. But we stay relatively in the same 20, 25 number or less for animal losses. And then we get to 2020. We've taken maybe 2 mountain lions, and we're up to 30 depredation permit requests. We come to 2021, we stay about there and we take less mountain lions. 2022, we took 0 mountain lions and we're now up to 40 depredation requests. 2023, we have over 60 depredation requests, which actually went up to 100. And now in 2024, I'm at 180 animals have been lost and depredation requests have been made. Next slide. So this is just, here we are with our amazing Stephen Schwartzbach again. He did this total lion depredation permits by county, and he got this data from California Department of Fish and Wildlife. And you look at our line, we're the #1 there, El Dorado. It goes El Dorado, Nevada, Calaveras, Placer, Siskiyou. So all of those counties are having problems with mountain lions, but look where we are. We're the most depredation permits in the state. We account for 17% of the depredation permits. And according to his data, a lion depredation for every 1,151 El Dorado County residents. And when you go down to Southern California, a lion depredation for every 1 million residents. It clearly shows we are different here. And like, I want to reiterate once again, we are not looking to do mountain lion hunting. We are not looking for the wholesale slaughter of mountain lions. We just want a more reasonable approach to dealing with depredation permits and the loss of our livestock. Next slide. So I've updated this data from this I originally presented in, I think it was June. This is mountain lion depredation since 2010. I've updated the data as of September 25th, 2024. And as you can see, as we go from 2010 up to 2020, we have roughly 19, 20, 25. It stays in the 20s with goats. And you don't really see much to the right of that. But we get down to 2020, we go up to 34 goats. We got an alpaca, a llama. I was always raised llamas, donkeys. You know, those were our guardian animals. We get down to 2023. Remember in 2022, we took 0 mountain lions. In 2023, we're up to 41 goats, 39 sheep, 4 alpacas, 8 llamas, 3 adult horses, and these are full-size horses, not minis, and 2 emus. And if you don't believe in dinosaurs, look at an emu's claws. I mean, we raised emus. Nothing ever bothered them. Get to 2024. As of September 25th, I was up to 91 goats, 63 sheep, 1 alpaca, 2 adult horses, 6 donkeys, 7, it's chickens. And I've had 6 dogs taken. And of course, we've had the incredible, horrific loss of 1 human being. Next slide. So the sheriff, Bill Gaines, and I worked putting out something to address some of the concerns of the constituents. If it's an immediate threat, you call 911. The sheriff will respond immediately to help you. If you have an injured, dead livestock or pets, you're going to call my department and the trapper or CDFW. We immediately will report those if it comes in, or have you report to the California Department of Fish and Wildlife so that you can get a depredation permit, and then it will be verified that it was a mountain lion. And there's also some Facebook posts that have been started. There's one that's for sightings, maybe 2 that's for sightings. We have a map one, and I'll show you a picture. Next slide. So this was just something the people were concerned, and so they wanted to just talk about where mountain lions have been seen. Next slide. Somebody came up with a mapping program, the map where every mountain lion had been seen. I always live in this county thinking that they're probably everywhere. We've recently had sightings down on Oak Ridge High School, Ponderosa High School. So I really don't believe there is any place in our county that does not have appropriate mountain lion habitat. Next slide. So what's our next steps? I was directed by the board to continue to work with Bill Gaines on possible legislative issues, but also to craft a letter to CDFW outlining our crisis and our needs. And in the meantime, we've started meeting, the sheriff and I have started meeting on a bi-weekly basis with California Department of Fish and Wildlife to try to address some of these issues, because I would argue that El Dorado County is different. We have the consume nest, we have two forks of the American, we have, you know, all this great habitat, and there's just different issues going on here. A lot of people argue that it's the Caldor fire. Well, the Caldor fire may have initially pushed things down, but that habitat that's up there right now should be candy for the deer, and the mountain lion should be moving back up. Timeliness, we were having issues with permits not being issued in a quick manner and having them be kind of dealt with differently depending upon what biologist you got at Department of Fish and Wildlife. I think the regional manager has been trying to address that issue, and we've been getting in a better place with that situation. But so El Dorado County is different. I really believe that we need to be looking at this policy different, and maybe not just El Dorado, but maybe the foothills in general. Depredation permits issued if conditions are met. Back again to, if you don't take care of your animals, if you don't have deterrent methods in place, then you will not be on the list to get a depredation permit. We will not be advocating to you. Our large trappers will take pictures to verify it's a mountain lion. They take pictures to verify you have your structures in place, that you have night pens, that you have guard stock dogs. We have, I mean, in one case we had 10-foot fences. And we work with the property owner to educate them on what would work, as does CDFW's biologists too. And we also need to look at not a parcel. We need to be looking at an area, which I think Fish and Wildlife has been doing better at, but it's something that I think really needs to be addressed and be put into an actual process. Proactive hazing permits, if deemed possible by the trapper, by the houndsman. One thing that we've talked about is not waiting until we have a lethal take, but having when there's mountain lions in the area, having the trapper go out with his hounds with a permit from California Department of Fish and Wildlife to work the area. That will work in some of our areas and could be a really good part of our toolkit. It's not going to be perfect everywhere, because if you think about mountain lions on Ponderosa High School's ball field, so we get John down there, or a trapper down there, he's got his hounds. How does he run them on areas that are 5 acres, 2 acres, urban? He can't. There's other areas, the ones at Oak Ridge, his dogs knew where those mountain lions were going, but he couldn't let them loose because they were heading towards Highway 50. So those aren't going to be tactics that would make the mountain lions scared, but it could work, you know, really effectively in some areas of our county. Next slide. So our Fish and Game Commission, our Fish and Wildlife Commission also had, our El Dorado one, also had some thoughts. CDFW has lost funding for staffing wildlife human conflicts. They're biologists. We'd love to have more of them back again. I think we directly had some issues up in Tahoe with bears, but I think that we need more mountain lion ones out here. They suggested that we combine our voices with other counties in the foothills that are having high mountain lion conflicts, down to Bishop, where they're having problems with the bighorn sheep, you know, things like that, where we could work together as maybe we're different. And they want more research, you know. Nobody's really done research on, does this hazing program work? So research into, does it work? Tree and free may work in Montana, but will it work here on our more fractured areas? And then they also wanted to talk about a zonal thing where, you know, we're different. Next slide. And that concludes my presentation. Do you have questions of me before I have Mr. Gaines come up?
Any specific questions
Not
for
yet.
the end? Okay, great. No. Mr. Gaines, You're up. Thank you so much, Leanne. Excellent presentation and refresher. Appreciate it. And thank you for being with us this afternoon, Mr. Gaines.
Thank you for the opportunity, Madam Chair. My name is Bill Gaines. I'm with Gaines and Associates, and I've had the I've specialized in wildlife management policy for over 30 years in California, including working very closely with the Department of Fish and Wildlife, Fish and Game Commission, and also with the state legislature on any wildlife management policy that comes before them. The pleasure of representing the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, California Deer Association, Wild Sheep Foundation, National Wild Turkey Federation, and several other nonprofit conservation organizations whose number one priority is the health of the game species that they focus on. Also have the absolute honor of working with Leanne and the sheriff and of course the Brooks family on this issue. Data is fundamental to making wildlife management decisions, absolutely fundamental to doing that. Now we could argue all day long about how many cats are in California. I know the department's working with others to get their arms around that. How many cats are in El Dorado County? How many of them are in the lower part of the county? We could talk about that for a long, long time. Probably will never reach agreement on that until some serious long-term studies are done. But the data that is absolutely undebatable is what you just saw Leanne just throw up. I mean, you folks have been tracking livestock losses, the losses of pets and so forth to mountain lions for a long time. And nothing has increased like this has. I think she said in 2015, we reached a high at the time of a little over 50 losses throughout the entire county for the whole year. You bump up to 2023 and we're up around 100. And now we're talking 2024, we're going to bump through 200. It's going up absolutely exponentially. Now, are residents doing their job to try to keep cats out? Are they putting them up at night? Are they using the lights, the guard dogs and so forth and so on, as Leanne mentioned? Word's getting out on that, and residents are getting more and more astute to doing those things on their property, taking care of the fences, radios, you name it, whatever it may be. But the problem is cats' behaviors are changing. They haven't been 150 years, right? So they really have lost their fear of humans. They've lost their fear of dogs. And now what we're seeing in the case of the tragic loss of Taylor Brooks, we're seeing cats killing livestock. And in the case of killing Taylor, killing a human in the middle of the day. They're not following the typical behaviors that they've followed for years and years and years. Their behavior is changing, and largely that's because they're losing their fear. Prop 117 was passed narrowly by the voters back in June of 1990, and that put a lot of the Fish and Game Code that you saw Leanne throw up, that put a lot of that in place. What it didn't impact was the department's ability to issue depredation permits and the protocol for doing so. That's administrative policy. That's policy that can be handled and has been handled completely within the Department of Fish and Wildlife. It doesn't need to go through the Fish and Game Commission or any of those things. It's an administrative policy. And in 2020, as Leanne mentioned, the department changed that policy throughout most of the state to where it was a three-step policy requiring the non-lethal measures be taken before they would issue a take permit to actually euthanize a lion. The department will probably argue that 4801.5 requires that they take non-lethal steps, and it does. But it also notes that unless it's authorized elsewhere in the chapter, that you don't have to take those lethal or those non-lethal approaches, then you can go ahead and go straight to lethal. If you go to 4803, as Leanne mentioned, that actually requires the department, when there's been a depredation by a lion confirmed, to issue a permit promptly for the take of that mountain lion. Now, the catch is that take is defined in the Fish and Game Code to pursue, capture, hunt, and kill. It's got a variety of meanings, and you can interpret it whichever one you want to interpret to. In this case, if the department is interpreting that to say that hunt and pursue and capture, that's not euthanize a lion, right? But they can do that under the definition of take, but they also can determine that take in this case means to kill that lion. So in other words, if 4801.5 says, unless authorized elsewhere in this chapter, non-lethal steps should be taken. If you go to 4803 and you interpret take to mean to kill, you can go straight to a take permit for a problem lion. something must be done. You saw the numbers. El Dorado County has nearly 20% of the depredation permits issued throughout the entire state. We're different. We are different here. And we need to take steps that somehow allow us to get away from this one size fits all policy that is being implemented throughout all of these counties, some of which have maybe 20 or 30 livestock deaths in a year when we're having well over 200. I'd like to see El Dorado County be used as a pilot program for trying to take some steps differently when it comes to depredation permits. Would like to see the county work with the department to tweak that depredation permit policy, go back to what it was before 2020, establish some very hard, if you will, agreed to parameters for what it would take to get a lethal depredation permit, get those permits, as Leanne mentioned, issued promptly instead of waiting days and weeks. And instead of requiring a problem lion to have an impact on the same parcel more than once, it should be the same area more than once. Lions don't know boundaries. I mean, they don't know whose property they're on. I mean, so if it's in the same area, that should qualify as being a problem lion. It shouldn't have to be the same actual parcel place. Lastly, I mentioned that lions have lost their fear because they haven't been hunted in over 50 years, and totally agree with Leanne. We're not after promoting the hunting of mountain lions. We're not after that. We want to see as many mountain lions saved as we possibly can. And I think a proactive hazing program, like Leanne mentioned, some places in the county it'll work, some places it won't. But where it will work, if you can implement a proactive hazing program, or if you've got a cat that's being a problem, even though it hasn't depredated on anything, but it's getting a little too aggressive, haze that cat off. Haze them off and instill that fear back into that cat, not only of humans, but also of dogs. Used to be afraid of dogs. Now they're eating dogs. So we have a problem there. But the trappers, Jody and John, aren't going to be enough to do that by themselves. And some of the open spaces, as you get a little bit higher in elevation, where you had a lot of Forest Service land and other things like that, we think it would make sense to allow qualified, permitted houndsmen to run their dogs up there to haze cats as well, at least to keep them out of the urban areas or the semi-rural areas. And again, to instill some fear back into those cats. And in the long run, that will save the lives of a lot of cats. Not harm them, but save them, because they'll learn to stay out of trouble. So it's been a pleasure working with Leanne. My understanding is the meetings with the Department of Fish and Wildlife have been going very well. So that's great news. I know that we're trying to reach some agreeable solutions here today, and not get into a brawl, but rather just put our heads together and come up with some common sense changes that somehow allow El Dorado County to be treated differently when it comes to this issue, because we are different and those numbers confirm that. So thank you very, very much for the opportunity to speak today, and I look forward to hearing the rest of the comments.
Thank you, Mr. Gaines, for all your work and collaboration in this arena. So Director Bonham, it's a pleasure to invite you up. We thank you for coming to El Dorado County to be with us today at this really important community conversation.
Thank you, Chair. Situated. So my name is Chuck Bonham, and I'm the director of the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. And before I start, I must begin by saying we continue at the department to have the deepest condolences for the Brooks family. Loss of life as a parent is the most tragic thing, and it's unimaginable. And we know Wyatt is a hero and an exemplar of courage in his own right. There are three things I'd like to do today. I'd like to introduce the department a little bit to you on this topic, the perspective we have looking across the state. I'd like to make some very direct acknowledgements and accept our ownership of the dynamic you have in the county. And then I'd like to share a little the things we're currently doing that you may not know about, and the things we're considering doing. I will stay through all the public comment. I think showing up is part of my job, and hearing what people have to say is part of the job.
We greatly appreciate that.
Here's what we're not doing today. I'm not here to fight. despite Mr. Gaines' pronouncement, I'm not here to argue. I'm not going to agree with everything that may be said today. We don't actually agree with all the data your ag commissioner is presenting and how it's portrayed. All beside the point. We think there are important steps we can take with you to improve this situation. So here's the department's kind of broader entry into the conflict space between human and wildlife. It's a statewide issue for us. Across all counties, this is a dynamic. Our department is about 150 years old, so very old entity. We find ourselves often in the middle of very difficult decisions where Californian citizens increasingly have strongly held views which may not align. A couple of years ago, about 3 years ago, we created our first ever statewide program for human wildlife conflict. We were fortunate when the state budget had more surplus. So we got about 20 full-time, or not full-time, excuse me, 20 positions and put our capacity into each of the 58 counties to try to be more available, shrink our response time, be more directly engaged. It worked. There has been success from that investment in capacity. In the fiscal year of 2023 to 2024, so July to the end of June the following year, in 23 to 24, we had 45,000 calls logged in our call record for these conflicts across the state. We allocated about 60,000 hours of staff time to managing these issues. And we had about 3,500 depredation incidents around the state. The sad news is, as the budget turned, those 20 positions were limited term. They had an automatic expiration date in them, and we've lost those positions for the statewide program. However, knowing the importance of this topic in this county, our regional manager, Morgan Kilgore, has reallocated and redirected amongst our existing capacity. And I think we've got 6 staff available on this topic full-time in the county, which is better positioned than, you know, similarly situated counties around the state. We saw the need. Here are some things I want to accept and acknowledge. You have legitimate concerns. Both you at the government level, the ag commissioner level, your sheriff, and your citizens. They're legit. We're not here to say they aren't. In my judgment, I think we should begin thinking about this county and actually the collection of Sierra foothill counties as a hotspot dynamic, which must mean you head towards a management strategy that's kind of regionalized and tailored to the circumstances rather than trying to fit a general statewide structure too. So we're a yes on that. We also think that coordination and communication is our future, us with you and the affected citizens, and it makes a difference. What your ag commissioner didn't mention a moment ago is because of our existing coordination, which has been greatly increased, the issuance of non-lethal depredation permits upon confirmation, we have down to 60 minutes. And the issuance of lethal permits, which are being offered upon confirmation, is down to 60 minutes. We didn't hear that in the presentation. And on field investigations, carcass retrieval and necropsy, we're down to 6 to 8 hours on turning around that workload. Moreover, in our tracking database, all the permits we've issued with the supporting documentation since January 20 of this year have been processed within 24 hours. So the idea that we can coordinate better, communicate better, get better together is actually true. And that processing proves it, but we have more to do. Okay. So we could have not come today. That would have been the wrong thing to do. In the last several months, I've been with Plumas in the field. I've been with Sierra in the field. I think in the last year, I've been to Lassen. This weekend, I was just up in Siskiyou. We understand both our role and the need for us to be present in the rural landscape. So I don't think our highest, best use of our time is to try to singularly identify some causal factor in this 2020 to 2024 timeline. The reality is in July of 2020, our department did not issue new policy. We had our senior staff issue an implementation memo with implementation guidance to our staff. It's a memo and it's guidance. We can revisit that. We can think about how we can continually improve it. So these animals, your own Fish and Wildlife Commission points out in its opinion, which is part of the document, that the goal is to assess the effectiveness of a variety of proactive hazing techniques in reducing conflict with Krugers to promote a more peaceful coexistence with these magnificent animals. We agree with much of your Ag Commissioner's recommendations and most of the 5 recommendations from your own county Fish and Wildlife Commission. This is the most widely distributed terrestrial mammal in the Western Hemisphere. Most of the state of California is suitable habitat for the lions. As your own Wildlife Commission notes and the Ag Commissioner just said, most of El Dorado County is suitable habitat. There is something going on in this 4 to 5 year space, which, by the way, hasn't even been one full generational cycle of the lion population. And I happen to believe it's a combination of factors, including our own management approach. But as your own commission has said in its published document for this agenda, we've got roads all over the place. We've got fragmented habitat. We've had 2 of the worst intense droughts in California's history in the last 12 years. We've had catastrophic wildfires, Caldor, Agora, and Mosquito. You have potentially, or you would not otherwise be considering a county ordinance stopping your residents from feeding deer. We also have a dynamic that's playing out potentially where the lions have shifted their prey to deer and deer are more present where people are more present. All these things we need to go through together and determine how to handle it. So I think we've had recent experiences in the Tahoe Basin around black bears, which are transferable to how y'all and us can think about lions here in the county proper, more in the lower elevations. You may not know, using bear quickly as an example, we've been aggressively collaring animals every opportunity we get so that we have more information. I agree with Mr. Gaines, lack of data is an important problem we must solve. As we've been able to collar more bears, we've built a DNA library. So we can now trace the animal down to the incident and often geographically locate them by zip code, if not street. The database is allowing us to be more nimble and flexible and design a regional tailored approach rather than a general statewide approach. In the lion or the bear example in the basin, we are actively trapping, tagging, and hazing the heck out of bears with dogs. We are relocating animals that meet certain criteria and doing science on success around that. And for the unfortunate animal that's had an injury, we're often rehabbing. We are loaning electronic mats to all homeowners in the basin as a deterrent. And sadly, not El Dorado, but I hope our future collaboration can create opportunity like this for Alpine and Placer, we're actually funding both counties. $800,000 to Placer and $650,000 to Alpine for bear boxes. And we're in the middle of trying to think about our management strategies that are based on the animal's behavior, not the actual loss of property, which is another theme that shows up in your Ag Commissioner, Mr. Gaines, and your County Commission's recommendations. Here's what I think we can start to do more of, and we're considering doing more of, and we've had very productive conversations with your Ag Commissioner in the last couple of months. We've got to get at some of these science questions. How many animals are in the county? Where are they moving? Overlaying the fragmentation maps and the corridor maps, we may have bottlenecks of migration, which if we could figure that out, might be part of the solution. We need to do hazing at a more significant pace and intensity in the county. Now, to be very clear, there's never been a moment when you can't run dogs for hazing purposes in this county on lions. There's a misperception that the 2020 memo prohibited running dogs on lions. That's not the case. What we want to do, working with your trappers, is invest in a hazing program and put science on top of it to determine the effectiveness of it. So it might be the case we can model after the Washington example that's been offered both by your Ag Commissioner and your County Commission, but we need to design some sort of science to track the effectiveness of that amplified hazing effort. I also think we need to take an additional step. It's more difficult in lions, but get as many collars on the animals as we can when we're in the middle of all this work to build that database so we can fine tune our management decisions. I've mentioned about communication and the shrinking of response times and workload. And let me end with a couple of final thoughts. So we're a yes on science. We're a yes on this hazing dynamic. We're a yes on thinking about replicating the Washington study. We're a yes on shrinking return times on permit processing. I think we also have to improve our communication in the communities. What we've done up in the Tahoe Basin on bears is we've started to go to every homeowners association, every neighborhood, every like Rotary Club, and we're sitting and talking about it. We need to be present that way. I defer to you and your commissioners on like, how do you scale that in the county? Are there neighborhoods? How would you do that? But here's why we'd want to do that. I think you know this. I actually think the audience would acknowledge this in a moment of candor. Not all people are the same in their experience and their approach to wild animals or their own properties. There are parts of communities that contribute to the problem. When this topic comes up in the local paper, just go look at the social media. It's your residents name checking each other about who they think has left their animals out at night. There is a part of communities where it's in the county's interest, our interest, and neighbors' interest to help them do better in their stewardship and their animal husbandry. That is a prominent recommendation in your own county commission's document. That part of the dynamic is going to need to learn. It's going to need education. And if people aren't meeting the mark on best practices, we think our process allows them to more slowly move through the dynamic. But there's another community that's the exact opposite. They've done everything any reasonable person would ask. And for us, those are things like your Ag Commissioner mentioned. Maybe it's a fully enclosed, rigid night pen. Maybe it's bringing your animals in at night. Maybe it's not keeping your door open and your pet going in and out at night hours. Maybe it's trained guard dogs. Maybe it's angled hot wire or barbed wire on a 6-foot fence. If the communities and individuals are doing those things, why do they have to wait? They should be able to move faster through directly to a lethal permit. we think that kind of flexibility is very much available for us to work through with your ag commissioner. And this is a stretch of an analogy, so forgive me. Sadly, part of my job also has me involved in emergency services. Think earthquake or fire or flood or hurricane. We don't wait. We work on preparedness all the time so that when the incident happens, you can more quickly respond. Part of what we envision in this county, working with your ag commissioner, if she's willing, those that have taken the time to get prepared, we're going directly to that lethal part of the spectrum. Those that haven't, we may need to work on due diligence to get them prepared that way so they're contributing less to the overall problem. The values or themes that I really wanted to come with today are it's important to be here and be present. I will remain personally engaged. I imagine I'll see the sheriff and ag commissioner more than you. But if you need me, I'll come back. I know you're going to send me a letter. I understand the need to do that. But honestly, at the end of the day, the letter's not needed. You don't have to point your finger at me. I'm interested in trying to solve problems. And I think there's some tangible things that we agree with you on the recommendation front from your staff. We're not always going to agree. Someone's going to be mad at me no matter what we do.
Us too.
I understand that. Let's keep the conversation going. Let us sit down more and hold us accountable. Let's see if we can come back at some appropriate frequency and give you updates on what we've developed together. So that's my pitch from top to bottom. I don't know if you have questions. I will definitely be here for all the public comment.
Dr. Bonham, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We greatly appreciate you being here and articulating your position in our areas of common ground so eloquently. Thank you. So, with that, I think there's no more, at this point, there's no more critical voice in the Brooks family. There's no more unspeakable tragedy, the attack on two sons. So with that, Mr. Brooks, we invite you up to share with us and to share with the state what you need us to hear. Thank you for being with us.
First time we met with Chuck, which was in April, got all defensive and told John DiAugustini that John was threatening him simply because John stated a simple fact that he could change the depredation policy that he put into effect in 2020. Chuck also said to John, myself, Wyatt, and my wife, and my brother Malcolm, that he was feeling like he was being bullied. That's why we were treated a month after my boys were attacked by your mountain lion. Between you and the Mountain Lion Foundation and DFW's non-management policies, you've created a completely different animal than what they used to be. And because of that, you are all 100% responsible for what happened to my boys, and you need to be held accountable. Mountain Lion Foundation states that hunting lions with dogs is cruel and unusual punishment. But you know what actually is cruel and unusual punishment is the way lions kill their deer. Which I was going to ask Chuck to describe how lions kill deer, but I'll just go ahead and do it myself. It's a nasty, ugly process. Once they get the deer where they want them, they get them by the throat and crush their throat, and they suffocate. So that's exactly how your mountain lion killed my son. He had his throat crushed by your lion's disgusting teeth. He suffocated to death. While his brother, whose face was already ripped in half by your mountain lion, and he was bleeding profusely, tried to get your lion off of his brother, but he couldn't. Therefore, he had to see his brother die. And I believe if this had happened to you, Chuck, you and your son, if you had your face ripped in half and had to see your son suffocate to death, I'm sure there would have been drastic change to lion management immediately. That's it. Thank you.
I can't imagine how hard it is for you to continue to share that when you meant that. Thank you. At this point, I believe Malcolm is online, Kim. I believe Malcolm Brooks is online, and I'd like to offer this time for him.
Malcolm, you're unmuted now.
Okay, can you hear me?
We sure can, Malcolm. Thank you for coming back with us today.
Absolutely. Yeah, I am checking in from Montana. Could not be there in person today, but I would have if I could have. Off the bat, I just, I want to thank that everyone there in the audience for showing up to support the family, support Wyatt, support my brother, support Stacy, support Amanda, and just take an interest in this situation that's, kind of rocked this community to the core. Okay, I mean, moving on from there, I have to say that I am happy to hear that Director Bonham is addressing, some things like adaptive management, not merely limited to the county, perimeter, but also, to potentially extend that, in a zonal fashion. I know that the notion of adaptive management is something that he has referred to previously in other situations and is clearly, aware of that as a necessity for not locking an entire extended region into a one-size-fits-all sledgehammer that simply does not address the realities of wildlife or ecology in general. So I hope that continues to be a direction that we go with this. Also, again, just, happy to hear that there's some things under consideration that, potentially will end this hotspot, scenario that's clearly occurring in this region. I would also like to encourage the department to look at some of the other areas of the state because it's happening elsewhere too. San Mateo County is a problem. Yeah. Anyway, I mean, again, I'm happy to hear that there may be some forward progress in a more comprehensive management direction. And again, I cross my fingers that this is legit and that the department does continue to pursue that as a directive. That said, again, thank you all for showing up and for making the effort that you have. Again, I mean, one more thing to acknowledge, some of the slipperiness of like legal language per the codes. I was going to bring this up, but Bill Gaines sort of, addressed this already. There really has been some, sort of strange, depends on what your definition of is style wordsmithing around some of this stuff. And I'm glad that that is having a spotlight put on it at this point, because there really is no reason to finagle or finesse the legal language to basically shapeshift the original depredation policies as voted on by the public in 1990 with 117. that was a pretty clear directive, and definitely think that there needs to be more of an original application of that law. I can see how in certain regions, with some of the more at risk lion populations in the urban interface zone in the Santa Monica Mountains and that sort of thing, sure, you maybe, again, I mean, with adaptive management, you maybe give a little more flexibility or elasticity to that to that lethal language. But in places like the foothills, which have a much different scenario happening, and human life at this point is, predictably at risk, in addition to livestock. So again, keeping my fingers crossed that the adaptive approach is what is, pursued more uniformly going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you again for being with us. We appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Before I bring it back to the board for any questions or comments before public comment, Sheriff Lykoff, do you have anything that you'd like to add at this point? We always appreciate your voice.
Thank you. I have a lot I want to say. How I'm going to put it into words. We really shouldn't be here today doing this. One of the things that I saw that we presented, and I don't know if it was one of the things that Director Bonham disagrees with, but it's in black and white, and or I should say red and blue. The depredation permits issued and the number of mountain lions that were taken. You can clearly see when the population is not managed properly, we are going to have more of our livestock being killed, more of our domestic animals being taken by lions. And because of the lack of take permits that were issued, we lost a very valued, treasured community member and the son of my close personal friend. So I commend Director Bonham and I have seen him reach out. I've seen his staff reach out, and they're willing to work with us. So I appreciate that. But the bottom line at the end of the day is the El Dorado County Sheriff's Office. We're going to protect our community, and we're going to protect our citizens. We're going to protect our ranchers. So when I hear a lot of yeses, and I appreciate that about things that we need to be doing, we need to expedite this, because that problem is not going to go away anytime soon. But I want our citizens to understand, make no mistake, if they feel that they are threatened or if they need us to come, we are going to come, and we're going to help them stay safe, if that makes sense. So I was going to wait to hear what everybody had to say, but you invited me up here, so I appreciate that. Aaron, my heart goes out to you and your family. Wyatt, and, the rest of your family that's had to go through this tragic, unthinkable circumstance. So thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Supervisor Thomas, we have our former sheriff, John
absolutely.
D'Agostini on the line. I don't know
Of
if you want to give
course.
him.
Sheriff D'Agostini, welcome. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Hello, board. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Absolutely. We appreciate it.
All right. Thank you. Board, I apologize for not being there today. Aaron, Stacy, all you folks, I apologize for not being able to be there, but I wanted to be there. I don't want to say much more than it's already been said. You folks understand the issues. You're in the middle of it, in the arena, so to speak. I would like to make a couple points. I thank Mr. Bonham for being there. But I hope all of you understand that letter is absolutely necessary, even though he said it's not. Mr. Bonham is an advocate. He's a political appointee. He does not answer to your people. He is an advocate for the Lions. He has shown that in his action and in his words and his reaction to myself in a board meeting with him, the Brooks family. I just, please keep that in mind moving forward as to what's best for your constituents in your county, for the people that you serve, as I served for many years. So thank you for that. Thank you for that time. Thank you for the effort that you're putting into this and the work you're doing. It means a lot to me and the family. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for being with us. We appreciate you calling in. Okay. Before we go to public comment, does the board at this point have any questions or comments at this point?
I got a few questions.
Okay.
You know, our family's been here for 8 generations. And one of my cousins used to run dogs. And he is not allowed to do that anymore. And one particular person that I know real well got arrested for running dogs. And now he lives and resides in Oregon. And one of the things that we need to push is tree and release. We need to do this. The deer population, according to your figures, we used to have over 2 million deer that was accountable in the state of California. Now we have 1/3 of the population. Now I'm going to ask you, how many deer were killed in these last 3 wildfires that we've had? The Caldor fire, when it was burning 100 feet per second going through that area. And how about the mosquito fire or the King fire? How much wildlife was killed in those fires? Has anybody ever done a study on any of that? Because the population is going down. With the deer population going down, these mountain lions are going to go elsewhere to find food. They really are. My brother used to work for El Dorado Disposal. And when Union Mine was open, there was anywhere from 5 to 6 mountain lions every morning in that dump going through the trash. But a lot of it is people used to take their livestock and dumped it there, and they were buried out there. So they were going and feeding on that. Our mountain lion populations has increased while the deer populations has been decreasing. And it's not just because of, you know, the wildfires and stuff, but look at on the road areas that's going on right now, especially the Buckspar Road and Pleasant Valley Road and all the roads out in that area of that county. You see deer alongside the road all over the place. And the biggest thing is there's no accountability. I'll tell you a particular time you talk about that. I agree with that we should be packing. If you're out in the woods, you should be packing. I remember a time when I was out there running cows, is not with Tim's, but adjacent with Bobby's, and it was on a horse, and I had my sidearm, and I was confronted by Fish and Game, stating the fact is I'm not allowed to carry a gun because it wasn't hunting season. But I have a right to carry, especially protecting my life, especially who knows who you're going to run into. You just never know. And these are the issues that I have encountered over, you know, my lifetime. And there's always been a problem. There really has. But I think it's because of these wildfires that we have, it's driven the population. Everything is down here now. And sorry, but 11-foot fence is not going to stop a mountain lion. It's not. I've seen a bobcat jump 11-foot fence with a freaking chicken in his mouth. You know, I mean, this doesn't make any sense. You're going to try to put a fence up to prevent these mountain lions from getting into your livestock? That's not going to work. How about all these ranches? That's going to put a burden on it, on some of these ranches that are anywhere from 500 to over 2,000 acres. So you mean you're going to have to put 11-foot high fence all the way around to enclose their livestock or their cattle to prevent mountain lions from getting in there? That ain't going to work. There's no way it's going to work. The biggest thing is the population that I read about was 4,100 mountain lions in that. I think we got, in the whole state of California, I believe we got over 4,100 just in El Dorado County alone. So I think we need to go back a little bit and study. My family's been here a long time and encountered a lot during that particular time. But with these horrific fires that we have, has driven all the livestock. And I know somebody said, well, their deer is up in and they're feeding on the new. Well, no, because the thing is they're down here feeding, because I'll tell you why. My horses, which I don't, my daughter has one of my horses because one of the horses passed away. But when I would feed my horses with alfalfa, there were deer all around because alfalfa is candy to them. So you mean to tell me you're going to put a burden on ranchers to be able to feed their animals in a certain area and stuff? The deer are going to get there anyway, no matter what. I'm going to tell you that right now, because they do. So I think we need to look at it a little bit differently here, especially in our county. And I am really sorry for your loss. It tears me up inside. But there's an issue going on in Colorado right now where 28 people this last year were killed by mountain lions and over 286 encounters, human encounters. This is the stuff it's been going on. And now they want to, where they can hunt mountain lions in that particular state, but they're going to ban that too. So we need to look at the big picture is what we need to look at. And when it comes to human safety, that's what we need to address. We really do, because I don't want to see anything happen to, especially to one of my friends or somebody that I know. That's, it's just devastating to me that we're even here today to even talk about this. But we need to address this problem. And this problem is getting way out of hand. So that's all I'm going to say for right now.
That's exactly what we've been doing. That's exactly
I know.
why we're all here today.
That's right.
Absolutely. Supervisor Huddle.
So to the Brooks family, my sincere condolences on your loss. I can only try to understand the grief you're going through. Extremely difficult. Any of us put in that position would be very upset with the way the response has gone, the actions that have been taken. So I feel your pain. It's the best I can do at this point. Mr. Bonham, thank you for being here, expressing yourself. My ask of you is, are you willing to put the statements that you made before us in writing so that we know what your commitment is? I mean, there's nothing on here that I disagree with. I think your approach is a valid approach because it starts with collecting data and it goes from there. And treating this as a hotspot region is very important. If we had that in writing, I would like to propose at some point the board include that in our letter to you. Here were the commitments you made to us and the timelines that you expressed that we could accomplish them. So we have a common plan that lets the public know where you're coming from. It lets everyone know where we're coming from, because I really do want to collaborate and work with your organization. I know our ag commissioner wants to do that. Our sheriff wants to do that. We want to find solutions to these things. But truly, the dynamics in El Dorado County have changed substantially. I've seen large deer populations reduced to small populations. I've seen the deer move into residential communities because of that. And part of that, it means that when people feed deer, it's a real problem because they keep coming back. But the mountain lions will follow the deer. I mean, it's a food chain. It isn't hard to understand. But we've seen a huge influx of deer into the subdivision I live in. I'm going to say in the last 4 or 5 years, it's probably doubled the population. And with that come predators. I had deer that have been taken down, and you see the carcasses, in the area. You suspect they're mountain lions. I haven't had it confirmed, but you see dead carcasses of deer, and you suspect what happened there. The other part of it is bear. We have bear in our community in El Dorado Hills. I've had 3 sightings across the back of my property in the daytime. So it is something we need to look holistically at. How do we deal with this whole thing of the changing environment and the changing mannerisms of the wildlife that are around us? We want to protect them. We want to preserve them. But we also have to be conscious of the kids that are running around in the neighborhood, the pets that are out there, livestock. All of those things have to go into that consideration. So that would be my ask of you, if you would be willing to put that in writing so that we could possibly include it in a letter to you.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. If you'd like to come and address that.
Chuck Bonham, Director of the department. Look, I think this is really the board's choice on how you want to handle this in sequence.
Okay.
I respect and actually kind of agree with your former sheriff, Mr. DeAgostini's comment. When you are at this level of local government, you need to exercise your opportunity and tell me what you need to tell me. If you'd rather send that letter sooner, we can respond, and working with your staff, try to memorialize how we want to identify what we're going to do together, put it on a timeline, figure out some reporting. If you want to wait and see what we develop and then incorporate it, it's really up to you.
Okay.
Thank you for that. That's very
That's
helpful.
fair.
And we'll
Thank
get
you.
public comment, and then we'll come back to have the board deliberate on that. Thank you very much. Appreciate that comment. All right, excellent comments. Is there any other comments before public comment?
No, that's just fine.
Okay, I'm going to wait as well. All right. So Kim, let's go ahead and open up public comment on this item.
Now taking public comment on item number 29. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Who's first? Good afternoon.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors and Chair. My name is Nicholas Schneider. I'm the General Manager for Georgetown Divide Public Utility District, and I'd just like to offer my sincerest condolences to the Brooks family. Hearing about that and being a member of that community, it rocked our world as well. I have employees who are out in those woods all the time by themselves, and a brazen daytime attack is something that, again, is unheard of for these lions. I have a secondary issue that I'd like to also bring up in regards to this is, unfortunately, Mr. Bonham, you are lying to these people, and you are saying that there is things that are happening that are not happening. I have been on the phone with your regional director and all of your staff members here locally, begging for a permit to take a mountain lion that was destroying my community. I lost 5 goats to your mountain lion that was ravaging a whole neighborhood. I live on Pleasant Valley. You are just mentioning that. I asked and begged for you guys to take in flexibility and consideration in your depredation permit, and you guys flat out denied it. My neighbor had 3 sheep killed within 50 feet of where my goats were living, and you guys said those are not related incidents. That is absolutely unheard of and appalling. How you cannot say that that is not the same lion, the same incident, is atrocious. It took me to lose 3 incidents for you to actually be able to issue the permit to have the trapper, the county trapper, come out and take care of this issue. I couldn't even have my family walk my property. How dare you? How dare you come up here and say that you are trying to do something when you can't even offer the slightest flexibility when I'm asking and giving you evidence and giving you something that is concrete, that is happening over and over and over again. So with that, I'll leave my 1 minute left for somebody else behind me, but I appreciate you having this discussion and the time here today.
Thank you for your comments. Good afternoon.
Hello, my name is Dave Cook. I'm a fawn rehabilitator with Sierra Wildlife Rescue. Some of you have seen me here before, but this is a very different topic, but it's quite related. Mountain lion activity and deer activity go hand in hand. And some comments have been made by Director Bonham and also Supervisor Heidel about mountain lions following deer and a concern about that. Let me add another layer to that. They don't just follow, lions don't just follow deer randomly. They follow them particularly where they're being fed. There are areas in this county where there is prolific deer feeding. I bump into it all the time when I'm out to rescue an injured or orphan fawn. Now, I don't turn that information over to the Department of Fish and Wildlife because I don't want the public to think I'm a snitch. So I keep my mouth shut and do my work with the fawn. But I'm appalled by what I see, and I try to educate the public because they say they're deer lovers and all they're doing is helping spread disease of the deer. That's my big thing about it. But it also means that they're attracting mountain lions. If you're trying to deal with this problem, you need to find out where that's going on and educate those people so they stop it, because it's that human mountain lion interface you're trying to break. That's where it's the hardest. I certainly don't think the Brooks family were feeding deer and attracted mountain lions. That's a horrible situation. My condolences and sympathies to all of you. That is not what you want to see happen. And for the people that are out there feeding deer, thinking they're loving them and might kill them with disease, they might kill themselves. This is really a critical issue. I can identify areas. I'm not going to do it in public. But if you want to contact me, I'll tell you the areas. Some of them are gated communities where this happens extensively. It's ridiculous. As I said, I've had a reason not to contact the department to turn this information over. And I won't identify individual callers, but I will tell you where to look. And I think it would be really important, whether you want to call it educational effort or a punitive effort or anything appropriate in between. Contact me. You can find me easily. Dave Cook, Sierra Wildlife Rescue.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Dustin Kyle Sears Sr. I'm a longtime resident of El Dorado County. What I'm about to report to the board is in no way a comparison to what this precious family has gone through, okay? I've grown up hunting and fishing my entire life. My grandfathers, my fathers have raised us to hunt, fish, and provide for our own. My wife and I have raised 4 children in the Mosquito, way back up there against the National Forest. The whole area up to Quintet, beyond that, feels like almost our personal playground. As a matter of fact, 2 of my children right now are at Stumpy Meadows fishing. I've given you that brief background to let you know I'm not a novice. We are accustomed to wildlife and livestock. All that to say, I've only seen 3 mountain lions. My wife has seen none until this year. Between the both of us, on different occasions, this year alone, we've seen 6. Clearly, something is different. Something is changing. 6 weeks ago, our 75-pound German Shepherd Lab was attacked by a mountain lion and was severely injured. The only thing that saved his life was the fact that I got up and entered the fight. As I went out and began to defend my dog, this mountain lion moved away from us. The way it moved away from me caused me to seriously pay attention to what he was doing. At no time did this mountain lion seem to be afraid of me. And in fact, it stopped and looked back at me, and it seemed to have a look of, quote, do I really want to leave this situation? This is my food tonight. It was like he was considering coming back and trying to finish. He did not run for me. It was a leisurely walk. Clearly, there's been a change in something, a systemic change in the creature. And in 1 year, have an overwhelming, let me back up, apologize. You cannot live the life I've lived and not see an elusive creature, and in 1 year have an overwhelming encounter with them, and there hasn't been a change in their culture. I don't have a problem living with animals in the forest. I've chosen to live in their environment. But as I've previously stated, between my wife and I, on separate occasions this year alone, there's clearly something going on. Clearly something has changed. I know there's been fires that displace. I lived through the King Fire. After that fire was done, when I saw my second lion, you could tell he was clearly displaced. The first lion I ever saw was 15 years prior to that. So fire is not the only cause. It would seem to me that a management system has been put in place that has caused a serious increase in contact. I was asked to come here and share my story and beseech whoever the powers be, there must be a management change in how we manage these God-created creatures. I have some ideas. I will take any questions offline if you desire my opinion further on this matter. I hope somebody's listening and changes are considered and implemented. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Appreciate them. Good afternoon.
Afternoon. My name is Larry Robinson. I'm a 67-year resident, longtime hunter and fisher my entire life. And I'm part of the Fish and Wildlife Commission. And I've dedicated my life to that because I believe in wildlife. But I must tell you, you have a real problem here in this county. You've had it for more than 35 years, but it's just now coming to fruition. When I was a young man, I used to go hunting up in Nice House area, religiously up there with my father-in-law. He was the chief of the Abenaki Nation. Very good hunter, knew how to find deer, knew where they were at. And he used to take me to those game trails and we'd sit and wait for them when the storms hit. Well, I got to tell you something. We stopped hunting up there because the deer stopped migrating. We knew this. This is a problem. They don't migrate no more because the mountain lions were killing them back then. We used to watch them. We watched mountain lions chase deer, herds of deer. until they killed as many as they wanted. They didn't just kill one, they didn't kill two, they'd kill 5 or 6 if they could kill them. You don't understand. The mountain lion population is very huge now. And like George said, Mr. Turnbull, we probably got 4,000 mountain lions in this part of the country. I've seen them myself. I own a mining claim down on the French Creek, and I've seen 7 different mountain lions because I've got them on camera. There's a huge population here, and our problem is not the mountain lions as much as it is the deer. There's no deer left in this country because we used to watch them. I know because I'm living proof. I've seen them, and I know what I'm talking about. And I'm telling you, we have a deer population problem. You know what we ought to really do is stop hunting deer for a while until the population comes back up and watch and see what happens. Because I'll tell you something, we sell 33,000 deer tags in this county, in D5 area here, and about 10% of that is taken. Okay, 33,000 tags and only 10% is taken. We used to do way more than that by the percentages 35 years ago. You can't go up. In fact, our biologist that's in our group said that she went out to do the study on the disease deer up here. I forget the name of it now, but she went out there to study, and the Sierras up there. Her report was she couldn't find any deer. So you need to listen.
Thank you. Thank you for all your engagement on this. Good afternoon.
My name is Haley Molzon. I'm a local resident, born and raised here, and I've raised livestock. I'm also a trained wildlife researcher who specializes in carnivores. And I have partnered with the community and the Facebook pages to start a countywide research project interviewing residents about their experiences with mountain lions and their experiences with depredations. I have been interviewing people for the past 3 weeks, and I have some information that I can present to the board. I would like to use this project, as we've discussed extensively, that data needs to be collected. Depending, no matter what side of the aisle you are on about this, you cannot make statements about this area until you measure and survey the residents and their experiences. My benefit is that I am not an employee of Fish and Wildlife, and I'm not an employee of the county. I do this voluntarily all the time with a 19-month-old. And what I have found is that the vast majority of residents do not trust Fish and Wildlife, and thus they don't report. And so my research has already shown that I'm afraid that the rate of depredations we have in this county are far higher than what Leanne Miller has found in her research, because people just don't report it. And they have very good evidence that it is in fact a mountain lion kill. And it's for generally 3 reasons. Either they say, as a resident told me, when you have livestock, you have dead stock. And so they just take it as a part of life and make changes the best they can. Another resident told me that they blamed themselves, that they weren't taking efforts to protect their livestock. So when it happened, they made changes and didn't report it, and felt that by the time they realized they could report it, that lion had probably left the area and wouldn't be an effective measure for them. The third had a terrible experience, had 3 depredations by mountain lions, the first 2 of which they reported to Fish and Wildlife. Their first experience, Fish and Wildlife over the phone told them that they did not have enough evidence with drag marks, bite marks, and caching of the animal to warrant even coming to investigate to see if the on-the-ground evidence showed that it was a lion. The second depredation that happened 2 months later on their property, they had set up cameras. The night of the depredation, they had found the lion was in the pen the night of the depredation on their cameras. And we're told again by Fish and Wildlife that the fact that the picture of the lion was down the night of the depredation did not mean that the lion did it, even though it was in the pen, and that they would not come and investigate. By the third time, they decided, I'm not calling Fish and Wildlife. They found the lion on top of their goat, and they took care of it themselves, as we are all afraid of the SSS, or shoot, shovel, and shut up protocol. I have been working with the residents and will continue to work with the residents of this county to understand what are the true numbers. How many people are actually experiencing depredations, interactions? Where are these experiences happening? What habitats are these lions selecting? What measurements that homeowners are using to defend their livestock are actually effective? And to compare this data to already gathered data by other researchers.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your comments. Good afternoon.
Hi, I'm Heather Brownlee from Garden Valley. I had a mountain lion issue this morning. I'm walking outside my house, and I have 3 acres, a BLM land connected to my land in Garden Park. I'm sure you're familiar with the area. First thing I want to say, I don't believe a word you say.
If you can,
Don't trust the Department of Fish and Wildlife at all. An advocate for mountain lions and not for people and not deer, that's unacceptable. Going back to my altercation with a mountain lion, I normally am packing when I'm on my property, which is legal. I got a CCW, I'm always packing. I didn't this morning, took my dogs out, and I've got 8-foot fences, 3 different areas, driveway going down the back of my property and the circular one in front. Mountain lion jumped over that fence with no problem, came walking toward me, and to me, that is imminent danger, and I have the right to defend myself. My dogs went crazy, went after it. They're small dogs, 25 pounds, didn't have a chance, and I had the presence of mind. I didn't have my gun with me. Otherwise, we'd have a different conversation. I'd probably be in jail. So anyways, just want to say that I had the presence of mind. I had a lawnmower next to me. I started it up and I threw it down the hill. It got that mountain lion out of my property. It hit my gate, but got the mountain lion out of there. I've been here 32 years and have never seen the mountain lions in the daytime like we do now. This is the 3rd one in 3 months in Garden Park coming up my property. Forget the entrance to Garden Park. This is my property. People are calling saying, Heather, there's a mountain lion coming up to your property. Okay. It passes on and goes by fine. They've probably been doing that for years and years and years. I moved up here because of wildlife. And I don't think there's people in here that want to go out and hunt wildlife the mountain lions just to kill mountain lions, which we've been accused of. That's not the case. They need to be managed. Things have been mismanaged by this state, period. And something needs to be done before another person gets killed. People's animals, it's not acceptable that people's animals are being killed at all. So I hope you are being honest.
thank you. Thank you for your comments. I'm so glad you're all right. My goodness. Good morning, or good afternoon.
Hello, my name is Carolyn Gilmore. I own 60 acres on Sandridge Road, and I've lived there since 1988. I have never seen a mountain lion until 2 years ago when a mountain lion killed 2 miniature donkeys and my miniature horse. I was unsuccessful in getting a permit. I did after 3 attempts with pictures. I was required to take photos of my dead animals. My animals aren't just animals. They're part of my family. But anyway, I was able to get a hazing permit. Well, the problem is that I still have 5 animals and I carry a gun on my own property to feed my animals at night and in the morning. I need to have alfalfa for my horses, which is an enclosed cargo trailer, but some falls out at night and this cargo trailer is nowhere near my animals because the deer come and feast on the alfalfa that's left over that falls out of the trailer when I open it to feed. So my problem is that I have to protect myself and carry a gun on my own property to feel at least remotely safe. It's troubling to me. And I certainly hope that something valid happens out of these meetings that someday I can feel more comfortable on my own property.
Thank you. Thank you for being with us today. Good afternoon. Hi.
Supervisor Thomas, good afternoon, board. My name is Nick Stone, and today I'm speaking to you as a resident of South County and a livestock owner. Wanted to let you know that I support you in this letter and also support Supervisor Hollidell's comments about getting everything that Mr. Bonham said in writing. not too long ago, he's at a meeting in Mona County complaining about needing a sabbatical. So if he were to be replaced or changed, that would be something that I would encourage you to have in mind. But anyways, I produce pack llamas and beef cattle. I've owned various types of livestock over the last 40 years. I've never experienced losses of any type of predator until last year. I'm also an avid outdoorsman. I've run multiple trail cameras for at least the last 15 years ago. 4 years ago was the first time I've ever caught a lion on camera. One morning last spring, my wife came running in the house at 4 a.m. screaming, "They killed Skeeter, they killed Skeeter." It was my day off and she'd gone out to feed before me, before she headed off to work. I hope nobody in this room ever has to experience anything like this, what she discovered when she found the carcasses of our animals. And sadly, there's worse things than that and a lot of other people. Immediately we went out to investigate and discovered the carcasses of two 400-pound male pack llamas. Skeeter had a small amount of his organs that had been consumed by the lion, and Muggsy appeared to be killed for sport. And both those llamas were $3,000 each. Later that morning, trapper arrived and confirmed that it was a lion. Shortly after, I called Department of Fish and Wildlife to begin the depredation permit process. When I told the staff member that I'd lost 2 llamas, he was surprised, and he said that they usually suggest them as guard animals. While llamas can be a guard animal against smaller canine predators, suggesting them as guard animals against lions is ridiculous, and it shows how disconnected DFW staff is with the problem. There's currently a CDFA handout about livestock guardians on the DFW website under the lion page, and I'd respectfully request that they either edit that or take it down. The puma has been a natural predator of the llama for thousands of years in Peru, so they're just going to get more people's llamas killed by putting that information out there. There's conflicting other handouts that they have on there. The DFW staff member then suggested that I keep them in an enclosed shelter at night to prevent further depredations. Initially, I considered that, even though it wouldn't have been a quick fix and have been very costly, because I needed multiple enclosures for the males, the females, and the yearlings. He also provided advice on non-lethal deterrents such as radios, sirens, and lights. He agreed to issue me a non-lethal hazing permit. The terms of the permit were not logical or very productive. They allowed me to just call John for the dogs. Oh man, I'm running out of time. One of the key things that I asked that DFW member when I was on the phone with him was, what were my rights under section 4807? And that's the code section that allows a community member to kill a lion that they encounter killing their livestock. He said, well, that's not something that we like to advertise. And when Director Bond was talking, he was talking about tools. I believe that what previous Sheriff DiAugustini said about him being a lion advocate, that's a tool that he did not provide. So
Thank you, Nick. Appreciate your comments. Good afternoon.
Afternoon. My name is Katie Colgan. I'm a resident of South County. We do have livestock and LGDs, but I'm just sitting here thinking about what Director Bonham said about educating the public to protect their animals. Like somebody already mentioned, those cats can go over an 8-foot fence. So I'm not really sure, like George Turnbull mentioned, that is practical as far as a fence height that can keep them out. And also the difficulty of doing that on a large property. I am concerned about the fact that the takings are happening during the day. The Brooks brothers were attacked in broad daylight during the day. The behavior change of the lions is really scary. They're not afraid of people anymore. When they talk about playing radios, that's so outdated, it's ridiculous. They're not afraid of people yelling at them. They're not afraid of being hit in the face with a backpack. They're not afraid of anything. Banging pots and pans, and you can ask the sheriff about that. They're not afraid. That's the problem. I'm afraid when I go out and take care of my animals on my property, just for myself, and I have LGDs. There's members of our homesteading community that have lost animals during the day in front of them, in front of barking dogs, okay? And these are all documented and recorded. The worst case was a friend of mine lost an animal last September during the day. The trapper came out, said, if you want to keep a hold of them, then lock them in the barn. She locked them in the barn. This is a young lady who did 4-H and FFA, a teenager, right? With a younger sister that's 10 that also has goats. She kept them locked in that barn all the way until April. So from September to April. When the lion jumped on the roof of that barn, which was stick built, a good solid barn, that had been around for many, many years, had housed cows and horses. So we're talking about a large farm. The lion went up on the roof, in through the vent at the apex of the roof. dropped down and killed all of her does and kids. Now, I know we talk about livestock and we talk about pets, but my biggest concern is human beings. Okay. I'm concerned for everybody's kids. I'm concerned for grown people. The problem is that the lions are not afraid of people and that they're starting to view people as a resource to eat. That's the problem. So I just want to draw that attention that, you know, it's not education necessarily that some of us need on how to protect our animals. We need these lions to be hazed at least so that they will not be so bold, so that they will be afraid of our dogs, so that they will be afraid of people. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate them. Good afternoon.
So I just wanted to speak a little bit about people feeding the deer. I went to my local feed store and I asked the manager, because I was curious, because they sell Antler Max. And I asked him, why do you sell that? You know, feeding deer is illegal. Do you tell people? And he said, yeah, well, we started carrying it because people, even though they know they're not supposed to do it, they think the deer are going to starve unless they feed them. That's literally what they think. And so he said, I started carrying Antler Max because they were feeding them corn and other grains that were meant for chickens or whatever. They were feeding them inappropriate things. So in his mind, it was better to feed the deer something formulated for them rather than giving them a bunch of, okay, why not just say to the public, this is illegal, you shouldn't do it, these are the reasons, you're drawing in mountain lions, stop it. Just stop it. And then fine people who are caught feeding deer. Why aren't we having that conversation? It needs to be an ordinance, a law, whatever, fine people. Don't allow the stores to sell Antler Max because it sends the wrong message. If I can go to my local store and buy something that has a big deer face on it, that means I'm allowed to feed the deer, doesn't it? If people don't know, okay, so education, maybe that is a thing. Educating, saying you shouldn't do it for ABCD, and it's illegal, and the feed stores are not allowed to carry deer products with big signs saying, we can't carry this anymore because, and then start holding people accountable for when they do feed the deer, because everyone in the neighborhood knows who feeds the deer. Everyone knows. So that's really my only point. I don't understand why this is allowed. And I hope to see this on some agenda in the future about how we can stop drawing deer into the neighborhoods where we live.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate them.
Can I address that one really quick?
Sure, of course.
You guys just did something. It's
Yes.
illegal in the state of California to feed deer. We did not have it in our ordinance. The Fish and Game, our El Dorado County Fish and Game Commission, this is one of the things that they push to have so that the ordinance would be consistent with state law. It allows our Fish and Game Warden our California Department of Fish and Wildlife Fish and Game Warden to issue fines now, which we couldn't do before. So we are working on that. We also, the Fish and Wildlife Commission has expressed interest, and my department will facilitate getting a brochure made to help educate the public that this is not, we cannot stop them from selling it. There is no law that says you can't sell deer jowl, but we'll work on it. We'll get a trifold brochure out there and work with the feed stores.
Thank you for that. All right, this will be the last public comment in the room, and then we'll go online. Good afternoon.
Hi, my name is Roy Austin. For 24 years, I've rented goats for vegetation management. I've always used livestock guardian dogs. And just recently, a week ago, I rounded up my herd, 100 and some goats, and did a count and found out that I was 9 goats short. These were pregnant does. one of the goats had bites on both sides of its neck. I tried to treat it and it died of infections, but it was definitely a mountain lion, bites on both sides. I'd called John and Jody and told them that I was short this number of goats. They were down in Shingle Springs, not far from Ponderosa High School at CLO Winery. And, you know, taking a hit of 9 animals is quite a loss. But I found that out this past week.
So sorry. Thank you. Okay. All right, we'll make these two the last speakers in the room. So good afternoon.
Hi, my name is Roger Trout. I did used to work for you.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Nice to see you again.
And I'm not an animal owner. I'm a planner by trade, kind of a jack of all, you know. So I'm just looking at this from my point of view, trying to get a fresh perspective on it. I think the conversations have been great. You know, this is really important. You know, it's the human tragedy is beyond my comprehension, but it's something that I think I had to speak to you about, because I think there's an unintended consequence of providing the letter that you've already drafted about the depredation permit process. And that consequence is documented in the scientific literature, that what happens when there's aggressive removals of mountain lions, that you end up as a sink for younger male mountain lions to populate the area where the other mountain lions were removed. Those younger male mountain lions are the ones that are usually the troublesome ones. Those are the ones that can contribute to public safety problems, as well as the livestock problems. So that's kind of what was my emphasis in my letter that I submitted to you on October 4th. And with that, I also submitted a really keen scientific document about what happens when there's a wildfire and what happens to the mountain lions. And in fact, they don't repopulate the wildfire area. And the supposition is because there's no cover. They need the cover for stalking. So we have so many issues going on, and it's such a complex scenario that I just wanted to recommend that you not send the letter you have drafted, but maybe modify it and add some of the components that the Fish and Wildlife Commission has suggested, and some of the things people have suggested, like educating the public on feeding deer, use of predator deterrence, advocate for funding maybe for wildlife management. I mean, my wild idea coming from the, you know, third base or outfield, would be, hey, let's use some of the TOT funds to fund a biologist position or 2 or 3, or help fish and game staff their positions, and, you know, get an edge on other counties with the funding. And it might be a marketing ploy. Hey, your TOT funds are going to help manage bears in Tahoe and beavers in El Dorado Hills and the gray wolves when they get here. Anyway, I hope you read my letter. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your input. Thank you.
Thanks, Roger.
Good afternoon.
Hello, my name is Paige Munson. I am the Science and Policy Coordinator for the Mountain Lion Foundation. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak here today. We have submitted written comments, so I will keep this brief for you all. First of all, this community has suffered an incredible loss and tragedy, and I know is still fully in the grief of that. All of the concerns voiced here today are very legitimate, and I believe they should be treated with sensitivity and legitimacy. We agree there are high levels of conflict in the foothills in El Dorado County, Amador County, but we also believe there is a way to do coexistence, and the Mountain Lion Foundation, we hope for this community we can be a support, whether it's education, as people have been calling for, and also those deterrents that people talk about, fences, ways to keep mountain lions out. It costs a lot of money. There's a valid reason why communities don't implement them, and we do have support for people who have animals and maybe aren't able to protect them in the way they need to help get that going. Also, there needs to be more research done in this area. Completely agree. There needs to be more data. There's a lot of conflicting ideas of what's going on here. And we really support CDFW and any other researchers that are going to try and figure out what's going on here. And of course, we agree that CDFW does need more funding to be able to address the concerns of El Dorado County right now and the conflict specialists outside of just this county, statewide, having those positions that they lost to keep conflict prompt, the response to conflict prompt anyway, and get what you need. And again, we hope we can be a resource to you all. We hope we can provide that. So feel free to reach out to the Mountain Lion Foundation. And thank you again for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you for your comments. All right. Thank you all. Appreciate your engagement. Let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from Mike Castillo.
Good afternoon.
Hey there. Thank you, supervisors and staff. I appreciate the opportunity. I agree that there is no call for elimination of lions. In the 13 states with regulated hunting of mountain lions, they are abundant and thriving. I appreciate that the department is thinking about changes. As this crisis replicates and expands, making changes too late will always be better than never. In wilderness areas of California, animals act wild and are leery of human contact. In truly wild settings, humans are apex predators, and all the critters have a reason to avoid us. Wild mountain lions are rarely seen by humans, but they are present. Mule deer see or hear humans at a quarter-mile away and then disappear into the landscape. Truly wild black bears smell or see a human and then bolt so fast they make an NFL fullback look weak and tender-footed. Wild animals fearing humans is natural, normal, healthy, and good for both people and wildlife. Laws and policies that block hunting and adaptive management are proving to be bad for wildlife and clearly bad for humans. Grizzly bears in the lower 48 are a greater threat to humans than in Alaska because they don't fear humans. Mountain lions throughout California are downright comfortable making a living among our private and public spaces, creating innumerable costs to health, safety, financial stability, and basic liberty for Californians. This isn't just a foothill issue. We all know that a 5-year-old was recently grabbed by the head by a mountain lion just 15 or 20 miles from Los Angeles. Black bears in Tahoe have zero concern with human interaction. The unwilding of these species is creating unhealthy and unnatural outcomes for all stakeholders. It's not surprising that we see increased lion activity in human settled areas 2 to 4 years after the 3 strikes policy change. Animals don't immediately change behavior. It takes years or even generations for them to push boundaries without consequence while being rewarded for what should be risky behavior. This is all simpler than the department or the extremist foundations want us to believe. Making a living in the wild is hard for lions. Competition from bears is greater than ever. A handful of people with power or influence removed the guardrails for lions to prey on animals in human settled areas and have created this situation. I support the supervisor's call for a return to the pre-2020 management practices. I agree that the county and the department need to curtail feeding of deer in neighborhoods. Additionally, I ask the department leadership to abandon their social and political agendas with regard to mountain lions. CDFW needs to be a leader and educator to steer policy and steer legislation that allows proven adaptive management, which drives better outcomes for both humans and wildlife. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate you calling in.
Not taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon.
Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Ken Greenwood here from Triple Junction out on Sly Park Road. Darn, caught me off guard. A lot of good information here today. And it's, you know, in all the years I spent out in the woods, I've seen 2 lions. One was 40 years ago down in Monterey County on Fort Hunter Liggett. Turns out it was tracking me, which was I thought I was hunting deer. No, he was hunting me. And then again out on Benetti Road, 3 years ago, he crossed the road right in front of me. And I stopped, put my stream light on him, And he wasn't, other than getting a ride off the road, he wasn't real afraid of me. Anyway, what we seem to have here is a predator-prey relationship that's completely out of whack. And, you know, it doesn't really matter how we got here. What we need to do is get out of here. And obviously the policy from 2020 is not working, and it's handcuffing us. And we need to move past that and get a reasonable way to deal with these immediately, and or as fast as government can move, which is unfortunately not very fast. Anyway, I support your letter. We've heard clear testimony today that it's needed, and that we've got to do something other than what's being done at this time. And the feeding of deer, it's you know, it's got to stop, because they do like the person said, they follow fed deer. What a surprise. Because they, you know, the deer they'll go, they're opportunistic feeders. They will go wherever they find it. And if we leave it out there for them, they will come to us. Anyway, heard from a lot of people that I know, and that's good. So anyway, please support this important step in changing this policy, and hopefully Fish and Game. And Governor Newsom keeps wondering which state he's in. Well, let's keep him wondering, and let's pass more things like this so that we can get back to active management. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, thank you all. I'll bring this back to the board. We haven't heard from Supervisors Parlin and Supervisor Lane. Comments or questions at this point?
Yeah, I guess it's go time for the board now, right? We need to decide what we're going to do here. I do think we need to send the letter. I'm going to suggest though that we modify
Yeah, I
it.
agree.
And maybe because our meetings are video recorded, we can go back and listen to exactly what you said, and we can document that in our
Reference it.
recap.
Yep.
And because there were so many things that we did agree on, and I would like to add the word expedite in there, because the sheriff said expedite, and yeah, this is long overdue, and I just feel so much for everyone that's having to deal with this. I can't even fathom. So that's my thinking right now, is we can easily modify this, recap what was said, what we agree on, put in here. It's critical. We need to expedite this. And I'm a grammar person. In the header, for some reason, Supervisor Lane's name is lowercase.
I
and
noticed
everybody
that.
else's-
I noticed that.
I couldn't help but see it. So, and she's just as important as Rosa. So you can make her name all caps like the rest of us.
I noticed
It's
that,
caught my
yes.
eye.
Yeah.
I know. So, and that's my thinking on this. And I did want to thank the director for coming. I appreciate that. I know that it is the right thing to do, and taking ownership and working with us. And so thank you for that.
Thank
That's
you.
what I got.
Supervisor Lane? Just a couple comments of clarification. Is the data that has been provided today, is that inclusive of the basin? And do you know kind of offhand what that percentage split is? Right. Well, I would agree with that too, hence the question. Okay, I just want to kind of understand. And then also with regards to the data, because I don't think it is robust enough to be able to make the really good policy decisions we have to make. That not overlooking the fact that we have got to do something. But my preference is coexistence. You know, in El Dorado County in particular, we pride ourselves on our rural county, and we want to keep it that way. Well, part of rural is wildlife, and I don't think anybody's disputing that. We certainly have to begin to shape those human wildlife issues. And as you point out, up in Tahoe, it's bears and people. And CDFW only has one biologist to deal with those kind of conflict resolutions in the basin, from the North Shore to the South Shore. And that person lives in Auburn. So, you know, we really need, if CDFW is going to continue to be the nucleus of how we deal with our wildlife in the state of California, I would like to recommend that, just as you point to us, that we need to do a better job educating and providing stewardship so that we as humans aren't participating in some of the problems. CDFW, I think, needs a facelift too, because even in the basin, we're very reluctant in calling on you for help, which is why a lot of nonprofits have sprung up and are really kind of taking your place without the proper authority, which I know creates issues for you, but where there's a void, people will fill it. And so I think this is an opportunity, Mr. Bonham, if you're serious about your organization and its role in all of these issues that are creating human conflicts, that you have an opportunity to grow as well. And I would recommend that you convene a lot of the specialists and the professionals that we heard from today, some of whom we haven't, like UC Davis has a huge mountain lion program that they're doing with tagging. They estimate that there's 4,000 to 6,000 lions in all of the state of California. So I'm not sure that El Dorado County has 4,000, but we don't know is the problem. So we do need better information, better data. We do need to have a mentality of how do we coexist in the future. And I wrote down a lot of what you had said, Mr. Bonham, in what you agreed with. And you said investing heavily in a hazing program and then building a database of effectiveness to go with that, so we can tell if it's working or not. These are the kind of information that we're not getting good data from. You mentioned, you know, increasing the science, improving communication, a stewardship program, increasing tagging, and lethal permits, being able to issue those more quickly when the boxes have been checked. But I think we're hearing from our residents that maybe it's not working the way you maybe think it is. So all these things, I think we have an opportunity, we as the Board of Supervisors, to work with CDFW to agree on what we can agree on and start getting some things done for the safety of our residents.
Thank you, Supervisor Lane. Okay, Supervisor Heidel?
I agree with restructuring the letter. I think there's some additional things that we can add that put more content to it and validity. The one thing I think that needs to also be considered is I'm a big proponent of local control. I believe that boots on the ground, people who are local, understand what's going on. Unfortunately, the further you get removed from that, as opposed to a city, a county, as opposed to a community organization, a homeowner association, all the way to the state, the further you get away, the less you know about the reality of the situation. It was suggested that we consider a pilot program. I think that's an outstanding idea, and I would like to see the pilot program be based upon hotspot depredation permits, wherein the county and the state could work together to effectively issue those permits or not, depending upon the circumstance. I recognize your staffing issue is one of the things that you struggle with, as we do. The county doesn't have enough people to do all these things either. But I believe that by working together, we can get to a point where we say, yes, this is appropriate. This is the kind of permit that should be issued, and it needs to be done now. You mentioned quick turnarounds. I think we're all in support of that. But again, if we can have an active role in helping determine when it's appropriate and when it isn't, then I think we work towards getting that common solution, and we bring it to a local control level in conjunction with the state, which is, I think, the best of all worlds. So that's where I sit on this. I think there's a lot of work to be done, but I think we can do it.
Yeah. I'd like to weigh in before any other, I haven't weighed in yet. Thank you everyone for being with us. It's a complex issue, as you know, everyone acknowledged today. It's also a very emotional issue that affects each and every one of us as we live in this rural county. I live in the heart of Placerville, and I've had a mountain lion and a bear on our property in the heart of Placerville. So I mean, it affects all of us. And I truly appreciate Director Bonham and Ms. Kilgore, and I apologize, I don't remember your name, but for being here today. We appreciate the extra dedicated state resources to El Dorado County, because clearly we have a problem. I appreciate the commitment from the state to continue to be in our communities, continue to be in our county, and to work collaboratively with us. Because we can't do this on our own. And you know, as I've been listening to all of the testimony and the comments, I keep coming back to what is our goal? And at the end of the day, our goal is to fix this problem. So another son isn't injured or killed, or a daughter or a wife or a husband, and then certainly your livestock as well. So we need to fix this problem. And I always say, what is the most effective way to do that? We cannot fix this problem on our own. And so once again, we appreciate the state being here with us, because we need to be a collaborative partner to do this. You need us and we need you. And it is in that spirit that I want us to proceed. I was exactly thinking that we need to amend the letter, and what I would like to propose to the board is that the chair, vice chair work with staff to amend the letter based on the testimonies and the conversation that we've had today, to document that, bring it back to the board on consent to make sure that it's the right tone. And then I love the idea, Director Bonham, of you responding to that. So we document our intentions and our collaboration so we can move forward. I also heard that we need to gather data. Those are long-term solutions that we need to do in order to fix this problem long-term. But obviously we've also heard that we need to have immediate help to better manage this human conflict in the short term, while we gather the data and work on longer term solutions. So putting our heads together to do that collaboratively is where I think we can go. And I love the idea also of making sure that the local voices are informing our process. So that's my stance. Supervisor Parlin, did you push your button?
I did,
Okay,
because
great.
I didn't want it to got forgotten. I think I'd like it in the direction also to include that we create and do an aggressive campaign to stop feeding deer. It's been going on for a long time, and we've got to stop it. It's not healthy for the deer. It's not healthy for the mountain lion migration. It's just not a good thing. And people, I think as was said, some folks are misinformed. They think they're helping the deer, and they're really not. They're not helping anyone. So I think we need to make a very concerted countywide effort. And I think that perhaps the store owners of our feed stores will get the message and probably help us out with that.
As you're alluding to, it's not going to be one thing that's going to fix this and make a difference in our community. It's going to be a suite of initiatives, of collaborations. It's going to be a bunch of tools that's going to make a difference and move the needle. We've got to be committed to that. So,
but ultimately it comes down to enforcement. As we know, some people will just not listen no matter what. They'll continue their current habits, and that's where it gets difficult as to how do you properly deal with it. And you can put fines in place, but then everybody feels like they're a cop or a reporter or whatever. And so it's extremely difficult, as we know, as we dealt with enforcement a lot of times, but it's worth taking on.
Peer pressure is fabulous.
Did you have one more comment, Supervisor?
Yeah,
Turnbull?
I wanted to agree with Lori, because that was what I was going to talk about, what we could educate our feed stores and especially the public when it comes to feeding deer. The biggest thing is too, is I just don't want to see another death in our county.
Well, none of us do.
You know, and especially if it gets to the point where the sheriff's even has to claim a county emergency, because he has it, especially when it comes to public safety, and he's in charge of that. So I'll do whatever I can to support the sheriff and the sport ag, our ag department and stuff to address a lot of these problems. And I think the letter is a great thing to do. And, let me tell you a little bit. Let's go back a little bit.
But then we need to wrap this up.
Okay,
'cause
well,
we have a lot
let
to
me
get
just
to.
say something in Idaho. And one of the things is they brought the wolf back in Idaho, is what they did. Now the population is up to 1,500, but they're killing horses and livestock in Idaho, and now they have a bounty on them now after a few years. And it's gotten way out of hand is what it was. So that was a big thing. So some of these things, when they do certain things, is not really a good thing. And these are timber wolves that are sitting 36 inches high and probably about 6 feet long from the head to the tail. So
we need to keep this
anyway,
to the subject at
I'm
hand.
just saying that I just hope we don't end up with other problems in the future here in El Dorado County.
So what is the will of the board on this item? Actually, I'm going to go ahead and move that that we receive and file a follow-up report to the board on options available to the mountain lion activity as is listed in our staff report. And we authorize the chair, vice chair to work with our staff to edit the letter to the California Department of Fish and Wildlife regarding mountain lion depredation permits in the county and bring it back on consent for the board's approval.
And give direction for an aggressive,
no
deer
deer
feed-
feeding.
no deer feeding
Right.
campaign.
Yeah,
Yes,
I'll second that.
okay. Give direction for an aggressive deer feeding, no deer feeding campaign.
Oh, yeah, let's
That's
not,
it.
sorry, yeah.
Exactly.
It's after 3 o'clock, you guys, we get tired.
All right, sounds good. Is there any further discussion?
No, that's it.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous, and we'll get right to work on that. Once again, thank you all for engaging in this, and state, thank you for being here. We really appreciate it. And we'll be in touch and work closely together.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we take 5?
I need
Yeah, let's-
5.
let's
I
take
need
5
5.
minutes. Let's take 5 minutes.
5 minutes? Okay.
We can go back to 10
Okay,
o'clock.
all right, yes. Okay, the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors is back. And I think we're gonna go on to our 10 a.m. time allocation. What do you think? It's still 3:30. Just we are moving right along today. Yeah. Sorry, guys. Okay, Kim, let's,
Item number 28 comes from Planning and Building Department, recommending the board receive and file the presentation of the El Dorado County Accessory Dwelling Unit Plans Gallery, which will provide the public with options for accessory dwelling unit architectural plans at no cost or subject to licensing fees and provide direction if necessary.
once again, our apologies that the day completely got away from us. Hi, Karen.
All right, well, good afternoon. I'm excited to present this item to you. This has been something we've talked about for quite a while and has been on the long-range planning list of things to do. And in fact, it's in our current housing element that housing policy 1.24 that the county shall encourage accessory dwelling units to provide housing that is affordable to very low and moderate income households. And with that policy in particular, it talked about providing guidance and educational materials and developing and offering free of charge prototype plans for ADUs to reduce permit costs. So as we were working on this, I had Frank Porter from Housing El Dorado reach out and say, hey, we have a common interest. We are developing this program to help educate folks about ADUs. We'd like to partner with you on this. And it has been a fabulous partnership. Because frankly, we're not always that great at doing the educational and outreach, and our help sometimes is limited because we're a government agency. So it has been great to work with Frank and with Nicole, who's going to speak in just a little bit, to develop this program and expand upon it. And we're kind of now ready to launch it and make it public and get folks involved. So we entered into an agreement with Housing El Dorado, and they have a sub-consultant community planning collaborative to develop an ADU plans gallery. So we have already completed, if you recall, our what we call pre-reviewed ADU plans. Those are the ones that we had grant funds we paid for, already pre-reviewed by our building department or building division, and free of charge. Folks can use that plan, put it on their property. All they really need to do, well, I shouldn't say all they need to do, but site plan is the only additional piece of paper they would need to submit to our building division, and they're ready to go. But it's all those other pieces, the financing and the construction and those pieces that we can't really help with, where Housing El Dorado has been able to step in. But as we were talking with them and partnering with them, this idea of the plans gallery came up as some additional options to provide to folks. And so if you, we'll show it here soon, but when you look at that, it has a lot of different options. And so folks can use it. Yeah. I mean, even if you're just like, hey, where do I start? It helps you start thinking about, what size do I want? What features do I want? But then some of those plans are free to use. Some of them are very low cost, maybe, $500 rather, as compared to going to an architect and paying for them. But before we get to that, I do want to introduce Nicole Payne, and she has been, again, wonderful partner in all of this, and she's going to talk about Housing El Dorado and what they're doing to help promote ADUs.
So good afternoon, Nicole. Thank you for being patient with us today.
Oh, not
Welcome.
a problem. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nicole Payne. I am the program coordinator for Housing El Dorado. Now, you guys probably know of Housing El Dorado. You know who we are, you know what we do. We're known on the West Slope for our homelessness services, the Pathways program, street outreach, emergency fund, winter lodging, and our safe parking program. But that's not all we do. We are not just looking to fix homelessness by putting a Band-Aid on it and saying they're all better. We're looking to look at the systematic reasons why people are homeless. And the lack of affordable housing is one of them. Low-cost housing options are what we need. So with that in mind, we developed Jumpstart ADU, which was an effort to, I'm going to say it, jumpstart the construction of ADUs on the West Slope. increase the options when it comes to lower cost housing. So in the initial phase of our project, which was generously funded by Women's Fund El Dorado, we worked from two angles. First, to identify the most useful resources for the average homeowner looking to build an ADU. And second, we built eldoradoadu.org, which is our Jumpstart ADU website. And it was specifically based on those needs. It was, what did we get in feedback? What do people really want? Well, they want a timeline. They want to know exactly, what do I do next? So the Jumpstart ADU website guides homeowners through the process in an easy to understand format, from deciding whether an ADU is right for them, to the questions to ask the planning and building department, and even what design finishes they'd like to have. The website is set up in a step-by-step approach so that homeowners can use the website resources throughout their ADU journey, not just at the beginning. With tools like Can I Build, which provides a rough idea of your property lines and setbacks. So it gives you how much room do you have to actually put an ADU down. Our worksheets, which provide detailed instructions on what's actually needed in your permit packet. And our inspiration gallery, which is just meant to get creative juices flowing. It gives you an idea of what features others have included in their ADUs so that you know exactly what you're looking for in your own. In the second phase of the project, we took a cooperative approach and we partnered with El Dorado County and the Community Planning Collaborative. And there were three major components to this part of the project. First, we worked directly with county staff to align our resources with county processes so that they weren't just general information. They were specific to what happens in our county. We added links to county requirements, instructions, and guides for building an ADU. We created a more tailored experience for the user, and we improved our worksheet tool, bringing even more value to property owners on the West Slope. Second, we hosted a homeowners roundtable, soliciting public feedback on the ADU building process and experience in unincorporated El Dorado County. Participation was robust. We had more than 100 people sign up. The night of, we actually had a little over 50 attendees, active attendees. We had some people who were just listening online, but both in person and by Zoom. County planning staff were in attendance to directly answer questions. And I think this was what made it so successful, is they were there answering those questions immediately and directly. And not just about rules and process, but what ifs that really, oh, well, this is where I would start. So it was incredibly valuable to have staff there. Ultimately, we were able to boil the feedback down to three major areas: fire restrictions, cost of and access to utilities, and permitting costs, which of course we're going to hear. But lastly, for this phase, we contracted with CPC, which is the Community Planning Collaborative, to bring you the county's newest resource, which is the Plans Gallery. And I'm going to turn it back over to Karen for that.
Did we lose our, is there
we
a
lost it.
presentation? Is there anything else?
I wasn't referencing the presentation, but it was only
Okay.
3 slides.
Okay,
Yep.
okay, great. Just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, so on the last page of the presentation, on the left-hand side, there's a link there if that, there's just 3 slides there. Next
Keep
slide,
going,
and
yeah.
then on the,
I think it was there.
yeah, it was, there we go.
That's it.
There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you, I don't know if that live link works. If not, that's okay. But on the left-hand side in that box where it says edcadu.org/gallery. Okay. Just spinning. It's tired too.
Yeah.
That's okay. That shows a photo of what the homepage that you look at, and up at top is going to be our pre-reviewed ADU, but then there's many more options there that folks can look at, again, to help them decide what it is that they can consider for their property. So again, Nicole touched on some of the things that they can help with that we as staff can't really do, or we just don't have the resources to spend enough time to do that. What we can focus on our side, on the county side, is of course keeping up on the ADU regulations. And if you didn't know, Governor Newsom signed 3 new ADU laws just the other day. So we'll be making sure we implement those, update Housing El Dorado, update our website. So folks can either go to the building services page of the county website, and right up top, it'll talk about ADUs, and you can click on that, or you can go to Housing El Dorado and find it that way as well. Or the shortcut is the edcadu.org/gallery. So I anticipate that we'll have more public outreach and more collaboration as this moves forward. You did mention, Nicole mentioned the cost, and that is something that came up, as she said, at the workshop that we had. And I did gather some information. I just want to share it briefly. This is something we can put on our website so people get a sense of cost. Because of the state laws, ADUs, there's certain fees that we charge for single family homes we cannot charge for ADUs. And so it's a lot less expensive. And as an example, a single family home with all the fees, except for school fees, but it's traffic fees, environmental management, and so forth, it's about $55,000 for a single family home. For an ADU, it'll be about $8,300. So a lot less expensive, but still a cost that people have to consider.
Plus
So-
the school fees though, right?
Plus the school fees,
Okay.
yeah.
Nothing
And
we
school
can
fees
do.
are charged, I found out, if it's over 500 square feet, which most ADUs are over 500 square feet, but there may be some that are less.
Yeah, I just got a question. We were talking about this anyway, and we were talking about plans for Grizzly Flat. Is it possible that these people could come in and use these plans?
Yes,
built out
they can. So we are just about done with the special Title 25 plans. We'll probably put
Right.
those up there as well, but those are going to be a little bit
It gives them
different.
a different
But they can
option,
take
yeah.
these and submit them as well. And probably the easiest thing for them to do is anything that doesn't apply, because it's not required by Title 25. They can just X out
Right.
and still submit
Exactly.
them.
It should be good.
Yeah.
And then not only that, let's just say hypothetically, they build an ADU, or whatever this, but then you were talking about where they could build a bigger house later, and then they could use that Title 25 as an ADU. Can they do that?
I'll have to give that some thought. They should be able to. If the main house is constructed under Title 24,
Right.
they have a Title 25 ADU now and build a larger home later. Yes.
Yeah, okay. Good.
Yeah.
All right, so do
Which would be
you have
very helpful.
anything else to the presentation?
No, just open. Nicole and I are open for questions, and I think Frank's here as well. So
Wonderful. Well, I'm just
Awesome.
really excited about this collaboration, and we've been hearing you've been working on the ADU program, and I don't know why, but I was under the misinformation. I was just assuming that we'd have, a couple of ADU plans, 2 or 3, and when I went to this gallery, I was blown away by the choices and the options
Yeah, right,
and
right. Awesome.
the different layouts and the sizes, and as well as the potential construction costs. It's such a complete webpage and website that just gives so much information. I think it's incredibly well done and just really exciting. So just want to commend everyone involved for this. This is truly remarkable. So before I have any more comments, Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, no, great progress. But this is focused on a build your own ADU. In our neighborhood, just this morning, drove out over the weekend, evidently, there is an ADU, I'm guessing, on wheels. Looks like a trailer. It's on a lot. I don't know if it's been permitted, but as part of the architectural control for our CCNRs, it says no trailers are allowed within the subdivision, separate from county prescription, et cetera. So I'm concerned that people have read, hey, you can bring an ADU in, just locate it. And so they do. And then where do we know if the permitting occurred or not? So is there a location we can go other than a phone call to determine what has been permitted for ADU within the residential communities, within the subdivisions, whatever you want to call it? Because I think we're going to see a proliferation of these. And once it gets started one place, somebody else will do it. So if we don't understand the ground rules for on axle type roll-ins, what's the difference between an ADU and a trailer these days?
yeah, so definitely a code enforcement issue if it's not permitted, but it's certainly easy for us to run reports of ADUs by address where one has been permitted and approved if necessary.
Okay.
I will say, to your point, and this has kind of come up even in our discussion of mobile homes and RV parks and all those things, what is managed by the state versus us, and when does it cross that line from one to the other? And so I'm actually working with our acting chief building official, Don Knight, to put together some information to explain that a little bit better, because I know I even get confused on that sometimes, you know, that where does it cross the line where it is now on wheels and, you know, it's the state that is looking over it rather than any local control. So I will provide you that as soon as we get that
Great,
together.
thank you. Yeah.
And can you tell on, can anyone go on Track It to see if there's a ADU permit on a parcel? Is that a thing?
I believe that they can, that they could, you know, you should be able to by address or by APN at,
Yeah.
you know, you can't get full details, but you can see what permits are active.
Right.
And so if there's nothing in there about an ADU, then that should raise a
Yeah.
red flag.
So does that
Okay.
help? Because usually you can
If
go
it's
and-
there, we
Yeah.
had another reported in, it's separate from ADUs where there's a build of, presumably a build of a multifamily complex that the county has no record of, and yet somebody's proceeding with it. So it's kind of like, where do we stand? If they don't have a permit, are they allowed to burn things and tell everybody they're going to build something? Because it just creates this subdivision community issue with what's going on there, and yet there's no permit. So where do we stand on it?
I think let's
enforcement.
maybe
Same thing.
continue that collaboration, those conversations with staff.
Yes.
Today's just to receive and
Right.
file a
But
presentation of the
agreed,
ADU
but it-
gallery.
I will say that is another great thing about what Nicole and Housing El Dorado, they're educating folks to make sure those that walk in their door or use their resources are going to be steered towards the correct legal path.
That's great.
That's
Okay.
what we need. That's
Yeah, perfect.
right, the
Okay.
bottom line.
All right. Let's go ahead and take a public comment on this item.
Not taking public comment on the item number 28. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Any of you like to speak on it? I know you've been actively engaged. Come on down,
Come on,
Frank.
just
Come on
on,
down.
Frank.
and
You might
get-
as well
Let's
stay behind.
capture it.
Yep.
You've been with us all day.
You've been here
No, no,
all
no.
day, so we wanted to say thank you for, it was a great project, and we look forward to growing this site and growing it and getting it more out there. And as Karen mentioned, more public outreach work. We want to draw people to it because it has a lot of information, and it really does help you walk you through the whole process legally, so that we're doing legally permitted ADUs. And as you pointed out, Wendy, it's wonderful arraignment, selection of options now for people. So it's all, you know, getting a lot simpler, and you know, the planning department's working on making things even simpler. So thank you all. That's it.
Really great work, great collaboration. Well done. Hello, Peg. Good to see you.
Peg Vanderkar, Housing El Dorado. I also wanted to say thank you to everyone who's worked on this and is enthusiastic about it. The points you made, John, were very helpful for me to hear. The story that's kind of behind my enthusiasm, it's a sad one, because a friend who is a doctor in the county bought property so that she could build an ADU for her parents to live on. This was some years ago. And it took she never got the permit. It took so long to get the permit. Nothing happened in time. And then one of the parents died. The other one went back home to where they came from. And so this never got done. So there are people who need to act more quickly and with less expense. Although expense probably wasn't an issue in this case, but it's important to get this stuff done. And my neighborhood has several ADUs that were built long ago and look nice. And it depends on who you rent to, of course. So that being said, I want to encourage more options, a variety of apartments or whatever you can call them. Things that could go inside the house and separate from the house. Where I live, probably inside the house is what people could do with it. So thank you very much.
Thank you,
It's good to
Peg.
hear that.
Appreciate all your advocacy. All right, any other comments? No? All right, let's go online, Kim. Let's take the 2 callers online, and then we'll bring it back to the board.
Not taking public comment from Kathy Lishman.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'd like to say hi to Peg and Frank and to thank them for what they're doing. But it seems in the past that an ADU made every effort to blend in with the main house. Now what we're doing is we're taking lots and we're rezoning them in a way by having two totally separate houses on the same property. We're trying to provide new housing, but what are we doing to existing neighborhoods? What protections are there for the people that live there right now? People buy a house and they could have a house next to them, and then suddenly they have a 2-story ADU looking into their backyard. So I think it's really important to think about everybody. Can an ADU be built on any size lot? Can they be built in the county portion of South Lake Tahoe? Has the local jurisdiction lost all ability in the area of planning? And why can't the ADU blend in with the existing home? And why can't the ADUs be 2 bedrooms and 1 bath? 3 bedrooms and 2 baths. I mean, I think we're looking for smaller things. And I know people have the right to choose what they want to do, but how can we balance respecting our zoning and our neighborhoods and still providing housing? If someone had a lot, and I know it was mentioned about Grizzly Flat, but if someone had a lot and wanted to put one of these plans on their lot, would that be allowed, since this would be a way to build more affordable housing in a single family neighborhood? While we need lower housing, lower cost housing, I just want to know what considerations are being given to the neighbors. And people buy their property knowing what's there, and then how can this benefit existing neighborhoods and existing homes? Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good morning. Is it 9 o'clock yet? Anyway, Ken Greenwood, Triple Junction. Kathy's exactly right. I was going to comment on a very similar vein, that it's great that we're doing this to help make housing more affordable. Having said that, and I've heard it before from the board, that yes, we've given up some of our autonomy here because the state has now mandated it. And imagine that coming out of our state government. But what's being done here is a good thing to the extent that it doesn't get overused and abused, which it probably will. Accessory dwelling units were always a problem, even back in the 80s and 90s and early 2000s when I worked on them. But it's the best we can do at this point. But yes, we have given up some of our autonomy and potentially rezoned the entire county, or the state for that matter. So it is going to be an interesting balance to do it right. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so just good comments. Just very briefly, can an ADU be built on any size lot, and what considerations are there for the neighbors? Now, I know our ADU policy is not before the board today, it's just the gallery, but just very briefly
Sure.
address that.
More or less, yes, if they can meet the setbacks is the answer.
So there are setback limits, even in state law.
Correct,
Yeah.
yes. And we do allow, because we are a county that tends to have larger lots, we allow a little bit larger ADUs than you might find in other jurisdictions, but they can be as small as you want, pretty much.
And, certainly understand that you want it to look like the house in the neighborhood. I'm a big believer of that too. But I think with all of the extensive gallery that we have, homeowners can find a style that matches their house, and with the right paint colors can make it in keeping with the neighborhood in their house, because we have lots of options that can fit just about any style house up here. So that's really exciting. So
absolutely.
Supervisor Parlin?
Yeah.
Final comment?
Yeah, I do. And unfortunately, I got a lot. Sorry.
Okay. Well, just a heads up.
Yeah.
I was talking with our CAO that we have 6 hours of items on every board meeting through the end of the year. So we have to get through this. We need to do the mobile home ad hoc committee, and we really should hear the park update. Otherwise, we have no more time on any other board meetings to the end of the year. So
Dang. I will have to call my mom and tell her,
yes,
who lives in a mobile home, by the way,
there you go.
that I will not be taking her out to dinner this evening, which is cool. But this is important because one of my constituents was at, I saw her at a breakfast at Kelsey Schoolhouse on Sunday, and she was at the workshop on this, and she felt, and maybe it was the way it was presented, but she asked me some very specific things, and I went, oh, shoot. So number one, she said that whoever was presenting said that the only fee that will be paid is the TIF fee. And I looked at her and said, no, that's opposite world. So I'm just wanting to let you know that maybe the presenter didn't make it clear what was being paid or not paid. So for future reference, because she was adamant, and I went, no, that's opposite of reality. So heads up for you guys. And then another question she said was that the thing about sprinklers and solar at the presentation, she said that the presenter said that they are absolutely required. And she told me that she said that's not accurate. Well, then I went and started clicking on your lovely website. By the way, it is lovely and it's a great resource. But when I started clicking around it, I think that she's correct that from what I could read off the top of my head, just quickly, was solar, it looks like, is required, but the sprinklers, if the primary residence didn't require it, then the ADU doesn't. So again, it's what the presenter said that day. Whoever's presenting and sharing the information really needs to be clear and know what they're talking about, because like I this is feedback I got from someone who was there. So I just want you guys to know this for future reference.
So absolutely. And I do think that there was a little bit of information that got garbled in between the way that it was presented and then the way that questions were answered, because there was so much crosstalk.
That does
and
make
that very
sense.
much could be why something was misunderstood. I
Yeah.
do feel that we got the message across pretty clearly, and at least for the people in the room who were participating, asking questions.
Right.
But I can imagine how some of that crosstalk would have
So
garbled
while you're
it.
here, then Nicole, I'll do the next one really quick too, because she was not understanding, and I think I asked Karen this, so I think I understand it, but maybe just for references, the plans are not called pre-approved, they're called pre-reviewed. And there's a nuance there. And can you kind of explain that just quickly so we all get it? Because I don't want us speaking either in the future.
True.
Right?
So pre-reviewed means that they've been looked at, they meet all the building codes, they're going to work as long as your site plan works.
Got it.
And that's where the hesitation, that's where the hesitation to call them approved is, because if they're approved, then you're saying that they're going to work anywhere.
Right.
Whereas if they're reviewed, they'll work as long as your site plan works too.
That makes sense.
I think that's critical for us to know that, because as we're out there talking about and saying how great this is, if that comes up, I don't want to misspeak either.
Makes sense.
This is hard stuff. And then she asked a question about how will this impact Prop 13. So what I did is I emailed our assessor yesterday, and he actually said that he updated his web page to be a little more clear. So he has a link on, and I can send it to you because I'm thinking you might want to add it to yours.
Yes,
And
that would be wonderful.
So that I'm not going to read it to you guys, but we're going to add that so that everybody knows. And I appreciate the assessor getting that to me so quickly. And I'm going to see my constituent at breakfast next week, so I'm going to follow up with her on all this stuff. And then I read somewhere in the staff report or something, it talked about, and it is a concern, I guess my understanding was the city of Placerville does not allow you to sell the ADUs separately from the primary, but we don't have an ordinance like that. And should we consider that? And I just feel like selling a house with underlying property in another, that could get really weird later. So I'm just thinking maybe the county might want to look at such an ordinance so we're consistent with the city. Is that your understanding too, Nicole, or did you read that somewhere? Or
yes, so there are two conflicting or separate, not necessarily conflicting policies, the county versus the city. The city does have a caveat that you cannot sell the ADU separately. You can't like lot split it and sell them as two different parcels. Whereas the county does not yet have something like that. I imagine that's something that we'll probably want to look at
I
as a
think so
county.
too. So I just want to bring that to
Okay, good.
everybody's attention. And then the only thing that I agree with Kathy Lishman about compatibility, and we don't want to make any awkward situations. Some of the photos actually showed ADUs right on a fence line, and the front door would be looking out. I don't know. I'm hoping we don't create some awkwardness, and we may have to update our ADU policy or ordinance as time goes on when we come across some of these awkward situations. But
Well, just like our website, it's a living, breathing situation, and it's going to evolve. And that's just the basis of it, is that it's living and breathing, and it's going to continue to evolve. And the more we interact with it, the better we're going to get at it.
I appreciate
Well
it.
said.
And just thank you so much for this. I have an ADD bearing flat, and it's been instrumental in helping my family, be able to
Yeah.
live in the county affordably. So they are important. So thank you for
Absolutely.
taking this on.
Thank you,
Absolutely.
Nicole.
You're
Appreciate
very
it.
Can I piggyback on that real quick? Just real quick. Kathy
Real
Lishman
quick.
brought it up, but when you have a small parcel, you're gonna want to go 2 stories. When you go 2 stories right next to a fence, you're gonna be looking in the neighbor's yard. So you are gonna create conflict, and I don't know that it's avoidable. I think it's something that's going to happen because we don't have the discretion of saying, no, you can't accept this pre-approved plan because your site doesn't fit it. The site does fit it. In fact, that's what forced you to go 2-story. So just recognize those things are out there at play, and I don't think there's anything we can do about it.
Okay. All right. Good comments. And once again, there's no action before us today. Just to.
I'm sorry to interrupt,
Yes.
Ed. I just want to commend Jennifer Morris and her team, Patricia and Chris Smith, who, as you know, we're kind of been short a housing person for a while. So somehow this fell on my admin team, and they've done a wonderful job. They've been the main points of contact working with Housing El Dorado, and I really appreciate all their hard work.
Well done,
Thank you.
Jennifer.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a
Thank you.
really,
Thank you.
really great, and we so appreciate the collaboration with Housing El Dorado. It just makes sense. Like you said, you do things that we can't do, and vice versa. So it's a good partnership. So well done, and look forward to this evolving process going forward. So thank you, Karen.
And there was one question also that came in from a caller regarding the basin and whether or not this pertains to the basin.
So you can use them. However, you've got, of course, the whole other layer of TRPA to go
Approvals,
through.
right?
That is something we've talked about, is looking, now that we've got this up and running, maybe kind of next phase is looking a little more closely at Tahoe and how we can facilitate the unique needs of the Tahoe Basin.
That would be
great.
designs that are mountain specific.
Yeah, I was looking at the designs as we were talking about it, just kind of going, okay,
Yeah.
not
Quite
sure if
fit
that
with
fits
the
in
Tahoe
Tahoe.
community now.
Yeah.
Like I said, evolving.
Evolving.
Yes. All right. Excellent. Well, let's go ahead and move on to item number 25, the mobile home add-on. We're going to continue with housing here.
Item number 25 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board, 1, consider reestablishing the mobile home ad hoc committee to work with local stakeholders and staff regarding mobile home park issues and concerns, and 2, appoint 2 members of the board to the ad hoc committee.
Is there any other comments that you'd like to make?
No, other than just noting that we currently have Supervisor Heidel and Supervisor Thomas sitting on this ad hoc, which is on some dormant. Seems like it's appropriate to discuss whether or not the board wants to reinvigorate it and appoint 2 new members.
Especially since
you're
we
both
will be-
exiting.
Exactly,
Reappointment
yeah.
needs to happen.
And as
yes.
we heard this morning, it's an issue that is heating up again. And so what is the will of the board as far as reestablishing it and appointing 2 new members to this?
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you guys. There was talk about, well, could we wait until January to do this? But in my mind, this topic is flaring up again. And I'd rather get in front of it a little bit, and we can always revisit it in January and see if we want to change the members at that time. But I think just having an ad hoc right now that can start digging into it, because oh my gosh, I've had to learn so much about mobile homes in the last couple months that I didn't really want to
Right,
know.
John?
But
Yeah.
wow.
Exactly.
So there you go. Yeah, I think it's a good idea.
And I know there were a lot of comments this morning during the consent calendar on the review of the legislation regarding rent stabilization ordinances. And the reason why we didn't make that a board item, just so there's clarity out there, is that it was a premature discussion. We needed to establish this mobile home ad hoc committee, have them work with the local stakeholders and dig into the issues, the data, and then come back with a recommendation. So it was a totally premature discussion.
And
So.
the Community Foundation agreed to take a lead on it. So that's all changed over time. So yes.
Right, and then Housing El Dorado is a key partner in this and has taken that on in the survey, so that's great. So who would like to sit on this committee? What is the recommendation?
I've had some issues, especially in El Dorado Hills and the trailer park down there. I think Lori's had some issues on up there, so we've been trying to address it, and I've been talking to Dave Livingston about some of the issues and stuff that we could resolve. So I'd be willing to serve. I mean, if you guys are, not gonna continue until the end of the year, but.
Oh, you have any problem with
It's up
that?
to you.
or-
Well, I mean, when you look at where the mobile homes are located, the vast majority are in District 3.
Yep.
But not far behind is District 5. So I have a lot in Pollock Pines, and I have an equal amount
you
up
do.
in Tahoe as well. So I have received dozens of complaints from,
Oh, that packet.
yes, that I shared with you.
Yeah, she gave me a copy of the packet.
It was pretty hefty. There's a lot of concerns. I also have met with some trailer park owners and gotten some clarification from them on the problems as they see it and where they're able to do more if we would like them to. I would, with the 500 spaces that we have in District 5 and especially in Pollock Pines, I very much would like to represent that problem and those concerns and be a part of coming up with some solutions. So
You have
I
the
too
second
would be willing to
largest
serve.
population,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay.
And I don't have to be on it. And honestly, it's gonna be a lot of work. So you guys can go for it, but I would appreciate the ad hoc giving maybe occasional updates or something so that we're not in the dark, not knowing where you're at on things is the only thing. It feels like some of our ad hocs go off and we don't hear anything, and because of the Brown Act, we can't ask or talk about them. So it has to be like reporting out or something that's public or whatever, so we know what's going
I guess we
on.
could do that once a month, I guess.
Oh, you don't need to do it that much.
You don't think so?
Oh, gosh, there's not time
I
to
don't
do it
think
once
it's
a
gonna move
month,
that
good
fast.
Lord, no.
But the other question, the other
I
question,
love the enthusiasm, though. Sorry, I'm
All right,
outside
okay.
voice.
the other question that's come up that we need to
That was your
respond
4
to
o'clock voice.
is
Yeah.
RV parks. And mobile home parks and RV parks are under two different sets of law.
Exactly.
And they
Oh,
really need to be looked at separately. So I'm fully in favor of establishing this mobile home park ad hoc and getting it moving. But I think we have another issue coming, if not in the backfield, which is the RV park situation. So there may be a need for another ad
Well,
hoc
I
or an
would
expanded.
think this could do both.
Combine 'em
This
both.
could do both.
No,
Okay, so I just want to make sure they know what the assignment is.
yeah, and the only reason I would say that is because, well, right, so when we had that update from planning that sparked all that, and I brought up
Yeah.
one of the ones that I'm having
Mhm.
big problems with is an RV park. And RV parks are similar, and some of the laws are the same, and then some are different. They're very,
Right.
and there's a lot of gray, unfortunately, with RV parks. So, and then I found out that mobile home parks can have a certain percentage of RV spaces too.
Yes.
So I think the one ad hoc should,
Okay, as long as they
need to
know what
look
they're
at
stepping
all of
into,
it.
right?
We looked at county council, mobile home ad hoc could include RVs, right? RV parks or RV issues.
I mean, I suppose it's up to you to decide the scope of this ad hoc. To Supervisor Parlin's point, they do raise a kind of a unique set of concerns because as indicated in the white paper that was received and filed on consent earlier, they are subject to a different set of laws than the mobile home parks are. And so it's, you may choose to, in establishing this to include that in the scope, but I just want to acknowledge that they don't, while they have similar issues, they are different than in very material respects from the ones that you'll be
but
facing.
they're
with
not
mobile homes.
100% different is the problem.
As needed,
Some of
yeah.
the
Maybe-
mobile home laws bleed into the RVs depending on.
I was just gonna say, maybe we word
Circumstance.
it where they overlap.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Let's
Yeah.
take public comment on this, see if Maureen has any good ideas.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
then we'll bring it back to the board. Let's open public comment,
all
Kim.
tired.
We are.
Oh,
Oh,
yes.
can you hold on one second? Oh, okay. Now taking public comment on item number 25, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again, when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Thanks for staying with us today.
Yes, it's a long day. Maureen Dion Perry with Housing El Dorado. As you know, we've been working on this for 6+ years. We're very pleased to see that the ad hoc committee is going to be established, it's sounding like. So that is very good. You heard a lot of the concerns from mobile home owners earlier. And I know this may sound radical, but I'm wondering if you could consider, with the establishment of the ad hoc, that there would be a moratorium on the raising of rent during the work of the ad hoc committee, because what our mobile home owners are anticipating is, you know, the owners are following all of this quite closely, and that they're expecting that this will be then a time that prices are going to be raised, and raised probably more than most of us would like to see, and that most of the owners would be able to afford. So I think we're putting people in a very hard place. So we've got the positive side of establishing the ad hoc, while we also look at the reality of owners who will use this opportunity to raise prices out of control, potentially, during this time while the ad hoc committee is doing their work. So I'm wondering what you think of some kind of moratorium on price increases during the work of the ad hoc committee.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it, Maureen.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no additional public comment.
All right, we'll bring this back to the board. An idea of a moratorium is beyond the scope of this board item today. We couldn't take action on that today. That would be a conversation, I think, for the ad hoc committee to consider. So that could be the order of business. So what is the will of the board on establishing this ad hoc committee? Who would like to make a motion?
I would go ahead and move that we appoint Supervisor Turnbull and Supervisor Lane to continue on in the mobile park ad hoc committee.
I will second that. Any further discussion?
County Council, the board's been remiss, I'd say, at disbanding ad hocs and stuff. We just forget we do them and everything. So, and they're supposed to have either a timeline or a purpose. For this, should we have some clarity on exactly what we want it to do? Or, because I think we have more ad hoc spinning out there that we've forgotten about than we know.
We have revised our process. So every year, I believe they will come before the board during your annual appointments to all the other boards, committees, and commissions, and all the ad hocs will be listed.
Okay.
To keep that refreshed in front of everyone's minds to see if they still are on point or not.
Well, okay, so that actually hasn't been announced or formalized, so thank you.
Okay.
It hasn't,
Okay.
I mean, to the world anyway. So we're gonna revisit in every January, all of our ad hocs.
Makes sense, yeah.
But still, technically, they have to have a purpose or a time frame. So is just having the annual review enough? Or what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so I mean, they should be of limited scope and limited duration. I think that the rule of thumb that's often thrown out there is a year. There's no magic to that, but that's just, again, the rule of thumb that's out there.
Okay.
I think there's certainly nothing to preclude you from trying to beyond just the scope that you've already seemed to be proposing. But if you wanted to propose something more concrete, a particular deliverable or a particular milestone, of course you could certainly do that. I'm not sure that it's required in order for it to constitute an ad hoc, particularly with the new process that will be in place to ensure that ad hocs are more frequently reviewed so that they are more formally disbanded after their purpose is achieved. But I leave that to you as to whether you want any greater degree of specificity in the direction of this particular.
Purposely,
ad
I think we need to leave it flexible as you dig into the issues and with the stakeholders, figure out what is, what
Well, and
makes sense.
especially we have to look at the requirements by the state too, so.
Yeah.
As long as you know what you're doing. What you're supposed to be doing. Stay focused.
Stay focused.
All right, any,
It's on you, Supervisor Lane.
all right, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, motion carries unanimously. So thank you both for tackling this issue with our community. All right, and we'll move into the last item, which is our Parks Master Update, item number 6, Kim.
I'm
and,
gonna go run and grab my material because I left it. I
Oh,
thought-
you
didn't
bet.
think we were gonna have
Here,
this.
I
I know,
know.
right?
Grab it, so I got notes in it.
How many people are going to be on the ad hoc?
Just
And
two.
how will,
Just the two board members, Supervisor Turnbull and Supervisor
yes,
Lane.
but other people?
They will work with stakeholders, engage them, but it's just a board ad hoc to engage with stakeholders.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank
Will
you.
be
Thank you.
included.
Yes, they will be reaching out.
You will be included.
Yes, they
You
will
will
reach
be
out.
included.
Yes. All right, wait. Actually, go ahead and start this
I was
item
gonna
while
say-
John's giving us.
Item number 26 comes from Parks, a division of the Chief Administrative Office, recommending the board, 1, receive an update on the Parks and Trails Master Plan update process. 2, provide feedback on the draft goals, objectives, initiatives chapter. And 3, direct staff to return to the board with final draft of the master plan.
And
Good
thank you.
afternoon.
Sorry to keep you all darn day.
No problem. Thanks for hanging in there all day. Kim, if you could pull up our PowerPoint. I'm Jennifer Franich from the Chief Administrative Office, and I have Zachary Paris here. He's our Parks Manager. And we are here to talk about the Parks and Trails Master Plan update. And this is a result of the request from the board to come back and provide you an update, which happened as we were presenting on the Parks and Recreation Commission's goals and their annual update. And I thought it was actually a really good idea to bring this to your board. We are at a point where we're starting to put the finishing touches on our full draft. And before we get to that point where we have a full final draft, I think it's great for us to be able to get some feedback from your board. So perfect.
All right, so like Jennifer stated, we're going to be presenting the update on the master plan. I'm going to be doing the first portion, and then Jennifer will do the latter portion of the presentation. So why are we here? Well, several reasons. The general plan states in policy 9.1.1.8 that the county must prepare and implement a Parks and Trails master plan. This was last done in 2012 with a brief update in 2017. But a lot has changed since 2012, and a lot of work has been done in the Parks Department. So just kind of a combination of changing needs in the county and also achieving a lot of the goals that we had embarked on in the 2012 plan kind of precipitated the need to do a master plan update. And it's also part of the 2024 strategic plan. Go ahead, next slide. All right, so just a brief update on the timeline. So the first two steps there, they look a little bit abbreviated, but if it was actually lined out all the way, you would have 7 steps already completed. Then we just have these last 4, right? So I know looks maybe a little imbalanced there, but we're definitely reeling this puppy in. So this process started in 2022 with public outreach, engaging stakeholders, community workshops, master plan advisory committee was formed. Staff at that time reached out to anything from sports leagues to nonprofits, things like that, gleaning feedback on what they'd be looking for with a master plan update. Some of the chapters that have been completed to date would be the backgrounds chapter, which kind of quantified some of that information that we got from some of our outreach. And then some additional information would be in public engagement, which further kind of defined what we heard from the residents and the stakeholders when we were doing our public outreach. Then we recently completed the draft of the Parks, Trails, and Open Space Standards. So that went before the Parks Commission last month. It will be having its second review at the Parks Commission next week. And then part of what we'll be presenting later in this presentation are some takeaways from our goals, objectives, and initiatives, which was also completed 2 months ago and was before the Parks and Rec Commission. So from today moving forward, we're currently working on our fiscal and needs analysis chapter. So that's going to be going before the Parks and Rec Commission for its first reading next week. And then we'll be back before them for their final reading in November. Also happening in November, we're going to be putting the pieces together, right? So the fiscal and needs analysis is the last chapter that we have, and then we're starting to get into the fit and finish of this document. So coming into December, we should have a full draft of a master plan ready for review, and then it would just be putting those last finishing touches on it to get it so that we could bring it forward to you all for a full review of a draft master plan. This slide is just to kind of differentiate between two documents that we have here. So the master plan is really a forward-facing 10-year roadmap for where we're going with the division. It addresses ongoing multi-year initiatives, and it provides more general direction of where it is we're going in the Parks Division. Complementing the master plan is a Parks CIP. So we do have an initiative in our goals, objectives, and initiatives chapter, and that would be initiative 3.2.8, and that is to establish and update a 5-year Parks and Trails capital improvement program to include long-term maintenance and renovation. So through this process, we got feedback about specific projects that people wanted to see addressed in the master plan, and we do have an intent to address those specific projects, but the master plan isn't necessarily the document for that level of specificity. And so to complement the master plan, part of what we'll be doing is, bringing that Park CIP to fruition so that on an annual basis, you all can see what we're working on, where the money's coming from, where it's allocated, and also be provided updates. All right. So this is just a little bit of a summary on each chapter that's been completed thus far. So I spoke about it a little bit on a previous slide, but in the backgrounds chapter, you're going to see a lot of county demographics data. You'll also see applicable documents from other public agencies. It could be active transportation plans from the Transportation Commission. It could be master plans from other parks districts, things of that nature. And we're really just trying to pull together all of those planning documents that have purview over parks in El Dorado County. Public engagement, that's really just going to present the workflow we went through in gleaning that feedback from both the residents, stakeholders, and then constituents that were interested in providing feedback on the master plan. Parks, Trails, and Open Space Standards, it's really that. It's defining our standards for improvement. So when that day comes where we want to install a new trailhead or bring a new park amenity online, this is really going to give us guidance around the parameters that we need to work within to bring that forward. And then lastly would be the goals, objectives, and initiatives chapter. And that's really laying out exactly that. What are our goals? What are our objectives and initiatives that are going to get us there? So these are some of the key findings we had in our outreach efforts. So there's a few common themes here. And what we saw was really a lot of desire for sports fields, open space, and trail connectivity and accessibility. So really some of them kind of blend together a little bit. But a lot of them are unique as well. So, I mean, if we're talking about accessibility, that's, where people have access to get onto a trail. Connectivity is really closing those gaps in our trail network so we don't have a 2-mile section here, and then a gap, and then a 1.5 miles, and then a gap, and then a 3-mile section. So trying to get contiguous trail mileage to provide a different experience. Facility amenities, a lot of those kind of tie back to trails. So we heard that people would like restroom facilities. They would like water bottle filling stations and things like that. Those were also some of the common threads. Probably not a surprise. The residents of El Dorado County like their open space and trails. And so that was another common takeaway that we got from the surveys. And then I would say sports fields is probably the next one up there. I mean, there's quite a bit of responses we got for people looking for additional sports fields amenities for both youth, but also adult sports You go back one. So this is my last slide, I believe. And this is just kind of the top tier of what we heard from these survey questions. So survey question 11 asked about 36 potential priorities, and these could have been different types of park amenities, anything from a whitewater play feature in the American River to open space and natural areas, right? So they had this big menu of 36 potential items they could pick from, and these were the top 3 outliers that we saw that were pretty consistent across all of the different survey groups. Key things that I see here is that although the total of first, second, and third priority is not in favor of baseball and softball fields, it was the highest #1 pick for people that were surveyed. So, you know, if you had a top 3, across the top 3, the highest average was trails and open space. But if you could only pick one thing, most people went for baseball and softball fields that responded to the survey. So.
Yeah, it is.
But the next slide though kind of shows where that was in the county though.
Yes.
So that's where the 2 sets of data though are kind of, I mean, I just want to make sure that we don't prioritize something in an area that isn't a priority there. So I do like the map better than this.
Correct.
Yeah, so we can go to the next slide.
This is my favorite slide,
Yeah,
you
you've
guys.
all seen this map before. We had it in the previous presentation where we were talking just about the outreach, and I brought it forward for this presentation. That's kind of a reminder to go back over it a little bit. So this map is showing the top priorities by region, and we divided these out when we did the survey so people could let us know where they live in the county, and then we could cross-reference the data with, you know, where they're at in the county and then what their priorities were. So again, these are the ones that were picked the most often, I believe. And there were a couple priorities that were trails and open space. Even in that last slide 7, you can see we have trails and open space and then natural areas / open space. So there's overlapping ideas in some of these, which probably, if I could go back, we would have been, you know, a lot more specific in how we worded our options for the survey. But definitely both have been a priority. You can see in West County, baseball and softball fields were the top priority, but they were also high in that mid-county area. And when we put together the final master plan, we'll bring forward some of that information from that really large outreach section to kind of provide maybe what the top 3 or the top 5 were by region, so that you can see a little bit easier. And the other thing about this map is that it shows the number of respondents kind of by color. So West County, we actually got the most responses, and that's why it's in red. And then orange was next with Mid County, and then it goes down to green. And that's a reflection of both the population in those areas and maybe also the interest level in our survey. So we just wanted to kind of go back over that. And the idea was we would take this feedback that we got, kind of look at the totality of the information that we got from our outreach efforts. And that's what helped us put together our goals and then led to the objectives and initiatives. So we can go to the next slide. So Zach already touched on this a little bit, but the goals provide the broad overall direction. There are 5 of them. There are a lot more objectives to help achieve those goals. And then the initiatives are kind of the action items for staff to take as we kind of roll out this master plan over the next 10 years or so. Next, thank you. Okay, so goal number 1, and these again are not in priority order. They, I think, kind of all rise to the top, and that's why they're goals, but I'll just go over them in the order we have them as written right now. Preserve and enhance access to natural areas and resource-based recreation, including rivers, trails, and open space. In this goal, we have a lot about partnering and supporting initiatives to create access, because we don't actually have a lot of accessible open space that's owned by the county. We have a couple of areas, but a lot of this a lot of this work is provided by other providers. And that's another theme that you'll see, is that it's a lot about collaboration. We're not necessarily saying we're going to be able to, on our own, 5 parks staff, be able to achieve all of these goals. So we can go to the next slide. Goal 2, manage recreational opportunities within a regional context to accommodate public access, leverage funding, and provide interconnected trails. So again, we kind of looked at, well, there's a lot of interest in trails, a lot of interest in open space. We do play a part in helping some of those projects come to fruition with just being supportive, or in some ways providing land or funding for these things, like the intent to transfer land to BLM up in the Cronin Ranch area comes to mind. So even though, again, the county isn't necessarily providing all of this, we do play a role. And so to me, it makes sense to have that as a goal. And then also in here, we have a lot around linking trails, providing natural trails, and then also looking at how we can partner with developers and try to provide more access as the county does development, and make sure that Parks and Recreation aren't left out of that conversation. Next slide. So goal number 3, prioritize maintenance of public assets and improvements to existing parks and trails to continue to provide safe and diverse recreational experiences. We heard a lot from the community on, we like what we have, just make sure you maintain it and don't let it fall into disrepair, and don't, limit access to the extent possible. Next slide. Goal number 4. Engage the community to refine ongoing recreational needs, encourage participation, and promote volunteer support. I've noted this at the board before. We have a lot of really engaged citizens. People are very passionate about the recreation that they do. And because of that, we get a lot of volunteer support. So we want to keep encouraging that type of participation, and also make sure that we're kind of out there on everyone's radar, so that they are aware of the resources that we have and are able to find them and access them, because at the base of it, being outdoors and engaging in recreation is just better for the health of everybody that lives in the county. So we want to do what we can with the staff that we have to try to promote the recreation that we have. And then next slide. Oh, thank you. Goal number 5, invest in and support recreation features in recognition of the importance of recreation as a draw for tourism and quality of life for residents. So we talk about this a lot when we talk about economic development, that a lot of businesses, and definitely the people that live in the county, come here for the recreation. It's a huge part of the draw for our county. And so this goal is trying to kind of help recognize that, and recognize that we get a lot of impact to our recreation because of tourism, and that there's also possibilities for continuing to build up our program through funding that comes from tourism. And so those are our 5 goals. I also attached to the item our draft chapter, so that goes into all the objectives and those individual initiatives, but we don't want to go through all of those in this presentation. So hopefully you all had a chance to go over those, and if there's anything to discuss, anything to incorporate into this chapter, anything that you want to take out that you don't want us to do, I think today is hopefully the day we can hear from you on that, so that we can make any revisions and incorporate that into our final draft. And then these are our next steps. So we are basically going to finish the master plan. We're going to go back to the Parks and Rec Commission for their review, and hopefully a recommendation to adopt the plan, and then return to the board early next year for adoption.
Great presentation, Zachary and Jennifer. Appreciate it very much. So today we were, like we said, as our staff report says, we're receiving an update, and now is the time to provide feedback on the draft goals, objectives, and initiatives, so that when they do come back to the board in January for adoption, it can reflect that. So Supervisor Parlin, I see you have your button pushed.
Hopefully last button of the day, right?
Yep.
I have wrote down 3 things. So on objective 2.1.4, develop and maintain an updated regional GIS map database, blah, blah, blah. In my mind, that needs to be the #1 first thing we do, because if we don't know what we have and we're looking for connectivity and where are we gonna, where's our best bang for our buck? I honestly, at this moment in time, I don't know where all the trails are. I know where I think some trails are. I've discovered trails on accident. So, but if we're really going to focus on connectivity, we have got to know what we have. And, I'm sure the map would have which types and all that. And of course, the rail trails, another fun bit, but it's got to be included in there too. So I don't know if we're supposed to prioritize this somehow, but I just don't see how we can talk about anything else without knowing what we have. It just, to me, is so fundamental. So there's that. And then 2.6.1, I think that's the right one, says, develop open space design standards to include staging, parking areas for all users. Okay. So I brought this up many times before, but on different issues. Can we somehow require that, and for example, I just got an email that ARC, and they're our primary conservancy in the county. So ARC takes land into conservation often, and they take big branches and things, or sometimes small parcels of trails. Can we somehow require that when they do that, they provide parking and bathrooms? Because there's one incident for sure I know of, and I'm guessing there's others where, and this is something we have with all of, the public lands, is the visitors come, we're not prepared to accommodate them, and then we have chaos. So I'm trying to figure out how can we get in front of this somehow. And I don't know if it can be in the parks plan itself, but it does reference it in this 2.6.1. So maybe we need some kind of an ordinance or policy, general plan policy or something to back this up. I would sure love to get in front of this as more and more land seems to be going into conservancy. And I think one of the ballot measures, even if it's funded, there might even be more money going into this kind of stuff. So that's important and critical that we have the amenities. And then the last thing is, and I couldn't find it in here, but it might be worded in such a way that I can't find it. I know you guys didn't want any specific projects. However, can we have a goal of finishing what we have before we do other things? That would make me very happy. And probably Supervisor Lane. Let's finish a couple things that we have and get them done before we keep starting new things, because it's exhausting and I'd like a couple things done before I'm out of office. And I just don't know how to put that in a goal, or if it's in here, I couldn't find it. That's all. But good job and thank you. And it's really hard, I think, not to have specific things in here. So I'm sure the commission probably tried to get stuff in there too, and you probably said, no, we're doing this and we're doing that. So I will behave.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, I'm going to go to objective 2.1, which talks about existing trail connectivity, et cetera, et cetera. Initiative 2.1.2, I acknowledge and like the idea that we're going to work with various organizations, including the Sacramento Placerville Corridor Joint Powers, JPA. I would like to add the city of Folsom. They are very interested in looking at trail interconnectivity across the county line. We're actually setting up a 2x2 meeting at the county level with 2 members of the Folsom Chamber, or not chamber, but city council, to discuss exactly those things. But I think if we add the city of Folsom there, then it makes it more complete. I would also like to have staff consider adding to a couple of different objectives here. So objective 1.2, again, is connect people to nature through enhanced access. And I'm going to underscore the word access to open spaces for walking trail. So again, I would like an initiative that basically says work with the other agencies that would provide those kinds of access to us, including the SBTC JPA. So I think that part of it gives us the ability to work with other agencies and making sure that that connectivity is there. And likewise on objective 1.3, to the extent possible, maximize the use of outdoor destinations by enhancing accessibility for popular recreation opportunities. I think, again, there could be an initiative there that says work with, because again, I think a collaborative effort on these things will give us a little bit better resolve in terms of what happens and how we do our planning and making sure that we connect the dots, whether there's geographical boundaries or not. I mean, that's the way we should be looking at this. So much appreciate those considerations. And then lastly, with respect to objective 5.2, and this gets into the survey results where the West County largely said baseball and softball fields. As we know, that the two major entities that provide those kind of services down there, the El Dorado Community Services District and the Cameron Park Community Services District. So with respect to initiatives 5.2.1, continue to pursue grant opportunities. How does that apply in that region? Does that mean we're going to collaborate with the CSDs to try to get funding through sources that they haven't looked at? What's the county's interaction with the two local jurisdictions down there, special districts, in terms of trying to get the funding? Is there any connectivity with those entities, or is this strictly something the county's going to do? Because we don't have land down there that we can provide those additional resources. But for the most part, there may be little isolated places, but how does that apply with the West County survey with respect to initiative 5.2.1 and then also 5.2.3, which gets into the economic development program? So how do we tie them together is guess what I'm asking. Or is there any connectivity? Do we just acknowledge that for regions that are under the jurisdiction of special districts that provide those services, that the county, is really not going to participate?
That's a really good point, huh?
We set an expectation and I'm trying to figure out how do we follow up on that?
Should it just say support because we're support what the CSDs are doing? I mean, you're right. It should be through CSDs on the west end of the
I
county.
just don't want us trying to assume something and then people thinking that we're going to perform something and provide funding that's an overlay, because we know all CSDs, at least the ones I'm aware of, are struggling for funding like the county and other jurisdictions are. So let's don't put something out there that implies we're going to do something in an area that we may not be able to.
Get back to John's what was saying, a lot of the property CSD was given property to build a park. Decided not to build it. So, so there's issues there.
Yeah.
That need to be addressed.
Yeah, that one might need to be reworded, huh?
Yeah, so I mean, to answer, hopefully try to answer your question, I think there's several touch points that we have with the CSC, and in the past, I mean, we did sell them Bass Lake for the development of
Regional
a
park.
park. We also, have certain standards that we can put onto developers that then end up hopefully benefiting the CSDs because they are contributing parkland or funding. So I think there is something to just being aware of what the wants and needs are, even if we aren't going to end up actually being the ones that fund and build the amenity. And I think there's also just opportunities for collaboration. I mean, when we were looking at doing some sort of economic analysis for the just idea that eventually became the project to develop Diamond Springs Park with sports fields, I reached out to the El Dorado Hills CSD, knowing that they're the ones that have a lot of those fields and understand how to build and maintain them, and then also the costs of maintaining them. So I think on the partnership side, there's a lot of opportunities to partner, and we have done that historically. And then I guess I don't want to, again, where we don't want to be too site specific. We already have the Diamond Springs Park project going, but I didn't want to leave sports fields out of the conversation because we haven't finished that project, and it is a priority for the county to do whatever we can to try to develop more sports fields. So we can definitely reword anything in here, but I think for sports fields, it does kind of go into different goals. And I put it here because to me, that the idea of a sports complex or the ability to host tournaments does have an impact for economic development because it brings people in. And also we would want to charge enough in fees to be able to continue to maintain those areas. So it fits here and in other places, but I thought it fit here the best.
I think it fits. I just think we need to somehow identify the responsibilities of CSDs, and maybe it's a work with or something. Because we're not going to go down and try to provide tournament play in the western part that wants baseball and softball. I'm surprised soccer wasn't the highest one personally, but.
So I'm thinking, can we just change it to say something like continue to be supportive of grant opportunities? Because I agree with Supervisor Hart. The county's not going to be probably the lead on developing those, but we want to be supportive and a partner.
That's a
and
good idea.
The county might be needed as a partner on an application perhaps or something. So I think we just reword that to make it clear that we're not the lead on, the word pursue makes it sound like we're going to take the lead. Whereas instead of just change it to say we're supportive of or something like that.
I think that's a great clarification.
Yeah,
because we're not the lead. You're saying
that gets
precisely.
to your intent.
Because otherwise people look to the county, why aren't you doing this?
That's a good point. I think the Diamond Springs Community Park provides a clear example of that as we got into it while it was desperately needed.
Right.
And we had the land by a generous donor. It was problematic for the county to pursue that and develop it on its own. So once again, using a strategic partnership, we're able to get that hopefully get that over the finish line in the future, but that would speak to this.
Yes.
That's a good conversation. Yeah. That's okay. Good. Any other?
Not for me.
Supervisor Turnbull? No. Supervisor Lane?
No, I just a word of caution on initiative 5.1.1, where you're talking about possibly a board policy to dedicate TOT to parks. Of the three things you have listed, parks, trails, and open spaces, really the only thing that we have in the basin are trails. And we have dedicated funding for that through a ballot measure. So I'll just be keeping my eyes on that, because what I've really been trying to impress upon my colleagues and the county as a whole is that I agree that TOT is discretionary, but I also believe that if the West Slope and the unincorporated part of the county is not willing to look at TOT in a better light, to see it as an opportunity to fund services, and they decline to raise, their rates. We raised ours in the basin, but I have an overall mentality that the TOT that's raised in the basin should be spent in the basin. And so that's a mentality that I'm trying to get some traction on, as opposed to, like, for example, Economic and Development Department that takes $1 million right off the top of TOT for tourism, which I understand, but it doesn't really reflect back on the basin. So I'm sensitive about that particular one, and I'll just be watching for how you decide to go with that.
Let's go ahead and take public comment on this. I'm not seeing a huge flood, but
Now taking public comment on item number 26. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. See no public comment in the boardroom. Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Jeannie McCormick.
thanks for staying with us, Ginny. Good afternoon.
Sure. Hi. Okay, thanks. I want to just say thanks to Jennifer and Zach and the staff at Parks and Recreation, and the Parks and Rec commissioners for their hard work on putting together this plan. And thanks to you guys at the Board of Supervisors for bringing this work to the public, because there's been a lot of hard work on it. as the president of Friends of the El Dorado Trail, I obviously have a vested interest in saying that the El Dorado Trail has the potential to be a core regional trail, and from Camino to the county line, and then providing connections to the bike and hiking trails in Folsom, Sacramento, Davis, and onward to the west. So there was a study completed in 2015 that showed completion of this trail could provide about $12 million in annual economic benefits to the county. The El Dorado County, Sacramento County, the city of Folsom, and the Sacramento Area Council of Governments, all of their planning documents call for a paved trail in the Sacramento Placerville transportation corridor, which is where the trail lives. So I just want to thank you guys for having this ability for us to give this information to you. And I hope you'll keep in mind the potential for the trail, and support the efforts of all the groups that are working in the corridor in the future. Thank you.
Thanks so much for your comments and for your continued advocacy for our recreation.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, perfect. Well, Ginny definitely said something that I wanted to reiterate. I wanted to thank all of our Park and Rec commissioners for getting us to this point along with staff. This has been a long time in the making, this master plan. And so it's exciting to see it at this point. Congratulations on that. Do you think you've gotten the feedback that you needed today? Okay, great. So before the board, it's just to receive an update, provide feedback, which we did, and then direct staff to return to the board.
Chair, really quick, can I just, there was one thing I didn't write down in my notes, so I forgot
Sure.
about it, but I've been asking for a while individuals, and so I thought I'll bring that today, but I get ads on my phone every once in a while for really cool things in other counties, states, whatever. And one of them is rail bikes. I asked a former occupant of the Shingle Springs station to do a rail bike, and he was all hot to do it, and then he moved away from that location. But they just pop up on my phone, and they look really cool. I want to go do, I think there's one in Amador or something, but since we do have the rail in part of our trail system, I'd like to explore that too as a neat tourist type attraction, quite honestly, because we do have our 2 train stations in Motherlode or whatever, over by my house. I'd love to explore that.
All right. Is the board ready to entertain a motion on this item?
What's the motion? Oh, let's see, provide feedback. We did, so direct staff to return with the final draft.
Yeah.
After final review, I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
All right. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right. Thank you so much for all your work on being willing to come back at the end of the day. We really
Yes.
appreciate it.
Thanks for your patience.
CAO, do you have any brimming updates that we need to hear?
No, ma'am.
All right. On the sake of time, I suggest we do not have any board member updates. So with that, it is 5:01 and we are adjourned. Thank you all for this long but important day of discussions. Appreciate it. Thank you, Kim.